welcome to the America Happens News. This is Corinne Clifford. I'm live in Washington, D.C. My producer is out today filming a documentary that is going to break your heart. But here at the America Happens Network, we talk uncensored. And so my guests today are going to tell you stories that are going to actually shock you because mainstream media censors them. So tonight, I want to bring in my first guest. He's live. I'm live in Washington, D.C. This is Dale Richardson, and he's live in Canada. Dale, you are the founder of the Caris Project. Tell us what that is, uncensored.
Well, it's me and my daughter. My daughter initially started to do that because we were persecuted for whistleblowing the pandemic in early 2020. Um, I uncovered a delivery system for biological weapons that was designed to look like a random outbreak. It came from the CDC and was given to the Public Health Agency of Canada.
How did you
Um,
find
for,
it?
I was contracted to do some work for some dental clinics in North Battleford, Saskatchewan, and found out that the guidelines wouldn't work, and they sabotaged them so that they could spread disease effectively rather than mitigate it. So I was like, well, I got to do something about it, and eventually reported it to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, which are like the feds, and they, well, did not receive it too well. Let's just say that. Um, my daughter, oldest daughter, and I were tortured.
How
My
old is your
youngest
daughter?
My oldest daughter is 27 now. My youngest daughter, she got taken as a result of that. They used the family matter to like basically wipe me out while I was strapped to a table being drugged against my will, um, to
By the
shut me up.
Canadian government? What year?
This was in July 23rd of 2020. Yes.
This
So
is 6 months ago. You got tortured by the Canadian government.
no, this was like 4 years ago at the beginning of July 23rd of 2020.
Okay, so this is 2020. Okay, you've got to set the story up because your story is shocking. Okay, so in July of 2020, the Canadian government tortures you.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, stripped me of everything I had. Took away my little daughter as the same judge was going over both matters in court, and did a lot of freedom information requests. Like I have all this evidence that are actually inside of the petition packages that I've done, and a ton of court documents and police files. And so when after that, I ended up having to come to Alberta because I was wiped out, me and my daughter. My daughter, I sent her across to the United States because I'm like, you have a right of entry. You're an Indian. Go get out of here. Because they're sacking us because we're turning into China. And she got arrested at the border on October 1st of 2020 by Customs and Border Protection agents, and they pushed her into immigration custody. So she was in an ICE facility for 7 months. They concealed her Indian card, and then I had to pressure the Canadian consulate to go ahead and to get her out. And then after that, they put her on a restrictive um, release, which is straight unlawful because they should have let her outright because the Canadian consulate confirmed that she was an Indian, and they still went ahead to restrict her because they wanted to keep her shut up from presenting that evidence, and they wanted to shut me up. And so she ended up getting drugged, trafficked, raped, gun put to her head, and things like this. No help for law enforcement for the last almost 4 years in the United States or in Canada. And so I ended up leaving Canada after the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, admitted in the court hearing that they committed crime. Like they gave me evidence of criminal activity. So I'm like, I'm getting out of here. So
Where's your daughter now? Where's your daughter?
Which one? The oldest one or the youngest one?
The one who got tortured.
Oh, she's in Texas.
Okay. So she's
Yeah,
safe? Is she safe now?
relatively, let's just say. There's still people trying to cause her problems, but it's nowhere near what it's like here in Canada. Like if she came back to Canada, we'd both disappear. And that's exactly actually what they've been trying to do over the last few years. She
So
actually ended up,
you think the Canadian government is currently trying to disappear you?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I mean, wherever I go, that I just wanted to report crime to the RCMP, and they threatened to arrest me. And the video is right on my X profile. Like, I mean, I live streamed it. I had to call the police in the police station to get them to file the criminal complaints. And like, these guys are just, I mean, people are stealing from me, like the Attorney General of Canada. Like, I mean, it's just a mess. Canada is like a joke. If anybody actually looks into what's going on here, you'll be shocked, right? And
What
that's
is
what
your X account called?
it's at DJS Richardson.
Okay. D DGS Richardson.
J is
Okay.
Jason John.
Okay, got it. That's easy. DGS underscore Richard. Is that it? No.
No, D
Okay.
is in Delta, J is in
Okay.
John. Um, DJ S is in Sam, R is in
Okay.
Romeo. Richardson, like the
Richardson.
common. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Dale Richardson. This is a wild story.
Oh
So
yeah.
it started in 2020. You're a whistleblower. You were exposing the fact that the Canadian government is corrupt and they tortured your children and tortured you.
Yes, and they're in bed with the Americans, and it's very easy to see, especially in my case, that there's a lot of cross-border collaboration. I mean, they were working with the Canadians to while I was in the facility. Yes, that is me in Colorado, where they were sacking me and threatening me with federal prison. I was getting sleep deprivation, not proper food, poison, you name it,
Why
whatever
do they
threat.
have the right to incarcerate you?
Well, they said that I was undocumented, and they grabbed me and pushed me into immigration because they're like, go back to Canada. I was like, no, I'm not. And so they're like, okay, we're going to take you into custody. But there's a bunch of these guys screaming at me with their hands on their guns at the border, questioning me about Canadian corporation and one in Delaware that I opened. And that's not what you do at the border, right? And then they brought me into a side room after I thought they were going to shoot me. I was like, right? And then they started to question me further, and then they took me into custody, and then they took me to Colorado, deprived me of due process, lied on the document saying that I came there the day before. I'm like, I have a 10-year passport that I picked up that morning before I came in there, and they were threatening me with federal prison to get rid of my passport for a travel document because they said I didn't have proper documentation. I was like, really? I'm Canadian. I just need a passport, right? And so, yeah, they didn't. Obviously, these guys did not want this information because of the engineering report that I provided that showed that the CDC was involved in criminal activity. And in fact, it's treason. You create a delivery system for bioweapons, you're done. It's over, right? And so everything as a result of that is treason. Every order, every dollar transferred, it's also terrorist activity. So the RICO laws are all fair game because the biological weapons prohibition falls under prohibited racketeering activity. And actually outline this in some of the complaint packages of the laws that they've broken. And so the election changes to the election, that's automatically treason, right? And I mean, they've got a lot of other evidence, but you use that. And I looked into, the petitions that I'm doing with the different states, and I could see that they were all taking their direction from the CDC or the WHO, which is tied to this as well. And so a lot of people are going to get into a lot of trouble for this, which I don't mind because we don't need criminals ruling over us. And so,
Okay, wait, go slower. So when you say the different states, are you talking about the states in Canada or the states in
this
United States?
the states in the United States, like I did a petition for redress of grievances in Michigan, and this was there since November 9th. Alberta got one first, then Michigan, and then they went to Texas, and then Colorado. There's some girls that tried to do it in Nebraska, but they were getting intimidated and coerced like crazy, and people are coming after them to prevent them from even going to their state. So, I mean, if anybody's there to help them out, that would be great.
How
But
do
yeah,
people reach you? Do they DM you on X?
you can DM me on X, or that you can go to www.dsrcaresconsulting.com, and then you can look. There's a contact page there. You can look at the CARES project. They have two pages. One is the action plan, and the other one is the just the CARES project that has like links to the different complaint packages. The action plan has the stuff up already for Alberta and Colorado, and we're going to be putting the information out so that people can go ahead and start holding their government accountable. Because we started this in Alberta, and we started going after the law enforcement, the elected officials, and so forth, putting them on notice, and we're calling everybody to do the same. My daughter's going to be going out and helping some people because she's had to file a lot of these criminal complaints in the United States by herself, right? And, I mean, she's had to go into court, and the sheriffs were trying to throw her out. They tried to bring DHS, yes, to throw her to the federal court in South Carolina. And I told her, I said, call 911 on that phone and get the police in because they can't do that to you. And so she called the police in the federal district court, and they showed up. And I talked to the woman from DHS, and I said, you got an Indian there, and she got evidence of treason. So you better deal with that. And they left her alone, right? Because what are they going to do? You can't deport an Indian back to Canada for immigration. That's just, you can't. They're going to be like, well, what the hell is this? Because they have a right of entry. You can't kick them out. It's their country.
So your daughter is a Canadian Indian. Did I say that right? How do you say it in Canada?
Well, they call
An
it
Indigenous Indian.
Indian, whatever. I mean, actually,
What do you say?
I say Indian, right? Because
Okay.
they're called Indians under the Indian Act. But
Okay.
her actual Indian ancestry comes from both sides of the border. So
Now, are
she
you
has,
an Indian? Are you Indian?
no,
Okay.
no, not. There's somewhere back in the Caribbean
Okay.
somewhere, but I didn't even know about that. Like just from what my grandmother told me while she was still alive. So
Okay, now are you allowed into the United States of America at this time?
no, because after DHS actually they were torturing me and then kicked me out, I got a 5-year ban because they said, well, you got tortured, but it isn't going to happen again. And when I went to court, no, DHS had nobody there, and the judge ruled in their favor and wouldn't let me take the evidence. I brought it in before the immigration judge in Colorado at the facility in Aurora, Colorado.
And did you know Tina Peters at this time? Did you know anyone in Colorado?
No, I did not. I met Tina Peters after this happened.
Okay.
When I heard about what happened to her, I was very angry when I saw that because I was like, they went after her after they shut me up because I was filing in the District Court of Colorado about the treason, which would have demonstrated that what she was doing was actually preventing treason from occurring, that she was unaware of, but the FBI was aware of it, DHS was aware of it, and the federal district court was aware of it. And they had a lot of other entities that were aware of this, but they wanted to keep that silent so they could go after her. And they were aware of this before even the election took place, and they just continued to commit more crimes.
This is one of the most intense stories I've ever heard, Dale. So I have to digest this and really try to understand what's going on here because this sounds completely insane, but everything you're saying is totally true. And I'm in shock that the Canadian government is persecuting you.
Oh yeah, they're fully like on board with the WEF. Like more, if Washington is 99% corrupt, then Ottawa is 99.9% corrupt. It's a lot worse here.
Do you think that they'll ever be able to get Trudeau out of office in Canada, or do you think he plans on being a dictator and staying there forever?
Well, he's going to try to be a dictator, but I mean, at the end of the day, the people are the government, and not only do we have the people here, but because they pissed in the cornflakes of the Americans, which have more guns than anyone else on planet Earth. I think you guys will have something to say. And inside the documents, I actually lay out the legal framework to go in and grab everybody in Canada who did wrong. And this is one of the things that they don't like. And some people say, well, we have extradition treaties. I'm like, well, if you break every treaty to violate the United States and install Biden, which is a color revolution, which you've just overthrown the United States government and helped a bunch of people commit treason and commit acts of war, no extradition treaty is going to stop them from coming, right? It's like you give it to us or else. And I don't think the people in Canada are going to want to fight for you anyway. They're going to be like, you made us eat crickets, too bad, right? You poisoned our kids, you raped our kids, we don't care, right? It's pretty
So
much.
in the end, are you going to be allowed into the United States of America to see your daughter and start serving the powers that be here?
Well, I mean, there's a number of ways that they could. I mean, any of the elected officials could request my presence to come in to explain the engineering report that I pioneered that is protected by 7 United States copyrights. And because they're not competent in order to explain something like that, and they would need to speak to me. And anybody who wanted to investigate, they could also request my presence. And there isn't a damn thing that those guys could do about it because they shut me out to commit treason. And they used the immigration laws to help overthrow the United States Constitution. And those men need to be tried and they need to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. 100%.
What you're saying is so deep and so serious. I feel like we need an hour to get into this. Can we bring your daughter onto the show, or is she currently in hiding?
No, we can bring her on the show. She's hiding would be the worst thing. They try to, keep us silent so that they could strip us of everything and destroy us, right?
Okay,
And
so
so
Dale, let me just tell you something. I am a journalist and I don't push people, but I'm telling you something. What you just said is correct. You need to get as much publicity as possible for your own safety at this point.
I 100% agree. And that's why they've been silencing me and throttling me on every platform that I've gone on. I've had a bunch of like paid shills chasing me around, constructing a narrative to try to silence me with whatever, and using everything except for look at the evidence, right? And it's like, really, if you look at the evidence, you're pretty much done. Treason's treason,
So I
right?
want to go through this for an hour on Friday evening, and I really want to go through all of the evidence. I'd like to get your daughter on. I'd really like to go through this in a really simple, not methodical, but like a way that's simple for people to understand, because what you're saying is so serious. You're saying treason. You're saying that our elected officials are, I don't know what you want to call them, the people in charge of the United States, the people in charge of Canada have committed treason against we the people. That's what you're saying in a nutshell.
Oh yes, like in Canada, like the high treason. If you have it explicitly says in the criminal code that if you levy war against Canada or any act preparatory to, right, the creation of a delivery system for biological weapons designed to look like a random outbreak is an act preparatory to levying war. We know that COVID was created as a gain of function, so you put that through that delivery system. Now you've got the levying war. You're done. It's over. So you had treason just from preparing it, and any act that conceals that treasonous activity is treason itself. The one thing I got to do while I was in that immigration detention was to go to the law library, and I got to see how treason was adjudicated in the United States. A man got cotton from the South during the Civil War and got tried for treason. A mother harbored her son and she got the noose. Treason's a serious thing because what's the consequence? You lose your republic. That's not taken lightly, right? So anything that conceals or aids treason is treason, and you get tried, but none the same, right? It's all the same.
Okay, so you're saying that the gain of function is what is the treason. The pandemic, that's what you're saying.
Well, the creating the delivery system using sabotage engineering controls to spread a biological weapon, that is treason alone. And it
And
dem-
you're saying COVID is a biological weapon, or you're saying the vaccine is a biological
they're
weapon?
both biological weapons. COVID
Whoa.
was done to take away the freedoms, and it's not as lethal, but it was still created by gain of function,
Okay.
right? And so because they used that to spread that, and then they ended up giving you a worse biological weapon, which was the vaccines. But before that, they used COVID as the mechanism to take out Trump. Like I interviewed Millie Weaver, and she had like the conspiracy where these guys were actually talking about on video that they're using COVID to take out Trump. Well, I demonstrate that these are the overt acts, which is the creation of the delivery system that was given by the CDC to ensure that COVID was spread so that they could go in and enact all of this nonsense to shut things down, change the elections, deprive Trump of the election, and put in Biden, who is a puppet that's favorable to doing what they're what well we see what's going on, right?
Yes.
And
What do you
so
think is going to happen in November of 2024?
they're going to try it again. I saw them preparing. Like I said, I was talking with Millie Weaver, and she was showing me that they were going for the same playbook. And why wouldn't they? What else are they going to do?
What do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to stop the election or throw another pandemic or start World War III?
They're going to try all of the above.
Okay. So what should we do?
We need to get these. You go at your law enforcement. Go at your elected official. Bring this information, like everybody who has information, because this ties everybody together. Everybody's got some skin in the game, and they've all been harmed some way by COVID. Whatever's been, either it's directly from it or it got worse. Like, for example, like the stuff going on in the schools, that Soji filth got pushed in harder with COVID. Trafficking went through the roof because of COVID. They used trafficking in my specific cases with myself and my daughters to do this. And you see the way that they're using the trafficking to destroy the fighting force within the country domestically, and then flooding in illegals across to like help to continue this, because eventually they're just going to bring in people to just mop up what's left and then take away your constitution, and then we're all China worldwide, and we're not having that. Sorry.
Okay, Dale, I'm so excited. I want you to come back for an hour, as much time as you need on Friday, and we're going to go through this in a chronological way that's really easy to understand, because what you're saying is probably some of the most intense information available right now. And so
Oh,
I really want you to come back on Friday and let's go through this. Please come
oh,
back.
absolutely. I will tell this to anybody, because everybody needs to hear this, because we all have a right to freedom. And like, I mean, you guys said it real good, that we all have the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And also it says that governments were instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And if your government is not exercising just powers, they're not the government, they are tyrants. And we have the right and the duty to remove them. And everybody's constitution has some provision to remove criminals, because there's no document on planet Earth that says that a traitor to your country has the right to rule over you. And it's time to
Thank
get them
you.
out.
Thank you. You are founding father quality. I'm so grateful to have you. Please come back on Friday. We're going to go through 2020, 2021, 2022. We're going to go through what you think people should do in their counties and across America in their towns, because it's going to have to happen local.
Well, 100%, I will do that, because this knowledge belongs to the people. It is the right of the people to know this. They rob the people of the knowledge so that they can turn them into slaves. And we're not slaves. God created every one of us to be free. And all these people that are doing this, as far as I'm concerned, they worship the devil. And that ain't happening. Not today, Satan. You can go
Not
to
today.
hell.
That is so beautiful. Well, God bless you. Peace, Dale. Please come back on Friday. I'm going to text you after the show and I'm going to coordinate with you because your
All
story is
right.
really important. Thank you. God
Thank
bless
you.
you. God bless you. That is an incredible story. I really want to delve into it for an hour. I want to talk about right now something that I really care about because as you've listened to this guest and the other guest tonight, you're going to realize that you need to have a plan in case there are food shortages, in case there is a crisis. I'm going to bring in Jason Nelson. Welcome, Jason Nelson. He founded Prepper Beef. I sell your beef.
Oh, that's that. I'm listening to your previous guest, and I'm sitting here going, "Hey, I see you've already broken into it. Very good." That we have are in a really weird, precarious position right now, in that we understand that there is an agenda, that it's being driven by a group of people who have a particular idea of what we should be allowed and not allowed to have, of what should be considered a luxury in life, and that they have taken it upon themselves to dictate that the free market should no longer exist. And then that includes the option for what to feed your family, and to understand whether or not your supply chain is safe. They're breaking down slowly the barriers so that you have no idea anymore what a label means. So much so that we have to now depend upon, more than ever, the brand, the people with whom that we are doing business. So that's why you see people flocking to farmers markets and moving to try and. It's not that they suddenly came to realize that having a bunch of corn syrup and everything was bad for them because they were consuming that for years. It was them suddenly realizing that they could begin to inject things into your food, that they could slip alternatives to things that you would never ever consume. They could slip them into your food, and that you would have no choice, no option, because they're not required to label it. And so when you look at that, you say, okay, so people started again finding new resources, but that's fine in a lot of ways. Buying a half cow once a year, putting it in your freezer, those are all very smart things. A lot of people have learned to can. A lot of people they're starting to understand the difference between, I guess, what our grandparents called winter, prepping for winter, and now it's I like to call them not they're like lifestyle preppers, people who realize that they don't want their lives to be completely different and changed when they move on into an emergency situation. So they understand that the freezer goes down for a couple of days, um, or if they lock you down in your home and slowly break down your supply chains due to a failure to maintain railways and shipyards, and if they start wars in other countries that slowly devolve the breadbasket of the world, if they were to, I don't know, create environmental policy that impacted energy prices so that rice sat on the docks in India because it was too expensive to ship, a staple crop that keeps people alive. If all of those things were to suddenly start to happen, no coincidence whatsoever, you would want to know that you've done something to, I call it, I think there's a corporate term for it. They call it vertically integrate your supply chain. That's what we do as a company, but I think as a person and his family, and you and I had spoken earlier about this, it's about having insurance, the kind of insurance that you really need. Everybody thinks, well, I'll have a firearm and ammo. Great, you should, to defend yourself and do what's necessary. But that said, if you don't have any food, is your plan to steal? Is your plan to trade that gun into the government when they come by with MREs? What's your plan to keep your family sustained on wholesome food that has not been injected, that is actually prime food, the kind of food that you would eat now, that you would go into a restaurant and want to eat? I don't think there was ever this is a complex problem, but I felt there was a simple solution for it. And that's what I did. Special operations was to create simple solutions for complex problems in areas where many times it would require a lot of localized stakeholders in order to sustain that sort of supply chain. And I found that we've been able to do that with beef. And we're really proud of the fact that we're able to turn around and create a product that people would go, it's not survival food. We created a product that is survival food. It's food that is intended to allow you to maintain a quality of life more importantly, to maintain the energy and the strength that you might need in trying times. And, we're the only company on earth that does what we do. And we're so proud of doing that. We're so proud of the fact that we can say when it's 100% American made, I mean, everything. And when I say locally sourced and our cattle are locally watched, I go see them every week. These are all the principles that we know that people would like to see inside of those brands. And as we started this off with, I think that that's what people want to trust. They know they need to be able to trust. And we're proud to be one of those companies that is open, that provides all of the information, that has never ducked any question. We're not asking anyone to trust us. Anyone who asks you to trust them, you shouldn't. But what we are saying is that we are an open book, and that our primary and only goal is to provide your family the same things that we would want for our own.
This is so powerful. This is the Prepper Beef. It's called CorinneUSABeef.com. I have my own URL for you guys.
Yeah, say that again for us, by the way.
So this beef is
No, I mean your URL. Go ahead.
my
and give it.
URL. I have
Yes.
my own URL for you guys. It's called CorinneUSABeef.com.
Great. Normally I have it on a prompt, and I didn't have it there, and I wanted to make sure I got it right because I want all of your audience to be able to support you. This is why we created the product, and this is why we choose to market it this way. It's an opportunity because we believe that this is why we send out samples to you to try, so that when you talk to your audience, it's something that they're not taking my word for it. I there's lots of things that I could lay out there and say, like, gosh, this is how I'm being honest with you, but really what it comes down to is that personal connection. We know each other through mutual friends. We were able to provide you with the product and blind, test it to tell us, hey, is this something that you would believe in as well? And we're glad that we're able to provide you with the URL so that people can also support you, because we know that they look to you for information. They look for you to be sort of I hate to be the king's taste tester, if you will, but somebody who will step out in the firing line and go out there and check and make sure that these products that people are claiming are all American, that are good for you, that are there for your family, that they actually are. And we're proud to have these partnerships, and we thank you for doing that.
Well, so this beef comes from your cows on your ranches, which I find so intriguing, and it gets shipped vacuum packed, which also is amazing. And this is the most amazing thing. It lasts until 2049. Now,
Well, that
listen,
bag
I don't
does.
even know if I will last till 2049. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's the entire process. We're so proud of the fact that there's not a single preservative. There's nothing in there. If you look on the back, the ingredient is beef. That's all it is. So if you're talking about our original steak, you're talking about your brisket, you're talking about your tri-tip, you're talking about your picanha, your sirloin. That's what's in there. It's hand carved. It's sous vide. It's pasteurized in the sous vide process, and then it's freeze dried, which means that using sublimation, we're able to remove all the moisture, and it's put in American-made Mylar bags. That was very hard to source. Very proud of that. American-made oxygen absorbers, American-made moisture absorbers, and just leave it in a cool, dark place and let it sit with the rest of your canned goods. Get on the subscription model so that you don't have to overwhelm yourself, but you need to start planning ahead. And when we say that its supplies are limited, there's only so many cows out there that you could push through this process. And what we do is scale up to what we can meet. It's been very hard to meet the demand for this. And, I believe that, we're the only company in the world that does freeze-dried filet mignon, or freeze-dried ribeye, or freeze-dried New York strip as well. And that's why when we talk about, sort of thriving versus surviving, but, it's really hard to keep in stock, because there's only about 12 pounds of filet on a heifer, on a cow. That's all you get. And when you get those head of cattle in there and you slaughter them, and you go, okay, well, that means that, we're only able to provide so many of that. It's a limited supply, and we're aware of that, and we're working very hard to increase production. But for right now, I know that on our website, it is available in some of the combination packs because those are preset. But it's been a wonderful ride. It's been a great experience applying a lot of the things that I did while serving 20 years in the Marine Corps and the Army Special Operations, to be able to take those lessons home, to take the lessons I learned from running for Congress, to take the opportunity and sit here and work in my local community and bring together resources that we can then distribute around the world. And soon we are moving into humanitarian aid at an international level, through aid organizations that we support and we know that are directly helping the right people. And
We
making
need it in the
sure
United States now. We don't need it internationally. We need
we
it
we we
in
are
the
doing
major
we
cities
are
now.
we are churning out as much as we can, and we will continue to do so. But my dream isn't to own a Corvette. My dream is to solve world hunger. And I know that sounds insane, but I'm not afraid to shy away from big goals. And we have one guy trying to blot out the sun. I think I can move in the opposite direction and feed the world.
I know that's so powerful. Now explain this to me. You have a show that you've been doing with your wife?
Yes, it's called Off Topic, and we actually have a call coming up with our producers. It's going well, but I think it's a bit too serious. My wife and I had envisioned an idea of, we never get any time together because we have 4 children and another one on the way, and there's always some insane adventure. Right now we have 10 newborn kittens that we're nursing to life every 2 hours. This is my life. It's weird, and if you go through my do a background search, I'm going to see all of the insane things that happened to me. But we wanted the opportunity to be able to sort of genuflect on issues that are going on right now, whether they be pop culture, but more likely just the conversation that I get to have with my wife. And we're both educated people. We're both we stay abreast of current events, and it's an opportunity for us to be able to inject some levity, inject some humor, but more importantly, get a perspective from someone, I think a voice that's rarely heard, which are young conservative mothers. I don't think they get their voice unless they're screeching on TikTok. They don't really get an opportunity to come out. And, with our young family, it's very important to us that people understand that traditional values are not a bad thing, that they create strong families, and that we're very proud of who our family is. We homeschool. My wife is an under-ocean photographer, has put her career on pause. I should repeat the Chiefs kicker's speech and just say that and then upset the world. But yes, I have an amazing wife, and we're just very proud of all we do. She has helped build this company, and she shares the same vision that I do, that I believe that any one person can change the world.
That is powerful. One person can change the world. That's a really powerful statement. I love statements like that because that's obviously the truth as we enter into potential World War III. You were in the military. When you look at what's happening in the world right now, what do you predict? I know it's hard to predict, but what do you really want to say about, are we on the verge of World War III? Some people say it's World War IV. We have World War III. What's going on right now?
Well, we're on the verge of World War III. That's that's painfully obvious. We have China preparing to move on Taiwan. We have border skirmishes between India and Pakistan, India and China. We have a destabilized Middle Eastern region. We just had the president of Iran die. You have the obvious conflict in Ukraine with Russia. The more we move NATO closer to the borders, I mean, we have 3 war hotspots in the world right now that could very quickly escalate to a nuclear war. But that's what people need to understand.
What are the 3?
Well, right now you
Israel,
have Russia and Ukraine.
Russia, Ukraine, Israel.
Right, Israel, and then you have Pakistan, India.
Oh, you think Pakistan, India is still a threat? That's so interesting.
Well, it's not to each other.
Yeah,
it's a
I haven't focused on
war,
that.
but
That's
yeah.
powerful.
And so people just need to look at the conflict that's been brewing there. Now China's been escalating that. People need to understand a lot of it has to do with the Pashtun tribal lines in which people move goods and how they expect to be represented and taxed. And there's just so much more to it. There's a much deeper conversation. But the point is that these are areas in which conflict is so close. And I think that it's a matter of who's president in next year. That's it. If Trump is president, we don't have a world war. If Biden is president, we have a world war. It's that simple.
That is so deep because you spent 20 years in the military, so you know where we're headed.
Yes, there's just no question. I'm not trying to sound flip about it, but a lot of people ask this question, and I'm a bit confused by why they're asking it, because it's so obvious. It's so blatantly obvious to me. I mean, we've used up every 155 round in the world against a country whose entire infantry doctrine is built around artillery. Their artillery doctrine is that they've been storing up the same shells for decades. They are ready. We are out of ammo. That's if they really want. It's the point is we're going into a war of attrition with a country that has 3 times as much resources as the other country, and it isn't about money. It's about boots on the ground.
Tell us about, yeah.
Well, it's why there's so many mercenaries on the front lines in Ukraine.
That is so interesting. This is so interesting.
Everybody knows that. There's paid mercs on the ground who are paid to go in and work with units, integrate with units. They work as teams that do special operations work. I mean, Ukraine has its special operators on the front lines right now, which says a lot about how their manpower is going. They've moved their conscription age up to, I think, 49 or something insane, 42. It doesn't matter. It's in the 40s. I'll tell you, I'm 45 and I have a hip replacement already because 20 years in the military will do that to you. But the point is that even without a hip replacement, the idea of giving me 3 to 6 weeks of training and dropping me on the front lines of people who just intend on crushing you with artillery is just over what? Over a war that we provoked through years of machinations, simply so we could create a money laundering scheme for a lot of our congressional districts, a lot of our major corporations that specialize in a technology that it's consumable. It has to be consumed, though.
I appreciate the fact that you are so politically vocal, and I think it's so interesting how Ukraine is probably going to join NATO. And that's actually a point of no return for us because that could start World War III. But in the United States of America, I've been noticing the decline of the caliber of our meat. It's so shocking to me because I really do care about eating healthy red meat. I'm based in Washington, D.C., as you know, and I won't eat red meat from restaurants anymore. I don't feel normal after I eat them. I feel like they've already pumped them up with everything they can possibly get into it. What's the truth? What are they pumping our red meat up with right now?
Oh, I mean, there's all sorts of tricks that they do to meat. I mean, people have to understand what labels mean. The organic label doesn't really mean anything. You have to, again, we get back to brand, right? So you have to trust the people that are at the base level of the supply chain. I'm bad at the sales pitch. I'm not the CMO. I am the COO. I created a lot of these systems, but I just want to speak plainly to people because I don't know how to say it any more clearly. They don't want you to eat meat anymore.
Why?
Because it's healthy for you, because animal proteins are so healthy for you, because it's freedom, because it requires land, it requires logistics, it requires all the things. Remember, they want you to move into a 15-minute city. This is what they want. So when you think in those terms, I'm bad at selling my product because I don't know how to be any more blunt to people about. I didn't go out and create this because I just was bored and thought, gosh, I'm going to move into the beef industry. This took years of work and research and understanding and finding a problem and understanding why. And then when you create the solution, you go, oh, and you see that all the dominoes that you saw were going to start to fall. I mean, look, you could get lab-grown meat now served to you, and they're not required to tell you. In multiple places,
they're not required to tell you. So if I go to a restaurant, I don't even know what I'm eating.
In New York, you could go into a restaurant and be served lab-grown meat.
And all the fast food restaurants could be serving that too.
Well, they say it's all a conspiracy, right? They go, what is this idea that, for example, I posted something on X, and I have a fairly large account, so at Real Jason Nelson, if you ever want to see boring pictures of cats in my family. But the point is I do post a lot of facts in there, and one of them was they have clearly for years made it a goal to put vaccinations inside of food. And then somebody said, you can't put it inside of food because you would consume it and it would, burn out in your stomach. And I thought, well, that's dumb, because when I was in Afghanistan, that's how we got kids to take vaccines. We put them on wafers. I mean, that's not, yes, wafers that they could eat, consume, dissolve. There's just certain types of medicines and vaccines. But the point is that there are ways in which to distribute that. You don't have to inject them all. That's idiotic. And they made it a goal. There's been congressional bills to pay for the studies on this. There's been also, none of this is made up. It is their end goal. Why would you research it unless that was your goal? Right? You don't spend millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, tax dollars, private funding, researching this unless that is your end goal. Bill Gates did not go and figure out how to block the sun because he doesn't intend to do it. This is the guy who released biogenetically enhanced mosquitoes down in Florida. I mean, so you have to take these people at face value. They tell you they don't want you to eat beef. Mayor Adams in New York City came out and said they wanted to put a beef ration in. We have a disproportionate amount of New Yorkers that buy our beef. And I don't think it's just because they love prime Texas cattle. By the way, when we say prime, we mean graded prime. So we're not sending it up there because these people know they're already seeing the prices go up. But we're a value to them. They can't believe it. We get phone calls and they say, I can't believe it's actually like, and I go, what do you mean? Well, we're eating it now. I said, yeah, okay, good. That's good. You should save some, by the way. But they said, and then they go, no, but really it's a quality product. And I said, yeah, what did you expect? But we get into a conversation, you find out it's more expensive to get filet mignon in New York City than it is to buy it freeze-dried. And you just think that's insane. But, we're happy to provide that to people because, again, the policies that you see, rice is not sitting on the docks in India because nobody wants rice. It's because the price of fuel is so high because they made environmental policy that was designed to make fuel high. Got it? Cows are at a 70-year low, folks. Beef is we are running out of cows. That's a fact. Dairy cows are at a 20-year low. Yields are at all-time lows that we haven't seen. We're moving back into the World War II at this point. So what is your plan? Well,
what is the plan?
Right. Well, I created a solution to this, and I heartily ask people to go and compare us and compare products, the end price to any other product, and you're gonna be shocked at the value. And I stand behind it. We serve it to our family weekly. We are so committed to the quality in this. And it's just something that I'm proud of. I'm proud of our partnership, and I hope that people go and visit and take a look at the subscription. It makes it something you get extra savings. So on top of your promo code, they can turn around and save extra money by signing up for the subscription and choose what they want to do to get food insurance for their family.
I mean, that's really serious because when you buy this, and I bought this bag myself, I bought it for myself. It's approximately about $100. And basically, that's why it's opened. I tried it. So you get it in the mail and it's freeze dried. So it lasts obviously about 20 years, which is so interesting to me. But you would think that it wouldn't be as precious as it is. And if you look inside, you can say, these are real chunks of beef. You can see them if you look inside. These are
they're hand carved.
Yeah, so
they're hand carved. We're proud of that.
I mean, it's amazing. So you put it in hot water. How do you like to prepare this?
I use beef broth. So we boil beef broth, and then so one of two. Either I'll use so I make my own bouillon, but that sounded so bougie. But I make my own bouillon, and then I like to, if I know I'm going to be using it, I'll actually because my fridge is still working. I'll let it rehydrate overnight in the fridge. So you just cover the portion of whatever you're going to use in broth, and it will never take in. So here's the thing: it's never going to get soggy or anything because it never takes in any more water than was in it prior to being sous vide. So when the freeze dry process started, so that's it. So the cellular structure stays intact. But because we regularly prepare it, because we want to know, most people are going to be preparing it, they're going to have to boil their water. But if you could get bouillon, that's again what we use is a beef broth, and we boil it, put the bowl separate, cover it, the beef till the water's over the beef, portion that you want, and then just 15 minutes later, pull it out, pat it dry. I pull out the largest piece and cut it open. It should be tender and juicy, and if it is, that means it's ready. But again, if takes a couple, 2-3 more minutes. It's nothing wrong. That's you just want to stay within food safety guidelines. But the point is it's never going to change. It's not going to get soggy. It's not going to get weird. And then just pat dry and season it, because it's just beef. That's the only ingredients. We don't add salt. We don't do anything else to it. It's cooked in its own au jus, so it's an open palette for you to complement your meal, whether it be preserves, whether it be other dried goods you have, or hopefully a victory garden that you're pulling fresh foods from. But if you're preparing ahead of time, we believe this is the type of thing. Or if you're using it in an emergency, it sure beats the alternative, I can tell you that. I've eaten MREs for many, many years. You don't want those kinds of things in your body.
So you're saying right now, anywhere we go, we could actually get beef that is lab grown, chicken that's lab grown, and they don't have to tell us.
I'm not 100% sure of which markets it's now in, but I do know that multiple states have had the opportunity to ban it. I believe Missouri was one of them recently, and they refused to pass it through the legislature. When I say ban it, or not ban it, add labels to it, require labeling. In New York City, I know it's not required at all, or all of New York State. I know it's available there. I know it's available in Washington, D.C. I've stopped tracking where it's going, because at this point, I don't believe they're going to tell us. I just believe it's going to start showing up in places. It'll be something that'll seem trendy for a while, like the Impossible Burger that makes men lactate. But this is just one of those things that you're just going to have to pay attention to, and you're going to, at some point, like I said, you're just going to find that people will only go to where they can confirm the source of their food. Just trying to take some of that pressure off of you.
I mean, this is so huge, because people don't realize what's happening in the food industry. And that's why I think it was so important to have you on the show and explain this again and again, because we don't know what we're eating. And I was just looking at a news report from Whole Foods Market, and Whole Foods used to be the standard of health, but then they sold it to the globalist Jeff Bezos. And since Jeff has owned it, it's been shocking. There's actually unidentified manufactured laboratory ingredients in most all of the deli items. And you have to be really careful now what you eat. And so just because I'm in Washington, D.C. since 2021, the caliber of food here is so low. It's so shocking. And anything could be in your beef. And that's why it's so important to buy this beef. And I want you to branch off and do turkey and do everything. I want you to do beef jerky. And I really
beef jerky is a dried meat product. We do freeze dried. However, I can tell you that bison is so close to being available. We have very high standards about how our animals are raised and maintained, and we want to ensure we have the right partnership. And that's not to degrade or anyone, but it's very important to us. And so we take our time. And I think the good takeaway lesson here is, again, your animal proteins, they're so vital. And it's not when these people creating these artificial solutions that they tell us that they're lab grown or fake meat or crickets. What they're talking about is they're talking about the logistics. They're talking about how much effort it takes to move food around the globe and keep it shelf stable. But I don't understand why they haven't just moved to freeze dried. And I think that freeze dried, the reason primarily would be the quality of food that people have seen in the past. And I'm not knocking any one company, but we just saw an opportunity where we believe that people could have a different level of quality, where they could have real meat, where you sit here and when you once it's rehydrated, you look at it and go, oh, I was not expecting that. We've had some journalists do some gotcha articles trying to, and they brought it to parties, and people, oh, it's great. That was great. And then they tell them it's freeze dried and they kind of lose their brains. So it's, we're proud of that. And that's, I think people deserve that. And I think it's a better alternative than eating crickets. And I think that if we could continue to expand this, and if the more people invest in us, the more that we can invest in numerous things, including scaling up to save even more money, to increase production, to expand it and make it available to as many Americans as possible. but also to see this as a viable alternative to the ebb and flow of the food cycles, and a way to balance out a lot of the artificial inflation that we see in food. So I look forward to continuing this conversation. I hope that we can talk again, but primarily, thank you so much for being a great partner of ours. And we just, we appreciate the opportunity to come on and discuss this at any point. But again, I'm not the best salesperson because I'm just direct and honest with people, but it's the way I think we're supposed to act in this world. And it's definitely the way I've always been told to conduct myself. So this is how we do our business. And this is how we intend to continue to support our consumers here in the United States.
I want you to come back on with your wife.
I highly doubt she would do an interview. It's weird. I could barely convince her to talk to me, but I will try that sometime. I think.
Thought you guys do a podcast together.
We do, but it's just her and me.
Okay.
See, it's easier that way. Okay. Hey, thank you so much, Corinne. Thank you. And I just, I don't know who's coming up next for you, but again, just everybody should continue to stay tuned. And this is just great information. And it's anytime you can educate yourself and continue to be armed with information that is factual is an opportunity where you can also change minds. There's so much in the power of the individual.
That is so powerful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you. That is Jason Nelson, and he is the founder of Prepper Beef. And this is the beef. This is what it looks like. This is Prepper Beef. So you go to CorinneUSABeef.com. And you have a URL and you can just buy all of the different sizes of beef you want. But what's so interesting, which Jason Nelson just told us, and which I can confirm 1,000,000%, is that you can actually eat this beef and bring it anywhere you want, to any party, any occasion, and people will really love it. You just have to season it properly because everyone's taste is different. So everyone's going to like the taste of beef for different reasons. And so some people like salty, some people like sweet, but this beef is so incredible and it comes in these incredible chunks. And I find this so fascinating that it is so healthy. The way that this company was put together is so phenomenal. And even the Pocket Fresh, everything is made in the United States of America. And when this beef gets shipped to you, you can just open it up like I did. You just open the top, and then you can put it in hot water, bouillon, soup, any kind of seasoning you want. You can throw it right on your salad. You can throw it on anything you want, and you can eat it straight. You don't have to sit it on a shelf. But if there is an emergency, you're going to want to eat this beef. Let me tell you, the other prepper companies that have meat, you won't like it. So you're going to want to buy a case of this beef because it lasts for 20 years and put it in your RV, in your house, wherever you go around the world. You can put it on your boat. I don't know what your lifestyle is exactly, but I love this beef. The way that it comes packaged, it gets shipped to you direct and it lasts for 20 years, but you put it wherever you want to put it. I mean, look how gorgeous it is, and it smells amazing. I'm telling you, everyone you expose this beef to will love it. And so I'm keeping it, and if I have a huge party I have to go to, I can actually put this in a dish, and no one would know that it's freeze-dried. Everything in this is pure. There's no vaccines. There's no preservatives. Just perfect. And so I want everyone to go to CorinneUSABeef.com and purchase this direct from my website because you really do need this in case of an emergency. Wherever you live in the world, keep some in your car. Everywhere you go in your office, you need to know that if you have to go without electricity, without food for 3 days, at least you'll have this. If you can't get hot water, honestly, all you have to do is soak this and you'll have incredible nutrition and you'll be able to survive and thrive, which is the most important thing to do in an emergency. Of course, I love to tell you about my favorite protein powder. This is another prepper food that I love to talk about. Woohoo! Okay, this is like one of my most favorite things, the Kingdom Fuel. And the way you buy this is you go to Sherwood.tv/CorinneUSA. I love this Kingdom Fuel. I mean, this like gets me through my days. This is like breakfast and dinner, and then I eat lunch because I get so busy trying to plan the highest level news shows for you. So I want to bring in someone right now. This is Michael Proper, and Michael is an expert on decentralization. How are you, Michael?
Life is good. How are you?
I'm so good. I'm live in Washington, D.C. And of course, in Washington, D.C., no one talks about decentralization. That's why I love having you on my show, so you can explain to us exactly what that means.
I'm just going to start a real quick
Because
system.
decentralization potentially could save a lot of people's lives. And the fact is that the more we get centralized, the more we have one world government, the more we lose our freedom. So I think that decentralization, I love it when you get into this. So explain to us what you mean exactly by decentralization.
Decentralization is where an individual can actually own their own identity. And then everything that comes from that individual is actually theirs, whether it's the ability to identify themselves, whether it's the ability to own assets and to transfer assets, whether it's ability to verify who they are, whether it's the ability to literally spend and purchase. Like in the systems that we currently operate on, the way that they actually centralized everything was through commerce. So what they did was they said, hey, different countries use these currencies and internally, and as they use them, in some ways, for instance, with the gold standard, they would basically go and raise treasury bonds, and then from there they would raise other funds that they would issue off of it. And even when they lost the gold standard, they would still go to other countries like Saudi Arabia and say, use the US dollar to be able to purchase these different oils, etc. Most folks don't understand that that's actually shifted, but the net is all around commerce. And so if an individual can actually purchase their own assets and own their own assets, then the systems that we currently have that are centralizing us go away. The real impact will be when people start actually seeing their lives being controlled because of capital controls and these commerce systems going digital. So I've told you this and your listeners before that I personally believe that it wasn't about COVID. It was about a financial reset and digital control. And that's really what this is all about. So if you can give people the ability to own their own identity and to own their own assets, and then, whether you go and get a job based upon verifying who you are, verifying your education, verifying, where you've gone, what you've done, even if you want to get a mortgage, you can validate your income. The financing world is going to just change in a very material way, and they'll end up using these types of systems that are technology systems. So for instance, like if I were to say this dollar that's in my pocket, this $5 here, and it's even got a serial number on it, right? But how many other people have actually touched it? How many other people have spent it? How many other, when was it purchased or when was it minted? So in this new decentralized world, every asset, whether it's a medium of exchange, will absolutely be able to understand all that data. Where did it come from? Who's touched it? Has it had a negative reputation to it? Has it done something that was wrong? You can validate any of those types of things in this new type of system. That's the same thing that's happening with this financial reset and digital control. The concern is you do not want centralized systems controlling the keys. When I say keys, I'm talking encryption keys. And so that's what we're talking about, is how an individual can actually get their own identity. So today you basically get your identity from birth. I'm going to close this door.
Can they turn the internet off? Can they just turn everything off on us right now and disappear our identity?
It's not a matter of turning the internet off, because the internet is just a group of computers. You have to turn all the computers off. That's, people talk about EMPs, and the actual internet was created from the National Science Foundation getting funded from public monies to actually uphold and withstand a nuclear holocaust. So like it's actually, the internet was built to withstand nuclear war. And so let's say that there's massive nuclear war. Let's say that every warhead is used, both ballistic and nuclear, and you know, EMPs are used, everything. Let's just say the worst case scenario of everything. You're still going to have connectivity. You're still going to have communication. They won't be able to take all of it down, even if every single thing is used. So that's not really the concern. And us humans, we're survivors. We'll figure out different ways. We may survive in a very different way. But let's also look at it from a standpoint of, it's not just massive wars, but really what they're doing is they're going to scare us with rumors of wars. And we've heard of wars and rumors of wars. It's the rumors of wars, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt that's just as difficult and concerning as really all these other parts and pieces that we need to be worried about. So once these wars come to an end, kind of like in the Second World War, you have a control base. They're just willing to just say, hey, the war's over. We can be normal. Just like, oh, so we don't have to wear masks anymore. We can actually open the shops back up and go back to normal. You know, it's the same basic principle. And so what if when the war is over, what the message is you can't actually, and actually I need to share this a different way.
Okay.
Oh no.
So deep. So
No,
important.
I'm actually gonna stop this on my side and then start over so I can trash this one later on.
Okay.
Okay.
If you need me to bring in your assets on as a guest,
No, you're just fine. Well, you like sharing screen? Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love when you do that because my producer is always traveling on Mondays, so I usually don't have a producer on Mondays.
Okay.
So I do it myself. So I have to bring guests in and out and do the assets. How does this all tie in to the phone that you created?
Let me once
I
I
am
share this,
still trying to grasp. This is all a test right now to really understand it because I'm getting to the point in my life when I realize that the iPhone needs to be boycotted 100%. Now, I'm going to say this in a really conservative way because I'm not in the mood to get sued by iPhone. But at this point, my best guidance living in Washington, D.C. is that the iPhone is spying on you. And I'm getting crazy text messages that I never sent, that the iPhone is sending to people without my permission. All of my photos, some of them disappear, my videos, the things that I do. The iPhone is very, very dangerous at this point. And I feel like now they're tracking us using the iPhone. And I feel like this was a setup. This whole iPhone, the Apple stuff, the Apple computer, it's time. It was an addiction, honestly. I always wanted the brand new iPhone. I thought it was so cool. It's not cool anymore. And it's time to get unaddicted from this iPhone lifestyle. It's toxic and it could be used against you in federal court, as I've seen happen so many times in the last couple of years. But that's not even the point. The point is that
I'm gonna kick it off on my end. So we're gonna start in 3.
Okay.
2, 1.
You want to get to a system of living where you don't have a phone that tracks you, where you don't have a phone service that spies on you. And that's why all the phones you have, you need to convert them to Android. And this incredible phone, it's called Clearphone. And I'm just learning about this. So bear with me because I want everyone to go to phone123.com. I want everyone to buy this phone. This is my favorite phone. It comes in 2 sizes. And if you use my code CorinneUSA, you'll actually get $100 off when you buy the phone. But that's not even the point. The point is that we are coming on to the November 2024 election cycle. There's rumors of war. Anything can happen. You want a phone that will actually be on your side if anything does happen, and you want phone service at phone123.com that will not spy on you or sell you out to any government agency. And that's what I really love about this phone, Michael, that you've created, the Clearphone. It's incredible.
It really is. It's actually the first decentralized phone humanity's ever had. That's another version of it. There's an Armor phone, a Freedom phone, a Clear phone, and they're all decentralized phones. Most of them are sold out. The only models available are those 2 that you're holding up. But what makes them unique is when you open them up, if you want to open one of them up, you'll actually find that there's an insert that has, open up the 620.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love the 620 because I like big things. This is my iPhone that I'm trying to get unaddicted to. And this is the actual 620.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at my head, look how big this phone is. It makes it so easy for you to get whatever you need done. And I appreciate that. So this is the 620.
That's the largest screen in the world today. It's 7.12-inch screen. And the size on the box is actually the same size as the actual physical phone. So you can see high quality, good batteries, good screens, good storage, good speeds. But ultimately, it's the decentralized side of it that is very unique and important to humanity. So that little piece of paper there, or that on the bottom there, so you can see what makes it unique is instead of logging into Google and Apple and their systems, you actually get 12 words. Now, these are 12 words that are randomly, not just selected. The 12 words actually represent what they call an encryption key or a private key. So you actually write those 12 words down here. There's another little slip inside of it that you also can write it down as well. But when you get these 12 words, you notice on the back, there's a little fingerprint scanner. So it actually links your fingerprint with the 12 words. And so if you ever lose your phone, you basically just grab another phone, put in the 12 words. And here's what's unique. It's not just like a crypto wallet. It's a crypto phone. But when you talk about crypto, it's so much deeper. So for instance, crypto is short for cryptography, which is just math. And as humans, if we intelligently organize and use math, we literally can have our own assets. Yes, it's a big phone there.
That's my problem. I failed in math and I quit algebra, so that's why I have a hard time.
Well, nobody has to. You don't even have to worry about. You don't even have to think. The math is all done for you, and the encryption is done for you. So even though you could light up a bunch of new apps, let's say you have photos or contacts or calendar or notes, or the ability to log in, you don't have to have usernames and passwords anymore. So you literally have those with your fingerprint. Yep.
Right there.
You got it. That's a fingerprint.
Which finger should you use? We're going to have to go over
You
all
can
the
actually
specifics.
input all 10 of your fingers if you wanted to. Literally,
Whoa.
you can input multiple fingers. But what's important is, so think about it this way. Let's fast forward just 1 year from now, because actually on May 5th, 2025, it comes with 5 cameras too, by the way. So let's say May 5th, 2025. So less than a year from now, you must have a real ID.
Yes.
And imagine if you actually don't have a real ID, what's going to happen?
You won't be able to fly.
You won't be able to fly.
else?
You can't go into any federal building. So there's actual documentation that says you can't go into any federal building. What are federal buildings? If a bank is federally insured by the FDIC, the banks are actually a part of that. So today people go into a bank and they get bank account numbers, and then they put their assets inside of those bank accounts. And then they wonder why those assets just disappear. And people think, well, they're not just disappearing for any reason. Maybe I have to pay a utility or a tax or an insurance fee or, and believe it or not, this is all by design. These fees, these elements of how much income do we make? What's the average salary? What's the average income? What's the minimum income? All of these things are by design. And literally it helps people to be able to be a slave as much as they possibly can in the system, so to speak. So it's how much can you pull out of an individual based upon the 24 hours that they have. And that's why when you compare, for instance, in America, they used to look at productivity, at least way before COVID. Productivity levels were very high within America. Yeah, what you're looking at there, those are actually, if you come closer to the screen, you'll see over on your right, the location. So there are different parts of the world from New Zealand, which is where this phone's actually procured out of. It's designed out of Italy, amazing designers, developers out of India. They've developed a lot of different apps that tie to it, as well as marketplaces and elements, support and security out of Canada. And then you've also, it's kind of backwards, but then you've also got US, China elements, but you basically have a worldwide phone that is also works worldwide, and it's unlocked with the GSM networks. So any GSM network in America, the GSM networks is Vodafone or Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T. For instance, you could have, if you keep turning it just a little bit further, no, you had it just right there, what you were showing us. So these are keep turning a little further, right there. So these are actually IMEI numbers. And so if you ever want to work and see if the company is actually a valid company that actually issues their own IMEI numbers, you'll see that they actually truly do make cell phones. So these IMEI numbers are what actually locks in the different GSM networks based upon where you're physically located. So you can have two full phone numbers, AT&T, T-Mobile, and those are both US based. Or let's say our friends, the number one selling market for this phone is actually Australia, believe it or not, because the Australians are the guinea pigs on how this whole system's rolling out. Whether it was with COVID, if you look at what they just did with digital ID, they just passed through Parliament digital ID law, which is literally going to enslave everyone. And people
in Australia.
Yeah. Australia, New Zealand, as well as Canada, these things are hitting first. Why? They're colonial-based countries. And when you really dig into history, you find that, we're all one family. We're one people. Yes, our skin colors may be different. Yes, we may live further away from the equator or closer to it, but we're all the same. We're all humans. We're all brothers and sisters, and we need to operate as one family instead of having the money changers in the middle of it, which is really one of the biggest reasons why foreign exchange is what it is. There's a lot of differences between currencies within countries. Why? Is it because one country is better than another? And when you really dig into different, maybe what I'll do, let's see if I can grab a slide deck real fast.
Yeah, tell me when you're ready. Do you want me to bring it in?
Yeah, there's some wonderful, I'll grab a slide that's directly related.
Is it the central banking system, the central bankers that are the problem? I mean, you don't have to get specific, but is it the central banking system that we need to get away from? What are we trying? What is decentralization exactly? It means that we can do business in our town.
So decentralization is giving the authority to the individuals within communities or within particular regions. You can even talk about it at a country level or at a state level or at a city level. I mean, there's multiple different ecosystems there. Just trying to find a couple slides that'll make a lot of sense.
In the United States of America, I like to talk about it on the county level because it feels like the counties are broken up and that the sheriffs actually in the United States have the most power. That's a topic that I like to talk about a lot on this particular news show because it's very high level, that the sheriffs actually in your county have more power than the federal government does.
That's exactly right. That's what the founding forefathers of the United States of America actually intended to happen. So where the sheriff actually truly has more authority and autonomy than the sitting president. Both of them are somewhat elected positions, but they totally gave the actual authority to the sheriffs. We talk about marshals, which are federal. We talk about police, which are city, but really the autonomy and accountability starts and stops there with the sheriff. Now I'll explain this slide here because most of us in our lifetime on the right, we have basically seen from the 1920s till today, okay, that the United States of America has been the world reserve currency. Now, what that means is they've basically allowed the purchasing of different technologies or anything. You want to buy a couch, you want to buy rocks, it doesn't matter. They used, and mainly it started out with oil, it was what they used for the United States American dollar was purchased on the reserve currency of the US dollar. So, but if you back up, Britain for 105 years actually was the standard before that. France before that for 95 years. Netherlands for 80 years. Spain for 110 and Portugal for 80. So when you kind of look at all of these different countries, and this is just as far back as the research that we did all the way to 1450, but basically these are when they started using different forms of currency. Some were coins, some were sticks, some were like beans, believe it or not. But the question is, what will be the next? And this is just an illustration of something, right? So when we look at things that have happened historically, and this doesn't represent that the Hawaiian ecosystem is going to take over, but this is an example Could it be something different? For instance, the renminbi is really one of the standards that you're seeing. So the Chinese renminbi is one of the standards that you're seeing actually take over like oil. So for instance, oil is now purchased in Taiwan, Japan, Venezuela, the Middle East, all through the Middle East, as well as Russia, all on the renminbi. So think about that.
It's not on the dollar anymore.
Not on the US dollar. And this has been going on since 2017. So this is not like it's a new thing. But the point that I'm trying to articulate here is we in our lifetime just standardized the US dollar as a currency, and we don't understand why other countries would look at it as strong. When you start digging into the International Monetary Fund and the Reserve Bank, as well as the World Bank, those three organizations basically what they do is they block the flow. So think about how many people can actually purchase other countries' currencies. And that's basically how it's limited. So in many ways, it's kind of like the stock market in the United States. If a certain stock drops, not if it goes up, but if it drops a certain dollar amount within a certain time frame, they stop it from trading. If they put it back on and it continues to slide, they take it off and stop it for the full day. And then when you think about it, over the weekends and at night, just in U.S. time zones, they do the same things. But that's not true fair market value. True fair market value is what a willing buyer is willing to pay, regardless of centralized systems. And that's why Lippmann's test with Bitcoin is a perfect example. So when we look at Bitcoin, you basically have, and this represents an amount moved. So this is on average, it's about 14 billion per day is what the credit card systems actually process. So within a 24-hour period. So what this compares is what Bitcoin would actually cost. So about $2,300, maybe $2,400 US equivalent. But the average transaction takes about 10 minutes. Okay, and it's what they call proof of work. Ethereum is a similar blockchain or decentralized technology, but you can actually speed it up by paying what they call gas as a proof of stake, but the average transaction is usually around 3 minutes. You can get it faster if you want to, but we're not talking seconds. And these are the two strongest digital assets in the world today, which, by the way, we're coming up on about 2.5 trillion US dollars in circulation in assets. And then we're coming up on about $2.3 trillion in digital currencies that are out there. So a decade ago, people were like, never going to work. And 2 decades ago, when we started in open source technology, they thought we were absolutely nuts. But open source absolutely has taken over. And when we look at digital assets will take over. And here's an example why. So instead of the 13 or 14 billion over 24 hours costing 2,400 or 26 million, today, literally an average fee of 2.4% for processing fees is $336 million a day is what Visa's basically making top line revenue. That doesn't include their cost to get the Visa network out there. But even if it's half that price, which I don't even think it would be that, if I were to put a number on it, I would think it would probably be about 20, maybe $30 million a day to run everything, all of the Visa tellers, the networks, the back. I mean, it's for it to be much more than that. I can't even fathom it. But the point that I'm trying to articulate is this 3 to 5 seconds settlement is not accurate. The merchant does not get that, even though it gets pulled from the account in real time. It starts the pulling process. And then there's a clawback feature and a rewards and credit feature that also is built in. But it's still $336 million a day compared to like this asset that we were fictitiously talking about with this other ecosystem, where it would be 1/1000th of a cent per transaction, which is less than $1 a day. And there's true full settlement within 3 to 8 seconds. So that's what we call proof of life. So it's actually an individual that's got their identity that's validating who they are. And that's basically what that looks like. Does that make sense to you?
I mean, this is so deep and so important to talk about. I think that it's an endless conversation, but how does this translate into actual real time? What's about to happen in the United States of America?
Well, a lot of that, we can't go and speculate on. What I can tell you is here's an example of a wonderful man. and an example of a plate as well. So you can see this being adopted in real time. And this is a derived key from a private asset. So in other words, and I can actually show you the whole system if you want me to show
Okay.
it time. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just open up a simple browser. I'm going to go to Hawaiian Life because this is one of the rollout ecosystems. Again, there's a lot of validity that needs to be reviewed, but let's say we want to log in here on the phone. You're actually going to go and grab the Life app. So this could be Hawaiian Life, Vanuatu Life, Fiji Life, Tuvalu Life, Saudi Life. But what you do is instead of using username and passwords, you're going to use a scan from the Life app on your phone that's going to automatically log you in real time to a system. So I can come in, now I'm logged in, no usernames, no passwords, but I just use 5-factor authentication. And now I can come into a system that's going to govern myself.
Do you see it on the screen?
Yeah. Are you not?
Okay.
If
Okay.
you're not sharing, you probably not see mine, but if you're sharing yours, you should be able to see it.
Okay. Okay.
So are you okay on your side?
Yeah.
So basically, do you have a license plate number for any of your vehicles?
I do.
Is it a vehicle in the US?
Yes, of course.
What state is it in?
California.
And you really know your license plate number?
I mean, I don't remember it, but why?
So
What would be the point of that?
if you plug it in here,
Okay.
what I'm doing is I'm showing you how this connects up with this.
Okay.
So if you plugged in a plate number that's a current plate number, or if someone just purchased a new vehicle, they would
Okay.
put a VIN number. And what it would do is it would, in effect, it would actually build out, for instance, let's pull open this guy right here. It would give you the ability to actually see. So if you entered in, a number, you would actually see a certain VIN number and a license plate. And then you would be able to see particular details, who owns it. And this is the future. And a lot of people don't understand this, but the digital world is actually how a lot of these future conflicts will actually be fought. And it's going to be based around people's data that they provide. Most of us, for convenience, use Apple and Google, and we give away our privacy for convenience. And we think, it's cool, it's sexy to have an Apple phone. Well, if you really understood what that Apple meant, whole nother conversation. Or they think, everyone has a Gmail account, so I can get rid of my spam and I can get my email and I can do it for free. Well, you're giving away your data. You really are. And then imagine vehicles that all are mandated to actually built in by the end of next year. This is not crazy talk. This is actually passed by Congress and the House and the Senate all into law in the United States of America. Not hypothetical. All vehicles after 2025 must have kill switches. All vehicles must have recording devices. Now, the question is, do we all want to continue just like, before you bumped into Clearphones, you were using an Apple phone. And an Apple phone is the most listening device that you'll ever find in your life. Like, you pay to be listened to. And not only do you not own the device, even though you think you purchased it, you don't own the hardware or the software or the data that you put into it. And in this case, the data, the recordings from this vehicle would actually be yours. So imagine working with vendors that actually accepted payments in this future system that cared about the individual's rights as a human. And I mean, we talk about human violations and all these other Fourth Amendments around privacy and right to travel. But let's say that you want to look at licensing and history, or maybe is it financed, or is it registered, or is it insured? What's the maintenance? What's the status? Is it stolen or not? You can dig into those types of capabilities by just simply logging in with a scan, entering in a plate or a VIN number, and it automatically goes through. And this works in Europe, Asia, as well as the United States of America, or North America, as well as Canada. So not only does assets work with vehicles like that, but currencies, homes, lands, and there's tons more. You can go into certificates, like let's say there's a birth certificate that someone actually wants to issue. Now, it uses a derived key-based system. So if I'm a mother or a father, I would come in and I would actually say, I actually don't want my identity, but I want to validate who I am. And so if you notice this unique key, this is also an encryption key. So this could be represented by 12 words, kind of like what we talked about. But every time you do something, whether it's getting a birth certificate or joining a council, or maybe there's a conflict that's needed, or maybe you want a vehicle, or maybe you want to create a business and you want to create an asset with the business. Let's say that you want to do that. Every single time you do it, you just scan. You don't need to put in all your data. You don't need to put in your usernames and passwords. You don't need to remember all the duplicate stuff, because people spell their names differently. Maybe it's a middle initial instead of a full name. The standards, and it's what we call the Maria Gonzalez problem. There are 24 different Maria Gonzalez's born on the same day in the same Orange County hospital. How does the healthcare industry actually support all of them and maintain records without profiling them or losing them? That's what this solves. So these encryption keys that are derived encryption keys literally give the individual their own ability to actually transact in a world where they can be transparent. And not only that, but talk about votes. I mean, the voting system will literally be, it will absolutely, like, this is a vote. What's this one particular? So this was a name. So you can actually see this was a name on a particular, this was the last part that was in question. So you can see that this vote still goes until the end of the month. So I don't know if you really are getting the grasp of what I'm showing you here, but it's a system where an individual can actually identify themselves, they can validate themselves, they can vote, they can register, they can create a dispute, they can get licenses, certificates, everything. You want a driver's license, you want to register a boat, you want to vote, all of it built into a system that can enable people to govern themselves based upon whatever jurisdiction they want to be in. Now, when we talk about different jurisdictions, the digital world is actually what brings this to humanity. So this is a system that no one owns, no one controls. It's literally kind of like Bitcoin, where it uses a model, and I'm going to try and get back up to this model. It uses a model where you have an access device, and it doesn't have to be just clear phones. Like literally, and I think we can show the phones down here, like these are almost all sold out. So we'll never be able to keep up with the growth. But you've got, the particular phone that you have in your hand right there, it's a $1,200 phone, right? I think if folks buy it from you today, it's like $700, $799, something like that. But the point that I'm trying to make is they have an access device. You can do it off of an Apple phone or off of an Android phone, or you can pick up one of these phones that has the apps all integrated. So it's not just the Life app, but you get a ton of other apps that are actually integrated in. So if you lose your data, it actually comes right back. I'll show you some of the conveniences for that in the future. But the phones connect into a decentralized storage infrastructure where for 17 years we built this operating system. And I'll go ahead and show you. So Clear Center is basically an organization that partnered with Hewlett Packard, and it worked on any other hardware. So whether it was, Supermicro or Dell or you name it, it worked on any x86 or ARM-based architecture, and this was what the operating system looked like. So when you actually jump into it, there's 17 years in development. That has its own marketplace, 135 different apps, over 150 countries with installations. There are over 450,000 installations and 263,000 deployments currently. So the point is this operating system that plugged in on the server side, so this side here, then actually comes and it creates like a decentralized architecture for the storage and the transactions for this ecosystem to actually work. And it's infinity. So it's just like Bitcoin, who started it, who controlled it, but at the same time, can you kill it? And that's basically what this ecosystem represents. So hugely valuable. And I'm going to play this video because this video really summarizes all of it. This is Phil Lane Jr., a wonderful man, heart of gold. And he's actually a hereditary chief, a real hereditary chief. Every one of these logos represents one of those indigenous communities that Phil Lane Jr. just talked about. That Phil Lane Jr. is real. Every word that he spoke was not scripted. Him with that headrest and passing it from generation to generation is very powerful and very meaningful. I've worked with him since 2005. I originally met him within the Hawaiian Islands on the Big Island. When we look at some of the ways this is rolling out, it's rolling out within countries that are actually decentralized. Now, these countries may be countries that are already taken over, and I'll give you some examples. So imagine 200 or 25,000 different islands within the Pacific Ocean, which is actually half of the Earth. So even this map doesn't represent it correctly. But if they actually can live from a decentralized standpoint, they know that these decentralized principles are true and correct. So within the last 2 years, we literally have met with over 21 different countries. Let's see if there's an updated list.
You've met with 21 different countries.
Mm-hmm. And literally these different countries, 7 of them are actually rolling this out. And they'll roll it out in such a fashion that will be very, very disruptive to humanity. And when I speak about—
Whoa, are you allowed to say which countries?
At this stage, for those that have been following us, they already understand what they are.
Okay.
But for those that this may be a new conversation to, it's probably best if they just continue to follow along. But these are countries that actually have usually not a lot of corruption. And what I mean by that is they're accountable to their citizens or their nationals or their residents. And they don't just play to, what's in it for me lately, so to speak. And so what I'm going to go through here is how these different countries can actually come together to provide reputation, identity, payments, assets, land management, and all the details around the individual, but the individual being private still. So again, in that particular region, Micronesian, Melanesian, and Polynesian cultures are there. Some people will say, well, what's the difference? And when you just dig into their history, their genealogy, you'll find there's difference. But when you look at them, they all understand decentralization. As a matter of fact, right here in the middle of this Vanuatu, in their constitution, the word decentralization is spelled out. When you look at some of these other wonderful countries and talk about hearts and unity and caring and doing what's right. So you're seeing different countries, just like in the Second World War, when that was ending, you had the European Union that founded itself with 7 different countries, maybe with 6. So the Pacific Union is doing something similar with different countries that are saying, hey, we will stand up and we will do what is right, where we will actually align our energies and our efforts in how we actually work through currencies and governance. Now, government by itself is actually a form of slavery. But governance, where an individual is accountable to their choices and responsibilities, is super important. So these are basically websites of these different ecosystems that use the same type of technology that I just showed you right here. So imagine all these different countries being able to roll out voting systems overnight. Like, look at, I don't know
Overnight.
Like overnight, like done.
Okay.
Like literally millions of people can turn on every single day and validate their identity and link that to a voting system, which is verified. Whereas today you literally have, and I'm going to be very specific, you have Dominion voting systems within the United States of America, Canada, Australia, as well as New Zealand. And you have elections that are absolutely rigged. And people can say, no, that's not true. But if you really open your eyes and you look at the data, you can see that it is true. And the reason I can sit here and say this to you is because I went to a lot of these systems. I was in New Zealand before the rigging, even during it. It's not like this is the first time it's happened either. But when you start understanding the elections, and this is not just all about elections, but you really, if you're going to live in a republic or a democracy or a monarchy, anything where people's voices matter, that is the power of decentralization. What you're seeing right here, someone to be able to vote on a particular topic. Then this ties into a council meeting, that people can actually vote on. If I, since this is an active one, I could actually log back out.
Okay.
Let's see. This is, well, this, I don't know which council meeting this was on, but I can try and go find it so I can actually show you how it actually worked. So this is
Okay.
what any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to, and they're going to go into council. This was a general council meeting, and people to join a council, it's just as simple as pulling up their Life app and actually just scanning it, and boom.
Their Life app?
Yeah. So like on that phone that you have, there's a Clear Life app.
Okay, where is that? I mean, this is endless topics. These are I have so many questions for you, but I'm trying not to interrupt you because I'm just trying to let you talk. And because people do like to hear, people rant
So
and
like-
ramble. So it's
like
really
this-
important. But this is like a whole universe. This phone
like
seems like it's a whole universe
is.
on its own.
It is. Like, think about it. Is the phone worth never having to worry about a username and password again? If you don't want the centralized systems, it gives you banking, it gives you identity, it gives you jurisdictions. So look at this particular. This is actually a meeting agenda. This is a council meeting. Okay. This is a particular meeting with particular people with a particular agenda and a particular time. They show up. They're all recorded. They're all streamed, and people can say, So this particular topic here was Kamanu, Tom, Mark, and Charles were the presenters. They went through an actual name. You can actually see the recordings of all these meetings. And then any particular topic, you can pull up a video as well as a transcript for each one of them. Let's say that someone says, I actually want to vote on this. They can literally scan it. Like, I'll actually scan it real fast. So I clicked on, I agree with it, thumbs up. I just scanned it, boom. And now you can see, I should have done the thumbs down, but I wonder if it'll let me change it.
These are endless topics. This phone is like a whole universe that I have to try to figure out.
Okay, so now
Yeah.
watch that zero. That zero should actually shift. Notice that? Boom. See that?
Do you want me to bring the guest screen in?
Oh, are you not sharing the guest screen?
No, I was sharing it. I'm not now because it got stuck on a graph. The guest screen got stuck on a graph. Can you see it? It got stuck on the screen. How do we change the guest screen?
Let me see if I can fix it for
Okay,
myself.
so as you explain this stuff to me,
That.
I have so many questions. I'm going to censor myself because I don't want to say anything that would be offensive to anyone. But, I'm in Washington, D.C. documenting the federal government overreach. And I met you about a month ago at the Sheriff's Convention, the Constitutional Sheriff's Convention in Las Vegas. And you handed me 3 phones. And I had no idea what I was getting into. But as I study this, just because.
Do you remember where you and I originally met? When the sheriffs were standing up on their last presentation, I stood up and I said, the very last question, I don't know if you remember this.
I remember it. I videotaped it.
And I said, for 2 days, I've watched you talk about dysfunction in the government, lack of transparency, corruption, financial systems that are melting down, identity that's just, you as sheriffs are actually treating identity right. But one of the biggest topics that I heard talked about was voter fraud. And I'm like, all your solutions, none of your solutions are real solutions, even though I really do. I honor what Clay Clark and what, General Flynn and what all these different folks are trying to do, because they're right with what they're trying to do, but they're just not aware of what can be done. And so my message was, if there was a solution, would you actually be serious? Would you take it serious? Would you actually listen to it? And that's where, you took me serious and you said, hey, I'll follow this. I'll dig in.
I was listening to you and I noticed that everyone in the room, it's not that they were ignoring you. They did not know how to respond because we're all pushed into a certain agenda, which is totally normal and totally healthy. But the agenda we're getting pushed into now is probably going to be selling the Eric Prince phone. We have no problem with Eric Prince, but I feel like there's something way deeper going on with the Clear phone. And so if I was just going to follow what everyone else does, I'd be selling the Eric Prince phone. He's the former founder of BlackRock. Did I say that right? But somehow God introduced me to you and I listened to you and you handed me these phones at General Flynn's movie premiere, and I had no idea what I was getting into. But now that I've begun to study these, believe me, I'm addicted to iPhone. It's like having a drug addiction, okay? I don't have a drug addiction. I'm addicted to my iPhone. I eat with this. I sleep with this. I don't feel safe unless I have this. I have a lot of issues about my safety because a lot of weird stuff happens with Antifa and different things like that in Washington, D.C. My iPhone is my security blanket. So to get me off this phone, to get me onto the Clear phone, it is major. And if I do it, I'm not going to turn back. I want everyone to buy the Clear phone and get the service phone123.com because I know the owner of phone123.com and she's not going to let the feds spy on us. She won't let anything that the federal government is about to do to us happen, which is so important because it's journalists like me, independent journalists, and people around me. We're going to have to expose the election corruption in November 2024. So that's why this phone is key. The Clear phone is key.
Today, and I really believe that she started her service out of the right, true and correct principles. Her intent was totally right.
Phone123.com. So you buy the Clear phone and then you get it started with phone123.com anywhere in the world. You've got to explain to people how to buy the Clear phone because I don't really like to use codes, but I have to have a code. It's Corinne, Corinne USA. Corinne USA. If you use my code on this phone, the 620, not on the Freedom phone, but on the 620, this is the
No, actually, it'll work on all of them. It'll work on all of them now.
So if you use my code, you get what, like $50 off the Freedom phone because this phone is what, 400. And if you use my code on this phone is about 800. You'll get 100 off. The current iPhone that my company wants me to upgrade to is what, $1,500, which is just a waste of money at this time. And I think it's time to detox from the iPhone because the iPhone is out of control. Every day I turn it on, it says different weird stuff to me. It's tracking me. It starts talking to me. I was driving and it started talking to me and saying, "You're going home now." I'm like, I'm not going home. My home is not even in the state. The iPhone started talking to me. I've had the weirdest experiences with the iPhone. It keeps on asking me to punch in my health, to give my doctor's addresses. The iPhone is out of control. We all need to stop using the iPhone. It's an emergency. You need to convert to the Clear phone right now and get phone123.com. You buy the Clear phone. How do we buy the Clear phone, Michael? Explain it.
For it's streaming at the bottom. So it's basically clear.store and then the discount /Korean USA. You can also just, if you want, I can throw up a.
Throw it up.
I'll throw
It's
up
so much easier. Just make it simple because a lot of people can't even spell my name.
There's a QR.
Corinne.
There's a-
Corinne. It's so hard to do things with
You know what's
codes.
funny? I
Plus, it
actually
makes me sound cheap, honestly. Use my code. It sounds a little cheap, but you do
they
get a
save-
discount.
save their money. So, and it's a way to be able to market. We don't market through Super Bowl ads. We don't market through the normal billboards. We market through people like you that are actually like, I want to help other people to solve the issues for humanity. And this isn't just your individual privacy. This is a system for the future of humanity to literally replace the financial systems, the identity systems, land management systems, the dispute systems. And it doesn't have to replace them in such a way where the current systems actually fall on their face. You can still keep the current systems up because you just base them off of one another. But instead of doing a physical dollar value, that could be 1-to-1 with the US dollar. So it doesn't have to deplete the value of the US dollar. But what it does do is it'll actually convert it so that it, instead of using the SWIFT and the wire systems, you can do transfers in real time. So the people that are working hard with the families, let's say they go to Mexico or they go to the US or they go to New Zealand or they go to Hawaii, and they literally are working hard and they're sending money back home to the Philippines or Indonesia. You see it all over the place. Why is that? It's because the foreign exchange systems. It's these secret combinations. I'm going to pull up another slide that'll make a lot of sense for these secret combinations.
Okay, so what you're saying is that when people convert to this phone, the Clear phone, that they can transfer money like Zelle and not get charged for the money transfer? What are you saying exactly?
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's actually the future of the financial system, like literally real-time value exchange and transfer. I'll go ahead and make that big again. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to share a screen that's going to go through the particular topics of what we're discussing right now. Because it's like, okay, well, what's really the problem? Who cares? It's not the end of the world. You know, I'm actually going to go through.
I mean, this is just, I could talk for hours and hours and hours about this. We might have to do a marathon one day when, you know, we both have the energy. But the bottom line is that this phone converting to the clear phone is like a whole new universe.
Are you
all new
seeing
potential.
Are you seeing the screen that I'm sharing on your side?
Yeah, it has both of us in it.
I've got just my screen that I'm sharing. So I want to make sure that you can click on my screen and share it with your listeners.
Okay.
Can you see that? It should say media, COVID, climate, elections, surveillance, money. Do you see that? No? Let me try and get it for you. Yeah, if you click on, you see over here on your left, if you click on this and you allow, it's still grayed out. Like where you add in new guests, you're going to add in my screen for your viewers. There you go. There you go. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over to this. So now you should be able to see something that starts with media. These are secret combinations. So whether we're talking about health or surveillance or money, these are different ecosystems that have different combinations. So banking, you know, healthcare, big tech, media, oil, and they all come together in certain ways. Like I've been to Davos, I've been to the World Economic Forum, because I wouldn't dedicate my life to building something that is the alternative to these secret centralized combinations if I didn't really believe that they were there.
Wait, go slower. So you went to the World Economic Forum and you found out from experience that there's something bizarre going on with those people. They're trying to control us.
I've got crazy videos of different things. You know, is there something wrong with them? I think there's something wrong with all of us in one way or another, but the way that they're coming together in class distinctions and controlling others is wrong. We're one world and one family, and we should not stand by and say, you know what, genocide is okay. And you can say, well, no, there's nobody that's done any genocide, but I would argue that there are a lot. And all you have to do is look around, look at Gaddafi, look at what happened in Iraq, look at what's happening in Africa. These are different ecosystems that literally, if the leaders get on board, they're in. If they don't, they're not. And what's sad is these secret combinations are very real. And when they come together, they can actually take over governments. So down in the bottom right, you see them taking over governments, and how they do it is with the voting systems. So what you end up with is on the left, all these different combinations that are working in together, and then they basically can impact governments. And so on the right, you see governments that actually create currencies and monetary policy that's pushed through the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that then ties to the World Bank, as well as the Reserve, the Federal Reserve. All of these things are all funding in cahoots. It's like, ask some simple questions. This particular data is like 4 years old. You know, we've been doing this for 15 years. This is not just the first time that we've articulated what the problem is, but what we can tell you is the solution is decentralization. The ability for the individual to own their own identity, their own ability to have assets, their own ability to have a voice, their own ability to prove who they are, their own ability to actually vote. These are massive, massive, important parts of humanity. And this is not just about selling some phone. The phone is an enabler for us to be able to understand the systems to then build a model that can go on in perpetuity for like literally infinity. And when we talk about that, I mean, when we say, I think there's a model right here. So when we go back over to this little chart, because this chart spells it out, this simple chart, it's literally a model where the individual can actually connect to decentralized storage and transactions and then own its own systems. And
I don't know if your assets are working this time. I'm not seeing the assets working properly.
Yeah, they're working great on my side, but
okay.
Yeah.
I hope they're working. I'm looking on the Rumble on one of my phones and I'm not seeing them, but I want to say my live chat loves you. I want to say hi to S Medium 1. How are you? Thank you for joining the chat. It's really good when people join the chat. He's asking you about Bitcoin. Can you use this phone to control your Bitcoin?
Yeah. So there's a wallet built into the phones. Let's see if I can find an example.
So there's a wallet in the phone. It's not the iPhone wallet. It's not the Samsung wallet. It's a wallet that your company created.
Well, there's multiple companies. So let me kind of back out and go into the companies. So the companies that I work with are what we call the clear companies, and they do different things. So the current ones that are live is the Clear Foundation, which focuses on software and systems and architecture and licensing. So it's open source based. Then the Clear Center is focused on storage. You can kind of see the products and the different websites here. These are fully released products and fully profitable ecosystem there. You can see Clear Cellular, which also has its own products that are released, not all of them, but you can see that some of them are. And the phones are actually from Clear Cellular. And then you can see Clear United, where they're basically people telling people, kind of like what you're doing here, and then the software side of it. And this is something that we have not released to the general populace, but it is a replacement for Google, whether it's Google Mail, Calendar, Contacts, Messaging, Docs, Slides, as well as a Zoom replacement. So kind of like the technology we're currently on. And you can see these different ecosystems, in depth. There's also an amazing video that talks about decentralization here. You can see how it actually compares with the different competitors that are out there. So again, we're focused on, not centralized systems, but decentralized systems, and not big tech, but open source based tech. So this is how the different features of the products compare with big tech that's out there. So we directly replace, like, the biggest thing that people use, believe it or not, nowadays is a form of communication around messaging. Some people say, well, I use email and all these others, but this is purely private, so to speak. And we stand on other open technologies that are out there, like the Signal Foundation. What they've built is great, but you also want to take it to a standpoint where it's not necessarily tied to a particular number, and it can be tied to an individual based upon those encryption keys and derived keys. So this is just one vendor with Apple. Then you can see Google. Then you can see Amazon. Then you can see Facebook, Microsoft, IBM, GoDaddy, etc. So these are all the different revenues, all of the different market caps, all the employees. And what you see is literally with less than 100 people and a market cap where we internally funded everything that you see. So we're not a part of the cabal. We're not a part of the secret combinations. We're not a part of the World Economic Forum. We're not a part of any of them. We're not owned by BlackRock. We're not owned by any of the ecosystems that are even affiliated with it. We literally are just, mothers and fathers and technologists and teachers and legal folks that just come together and say, there's a better way. This is crazy. And that's really how a lot of these systems can actually get grassroots, adoption and systems. But we've been doing this for literally 15 years on this decentralized side of it. So when you kind of back into it, you can see the timeline of when it actually started over here to 2019, all the way over to where we are today. And you'll see some amazing announcements in November. Actually, we're working on it before November, but you'll see some amazing announcements there. But this is what's already been done here. So the companies that we just reviewed, and then there's some amazing stuff in the future. So energy is actually decentralized. It totally is. Health should be decentralized. It shouldn't be centralized. The individual should actually own their own identity, their own health, their own data. The individual's body knows more about their body than any kind of physician or system that's out there. We can say this because we actually managed, before this decentralized timeline, going back 15 years prior to this, we actually managed centralized systems. And that's one of the reasons why we know decentralization is a true and correct principle, especially when it talks about rolling it out within technology, et cetera. So these are companies that we've purchased over the years, some of them public, some of them private, some of them in health, some of them in technology around storage, et cetera. Amazing team members with hearts that they're for others before self. And, most of them, I'm one that is kind of in the forefront, but there are very intelligent and caring people behind the scenes that don't want to be in the forefront.
Behind the scenes of the Clear company.
Yeah, well, the clear companies, there's lots of them, so you can kind of see them all up here. These are different companies,
I
and when
don't
you
think that your assets are working this time. I hope they are. I hope I'm
we're
wrong.
working on my side, but
Okay, so Nonstop Sherry is saying the screen you're sharing is black. It's not working for this show. My chat's saying the screen's not working.
yeah.
It's
So
okay.
all you have to do is click on. Let me see if I can get. There's you on your side. You have my screen that's sharing, but you've got to enable it. So
I did. I enabled it.
Okay, so I'll leave it like this, and maybe if it locks up again, just let me know, because it's really important for your viewers to actually see this.
I know this time the screen's not working properly, but hopefully in the
This
future.
this goes through. I'll actually turn the stream stuff off.
I think that it's very important for people to look you in the eyes. I think it's very important for people to understand who you are, because there is going to be another option for phone usage, which will be, the Eric Prince phone, which is totally fine for certain people, but for what, your purposes, what should be accomplished on planet Earth, this clear phone is amazing, and there's nothing that can compete with it. And so it just takes me a lot of time to do the research, because I don't sell products. Actually, I'm a real journalist. I do really hard news. The kind of stuff I report about. I report about everything that's banned and censored. So my next guest, we talk about very high level stuff. The person before you, I talk about very high level stuff. The bottom line is that I'm dedicated to the clear phone, because I feel like God is watching us, and this phone, when I look in your eyes, I see how genuine you are, and I'm going to put you through like tests and hurdles. I'm not going to recommend anything unless I actually use it and I back it up. And I'm using the clear phone, and I'm going to hook it up to phone123.com. So you drop all the phones you have and you change them to the clear phone. And you can use my code Corinne USA. If you can spell my name, CORINNE USA, you can get a discount when you buy the clear phone. And it would help me, because that's how I support my journalism, is to sell products like this. But this is really serious. This is life-changing. And if something happens in November 2024, I think that's going to make it so that you guys realize how important the clear phone is, because this is probably going to be the way that we communicate with phone123.com. So you go to phone123.com, and then you go to clear.store. Use my code if you want to. You don't have to. And you switch your phone service to phone123.com using the clear phone. And there's two sizes. This is the smaller size, and this is the larger size. The 620 is larger. Did I say that properly?
Yeah, you did. That's exactly right. There's a 624 version that actually has an updated software stack on it, and they can literally just plug in your code right down here. So super simple. And then it just
I have a dumb question really fast. If we showed the IME number, does that mean that someone can hack the phone now if I show the IME number?
No.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, what's crazy is your IMEI number is actually linked to your account when you verify it with Google. And then every time you do that, they link you behind the scenes. So if you literally log into Google, it knows what IMEI number is. So they actually map your MAC address on your your PC devices, so a laptop or a desktop, and then they link your IMEI number, and they're linking them all behind the scenes. If they're
when you get banned on X, or when you get banned on social medias like Facebook, they do it through your IME number. Did I say that right?
That's one of the ways that they can actually link it together. Now, I'm not purporting that this guy is just an amazing guy. So what I'm showing is a book called Tools and Weapons by Brad Smith. It was actually forwarded by Bill Gates. This guy was the chief legal counsel for Microsoft, and he talks a lot about the history of open source in New Zealand and how things won and how it shifted, and then how they actually get FISA requests that basically says this person with this name and this number and this XYZ, we want to know everything about them. And he's really honest. So Brad is actually honest as the chief legal counsel of Microsoft. Now, this is probably, 6-7 years ago, but he comes out and spells it out and says, when Microsoft gets it, when Facebook gets it, when Google gets it, when Amazon gets it, they have to actually provide this data, or the government comes after them and holds them accountable. And then they can't provide notice to the actual individuals that they're profiling the data for. So if you don't believe me, go and grab this book, Tools and Weapons, and literally you may understand. It is forwarded by Bill Gates. And I'm not one that just throws people under the bus because of, their affiliations, etc. Because I really believe that his intentions were actually true and correct, but he was on the ride. So if you notice right here, it says there's no Bill Gates. On here, it says there's Bill Gates, forwarded by Bill Gates. So if you don't believe me, just go and read this book. Your listeners would really benefit from reading this book. You can get it on soft copy, you can get it on, Amazon, wherever, but very, very important. This is one of the earlier versions of it, but it's New York Times bestseller, and they're actually being honest. So it's like the canary in the coal mine. I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase, but if people tell you that, hey, if the canary's dead, then there's a problem. And so they're spelling it out before things actually happen. And you see this common within Hollywood and other places, but the technology side of this issue, it's not a privacy topic. Like, people think that they can just go and hide from this. You're not going to be able to. You have to roll out a new system. You have to roll out an ecosystem that the whole world will actually get behind, that different cultures and people and tongue and nations will actually understand that digital ownership is important for humanity. It's a human right. It's a gift. The ability to travel this amazing earth. We're not just born in one place. We literally are all stewards over this earth. And if we care about one another above just caring about ourselves, we can actually better humanity. Some of us may have conflicts along the way. And I'm not saying that my world's perfect by any means, but I can say that by the time I take my last breath, hopefully there's another alternative for future generations. And they're not just stuck in the existing environment where you have colonial law that has taken over law of the sea and law of the land and law of the air, which are gifts. This earth is a gift for us to live on, not something that we just rape and pillage the minerals and elements that come out of it for our individual gain. It's for everyone's gain. And that's one thing that the folks in the Pacific, in their core, in the beings that they are, they understand that. I would even say South America as well. So that's why you see this rolling out within the different countries. There's a phase 1, phase 2, and then you'll see other elements to it. But to go back to your listener's question around Bitcoin, there actually is an ability. So let's jump back into here. There is an ability. So here you can kind of see the wallet technology. So you get the 12 words. You're either rebuilding a prior phone, you're building a new phone, you get your 12 words, or you have 12 words. And then in here, there's actually, so this Hawaiian ecosystem doesn't have the Bitcoin or Ethereum type assets, but there is a technology on the Android side of it that does. And so you can have multiple wallets and multiple assets. Inside of those, I'll actually see if I can pull open. Inside of those, you'll basically see, we're going to go to services, we're going to go to wallet. You're going to see a savings. Let's see. Yeah.
Okay, this is in the phone.
Yeah, so this is actually inside of the phone that you have.
Okay.
So you can see here, these are real-time assets. This is actually a savings asset. Notice how this says checking here, and this says savings.
Okay.
So you basically see that you can have different assets. So this is Bitcoin, this is Ethereum. So you can see that but these are slow assets that what we categorize as savings assets. So they're not real time. You can't run a real time economy on it. You can't go and say, I want to buy a gallon of milk and check out, and 2 seconds later have it fully settled. So this wallet has all that, and the Android-based versions of them do. And so, folks that actually want to try and figure this out on their own, they can go to clearos.app.
I mean, this is a whole universe.
Yeah, you got it. What you're looking at now is actually the ClearOS mobile marketplace. And when you jump into the actual marketplace, you will see there are tons of apps. These first ones are actually decentralized apps. So this is the communication platform, contacts, calendar. So if people have an Android phone, they can actually use these apps, snag these apps. They don't have to buy a Clear phone. They don't have to buy an Armor phone. They don't have to buy a Freedom phone. These are decentralized apps. And then these are 250 plus thousand apps from different vendors from around the world inside of the Android ecosystem. So you want Google, go for it. There's a couple steps that you have to do to turn on to Google, and then you literally, you understand that you're linking up your IMEI number with your Google identifier number, and it pops out another unique number. That's the same way that they're tracking you is the same way that we get them to stop using derived keys.
Okay, so when you get the Clear phone, it is de-Googled, or do you have to pay to have it de-Googled?
No, it's already, so when you grab the Clear phone, when you grab the Clear phone, you can actually get two versions of it. One that comes with Google and one that comes without Google. And to be honest with you, what I would recommend is you get the one that's with Google, because you actually have to still turn it on. So some people are like, I don't want Google. And then they get it and they're like, oh, but I actually have my email and my contacts and they haven't moved over yet. So get the one that has Google, and then there's a step to go into Clear Life, and you basically turn on. I'll see if I can pull up Clear Life for you.
Will you get your own email from Clear Life?
Now that's one of the things that we were. So here, I'll pull up another. Let's
So
see.
you still have to use the Google email.
That's software. So today you do need to use the Google email. But what I'm showing you here, not only is this project management for the future, but it also is mail, calendar, contacts, docs, slides, sheet. It's 13 powerful apps, all built around a decentralized system. So this is the new mail system here. So literally, this is email. And there's some complexities to launching this. We need to put a couple more points before this actually goes live. But the calendaring system, the contact system, and what's neat is the calendaring and the contacts is integrated into a system that's like Zoom, but it can also do things that are actually providing, for instance, let's say that one of the services within this digital world is actually around dispute resolution. So someone can literally say, you know what, new class action lawsuit, and anybody and their dog that wants to jump into it, they can jump into it. They literally can register a new suit. And then other people can cryptographically come into it and say, this was my experience. And then it goes through the process. And when there's a payout, the people can actually get paid. So it's not just, can they anonymously be involved in it? So for instance, these suits are private, these suits are public. So it's massive from a standpoint of the actual suits can be delivered based upon a jurisdiction that is in the digital ecosystem, and these countries just adopt that jurisdiction. For instance, how many of us didn't ever go to court at all? How many of us that went to court didn't go digitally until COVID? Again, it's not about a virus, it's about a financial reset and digital control. And the digital control is, now you actually want to go get a driver's license, you have to wait in line and fill this out this way online. And if you don't have these documents, you can't even get in line. So it's literally, they're changing the way that the digital world drives the physical world, and it should be the other way around. Us in the physical world should be able to leverage technology for a better experience that doesn't control humanity. And this dispute resolution around these conferencing actually does that. So imagine a moderator or a mediator or an arbitrator comes in and they have party A and party B. They can put them in their own rooms. They can go through a process to say, what happened? Let me hear you out. And it's not this emotional mess where party A and party B are, yelling at each other. You've seen Judge Judy. You've seen some of the issues. So the point is, this system solves it. So when we look at some of the video conferencing, and this was a gentleman named Jerry, amazing man. He spent about $10 million and his life on this. Like literally, he worked himself to death. Like I talked to him the night before he took his last breath, heart of gold. And he built this technology and literally gave it to us months before he passed away. And
what year was that?
This was 2.5 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
So a wonderful gentleman, but it's, and not only that, but he spent his life dedicated to the future. He wanted to actually have things work better and not be controlled, so to speak. So that's part of the technology when you talk about email and calendar and contacts. And the emails will be based upon simple scans. It's not the same kind of mess today, but they'll be decentralized. So your authentication process will follow those same things. So we've talked
Okay.
about a lot of things today. I probably,
Yes.
I don't know if we've confused your listeners, but
Come back next time because this is an endless topic of discussion. To buy the Freedom phone, which is the smaller version, or to buy the 620. And now you're saying there's another size. So you go to clear.store, use my code CorinneUSA, or don't use my code, do whatever you want to do. But buy this phone and hook it up to phone123.com. That's how we need to actually function in our cellular phone world now, because November's coming fast. Phone123.com and the Clear phone. Did I say that right?
you got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for helping to drive the awareness. That's historically, these phones have just sold themselves. We haven't been able to keep them in inventory. But it's really important, not just for people to understand that there's these phones that are options and available, but that there's a new way for humanity to actually take ownership of its own identity and its own life and its own voice, without just saying, okay, we'll go ahead and live the American dream and buy a house and go through their credit system and go through their banking system and go through their slavery system, and then literally be a part of the insurance and the pharmaceuticals and all these things that they want us just to basically be living for their system, not for peace and joy and family and time and relationships, but because of these ecosystems that are literally doing class distinction. These secret organizations are creating class distinctions. I mean, how can it get into a human mind to say, well, it's okay for genocide? I mean, the COVID vaccine was not one of the first things. I'm not saying, and for those listeners that believe that the vaccine actually worked, I'm not saying that anything about this latest issue. What I will say is there has been sterilization proven within indigenous communities, within needles that get poked into them. I'm not saying what was in it, what wasn't in it, but we can't just sit by and let these types of things happen to our brothers and sisters that are here on earth. I don't care if
Perfect.
they're yellow or brown or black. We're all the same, and we need to start seeing each other as the same. And
Thank you so much. That's so beautiful, Michael.
I'll talk to you
Please
later.
come back. We have endless discussion on the topic of decentralization and buying the Clear phone.
Thank you so much, Corinne.
God bless you. Peace. So important to understand that the phone, this is my iPhone, time to get rid of the iPhones. They are spying on you, and time to switch all your service to phone123.com. Phone123.com is the key. And then you get the Clear phone. It comes in multiple sizes and it's incredible. Use my code CorinneUSA and get the discount. I want to bring in my next guest who excites me so much. His name is Dr. Joe. How are you?
I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm so good. It's so good to finally have you on the show because the topic we're going to talk about right now is so I don't even know how to say it. It's censored. It's controversial. We have to be careful what we say. I have to censor myself, which I'm not used to because Miller founded America Happens. So we're not censored, but
Right.
We're talking about chlorine dioxide.
Yes.
Did I say it right?
You did. Chlorine dioxide, ClO2.
We're
It's
talking
one
about
molecule of chlorine and 2 molecules of oxygen.
talking about ClO2. You got to give me the words.
Yep, that's yes. It's it's the way I found this project was through an old business partner of mine who bought his way into a water purification company, and chlorine dioxide is probably the best way to purify water, and they've known about it for over 100 years.
Okay. Did the founder of chlorine dioxide end up in a jail or a prison? Is there anything that we need to know on that aspect?
Well, there is a tangent with the molecule where there are some people that have run amok of the law and are no longer what we would consider to be free. So I don't know
I
where
mean,
there you are.
okay, that's really, I don't even know how to explain that.
Yeah, I'll
So,
do it. I'll do
okay,
it.
explain it. Yeah, explain it. I'm gonna go get my box and I'm gonna show it to people, not the box, but inside the box. I'm gonna show it.
Okay, no worries. Well, the water purification side of things, when water is purified with chlorine, which is typically what most water plants do, there are disinfection byproducts, which is the chlorine molecule combining with organics that are in the source water. And those disinfection byproducts are carcinogenic to humans over time. When you remove chlorine from water purification streams and you replace it with chlorine dioxide, the disinfection byproducts go to zero, because there's no free chlorine in the immediate environment of where the water purification is happening. So without the free chlorine, there's no formation of the disinfection byproducts, and you don't have carcinogens in your water that you're sending out to your customers and users. Chlorine dioxide has been around for over 100 years. The difficulties with chlorine dioxide is you have to generate it right before you use it, because it's a gas and it will off gas and come out of the liquid. So the challenge has been to have a chlorine dioxide generator that is operating properly, where you start with 2 or 3 hazardous ingredients and you have to get them balanced so that the generator is using those starting materials in the right form to generate the chlorine dioxide in the right concentration to get water disinfection safely. And if those hazardous materials, those starting materials, get out of balance, then the chlorine dioxide concentration gets too high and you can have an explosion. So you can see why the early use of chlorine dioxide was difficult in the water purification industry, because these early chlorine dioxide generators would create too much and it would explode. So that's the whole synopsis history of chlorine dioxide in water purification. The generators are getting better, and there are also different ways of making chlorine dioxide. The one that I have been involved with is based out of the Netherlands, and it's a 2-powder product. And it just, it comes packaged in a red can and a blue can, just like this. And
Can I show mine?
Yes, you can. The
Okay.
component A is sodium chlorite, and the component B is sodium bisulfate. So basically what it is for the chemistry folks in the audience, and I don't know what the audience is, so I'll try not to use any jargon, but you're acidifying the sodium chlorite. So the sodium bisulfate is the mild acid, and it's used even in the baking industry. So the real dangerous part of this mix is the red labeled bottle, the sodium chlorite. And the company has these pre-mixed, so all you got to do is fill up a certain bottle to a certain volume. The one we're showing you makes 1 liter of a concentrate, which is 3,000 parts per million chlorine dioxide. And it is ultra pure, so it's 99.99% chlorine dioxide. And when you're dealing with that pure of a product, you eliminate a lot of the other pitfalls of lesser quality products. If you get on your favorite search engine, hearing just the last part of Michael Proper's show, I won't use the word anymore, but get on your favorite preferred search engine and you search for chlorine dioxide, you'll find there are hundreds of different products available online. If you want
Yes.
to know that I use, Corinne will tell you how to find that information. When I say the brand name online, the guys over in the Netherlands really don't like it. They want to be in the water purification business and the water purification business only. So what I talk about is chlorine dioxide as an oxidative therapy. And as an oxidative therapy, that means it can help the immune system to eliminate things that aren't supposed to be in your body. There is another compound that's very similar to chlorine dioxide solution that has been called MMS, Miracle Mineral Solution. And there was a pastor, Jim Hummel, who used this solution all over the world to create better lives in people that had infectious disease. And when he came back to the United States and he made claims against curing things, the FDA came down on him hard. And it's Jim Hummel and his associates, some of which that have lost their personal freedoms because they were told to stop making claims and stop selling MMS as a cure for different things. And well, as a pastor, he saw chlorine dioxide as a gift from God, as do I. And it's supposed to be used to improve the lot of the humans on the face of this earth to try to improve lives, health, and happiness. And with that, there is a publication that you can contact me, and I'm happy to provide it. I'm not telling you anything that's coming off the top of my head. It's all backed up. And I guess I should have said this originally. My name is Dr. Joe Newsma. I have 36 years in toxicology and 26 years in human risk assessment. I've made a good living in pharmaceuticals, mostly on the employee safety side. I have been in charge of saying how much of a chemical someone can be exposed to during the manufacturing process before there's any increased risk of adverse effects. So I've been doing that. And then I've also been doing lots of other pharmaceutical related safety stuff for a long time, for decades. And the water purification company was just a tangent that I found. And the more I learned about chlorine dioxide, CDS, the more I realized that people need to hear about this because there's an ebook written by a guy by the name of Brian Stone, who summarizes the work done by Jim Hummel and the work done by Andreas Kalker. Andreas Kalker is a PhD scientist over in Eastern Europe who's been specifically doing chlorine dioxide research for over 20 years. During the pandemic, Andreas Kalker was behind clinical trials of chlorine dioxide, and he had a 100% cure rate for people who had COVID in his studies. 100% cure rate with 0 fatalities. So something has to be going on here.
That is huge.
It's very huge. In just my little world of water purification, there was a community of probably about 150 to 180 mobile homes down in Florida, 55 and over community that they were purifying their water with chlorine dioxide. And during the entire pandemic, they didn't have a single confirmed case of COVID, not one, in a high-risk population over 55. So just having chlorine dioxide in your water supplies provides an ultimate safety net against all of this infectious garbage that's going to start being aimed at the human population. If you think COVID is the last, crawl back under your rock, because it isn't. Now they're talking up the chicken flu, the bird flu. That's H1N1. Guess what? Chlorine dioxide kills it. Chlorine dioxide kills it easily. Remember way back when, about the 2000-ish, where some psychopath mailed anthrax to the government buildings in Washington, D.C.? They cleaned that up with chlorine dioxide. The United States military has been using chlorine dioxide against hemorrhagic fever viruses for decades. You may also know that as Ebola virus, hantavirus, Marburg, all of those very lethal and very infectious viruses that make you bleed out of every orifice and liquefy your insides, that they tell you in the media that are incurable, chlorine dioxide will kill it. There is not a known bacteria, virus, mold, mildew, fungus on this planet that chlorine dioxide won't kill. That's how good this molecule is.
That is so powerful.
So that's where we're coming from. So you
How
got
how do
MMS
people
and you got chlorine
buy it?
dioxide, and there's very complicated ways to make this. And if you get a hold of me and ask for the ebook by Brian Stone, happy to send it to you. And if Corinne says it's okay, I'll give you my email address. And in that book, Andreas Kalker tells you how to make your own, but it's very difficult. You better have some chemistry background, and it's just
I
you
wouldn't make your own
I
because
would make your own
I
either.
I
The one
called you
that I
desperate.
recommend.
Well, I called you desperate because I was taking chlorine dioxide. It was, and I wasn't having the right combination, and I was throwing up and going to the bathroom.
Yeah, I
So
remember that story.
yeah, you have to get me on the right amount.
See, the
If
difference is
someone wants to meet you, though, Dr. Joe, they're going to have to text me at 917-287-1314, 917-287-1314. Or do you have a website?
I do, superiortoxicology.com.
Okay. Superiortoxicology.com. Just say that you saw him
Yes.
talking on
Definitely let
There
me know that you
Happens
came in
with
through
Corinne.
Corinne.
superiortoxicology.com, because you have to weed through the people that contact you to
Right.
make sure there's no funny business going on.
Oh, absolutely. I talk to everybody that before I recommend or even give the brand name out. Yeah, and it's the chlorine dioxide is only half the story. It's the oxidative therapy, and the other half of the story is the antioxidative therapy. And chlorine dioxide will kill the spike protein. The spike protein that's programmed by just billions of copies in the vax. And we all know that vaccine caused problems for a lot of people, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people are still suffering. Either you got COVID and you're suffering, or you got a vaccine and you're suffering, or you got long COVID and you're suffering. Chlorine dioxide has a very good chance of alleviating some of those conditions. And I'd like to talk to you about it if that's what's going on, because there's a chance it could help. And what chlorine dioxide does is it works in conjunction with your body to clear out toxins that shouldn't be there. And the overload of your body with toxins from everyday life, you breathe them in, you eat them, you get them in the water, you get them as an exposure in environment, it comes from everywhere. And these toxins will build up and change the way your body works. Okay, so it has a pathophysiologic effect. That's the fancy medical word for things aren't working the way they're supposed to. And when you have something like chlorine dioxide working in your favor, whether it's through water purification or other protocols, then you help your body eliminate stuff that's not supposed to be there. And when your body doesn't have to fight those daily firefights anymore, it frees up resources to do what your body is naturally designed to do, which is heal. And I think in today's world, and you're seeing it in the post-vaccination world, the turbo cancers are coming on like crazy. And I think those turbo cancers are almost 100% toxic exposure. And if
You don't
can
think they're
eliminate-
G55G?
What's that?
Do you think they're linked to G55G, the G55G?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. It's that the 5G, it's just another energy field, but what it vibrates at the certain point with the human body that it creates inflammation and irritation. So just like any other toxin that creates inflammation, which is exactly what the vaccine did, the cellular health is at stake. and it can survive only as long as the bucket of cellular defenses has something in it to fight. And then when that bucket of cellular defenses has been depleted, it's empty, you're tired, whatever it is, then those critical effects start happening to membranes, enzymes, cellular organelles. And when your cells start to get behind in that battle and your cells start to die, if enough cells die, then a tissue dies. And if enough tissue dies, then an organ dies. And if an organ dies, that's when hosts, humans, people start to die. But if you can stay ahead of that inflammation and reactive the reactive oxygen species process, you have a chance. And if you combine an oxidative therapy like chlorine dioxide solution with an antioxidative solution, then you can stay on this rock a lot longer than what some people may want you to be on this rock for. My 84-year-old mother has been using these two products, and she hasn't been sick a day in the last probably 7 years. So, and she's active. She drives, she's out in the community, she bowls a couple times a week. So she's with people, and there has been no illness. So there's something to be said for the oxidative therapy, which is the chlorine dioxide product, and the antioxidative therapy. The one I like a lot is actually a C60 product. It's carbon 60. That's the best antioxidant on the planet. Again, this market is buyer beware, because you can get a lot of crappy carbon 60 products. If they don't use pure carbon 60 and it's processed with solvents, there's going to be toxicities. And when you use your search engine of choice and you type in carbon 60, you will find hit pieces specifically designed to say carbon 60 is toxic. You're going to get hurt on that. And I'm happy to answer all those questions. I do it all the time. The one that I use every single day is C60 Complete. It's carbon 60, it's black seed oil, and it's curcumin. And the black seed oil is a very powerful natural product that has been shown to reverse vascular damage from the vaccine. Imagine that. So if you have vaccinations remorse and you think you're still suffering from vaccine side effects, or if you think you're picking up sheds, one of the ladies that I helped was a hairdresser on the East Coast, and she could feel her body changing when she's cutting the hair of these little old ladies that have gotten their third and fourth boosters. And she was debilitated when she called me. She's gotten her life back. And I tell you, it's really a gift from God, because in my opinion, the vaccine was from Satan. So I think
you just said such a handful of things. I have so many questions. I just want to go back to a very serious question. So basically, you're saying that you can do the chlorine dioxide with the C60. That's the ultimate combination.
Yes, but you don't do them at the same time, because they're opposite and they would fight.
Okay, so so you do the chlorine dioxide in the morning and then you wait how many hours?
If all you have is 30 minutes, that's enough, but an hour is best. 2 hours is even better than that.
So you do the chlorine dioxide right when you wake up.
Yep.
And then like an hour later, you do the
Perfect.
C60. And that's it? That's all? What about
Yep.
vitamins? What about minerals? What about B17?
It depends on your own specific health profile, and I'm happy to discuss that with everybody. But the carbon 60 it's what is it, like 172 times more powerful than vitamin C. And you can get near the effect by taking way massively high doses of vitamin C. So if you got a big old giant Costco bottle of vitamin C, definitely use that up first. But carbon 60 it's really a sponge which soaks up reactive oxygen species as they're formed throughout the body. So it eliminates or minimizes the time that the reactive oxygen species has to poke holes in your cellular machinery and your membranes and such.
I mean, I don't even know where to start because
I
I'm
can always
not
come
trying
back.
to sell
I don't know how
anybody
long we have.
anything, but I'm saying that I took chlorine dioxide for about 2 months. And, I've been in Washington, D.C. since 2021.
Which is enough to make you sick on its own.
I have a feeling that's true. I didn't know. I had no idea. I was raised in Malibu, California, which is like Beverly Hills culture, basically Beverly Hills. So when the shit hit the fan with COVID, I got pissed because in Los Angeles, it wasn't a mandate, it was a law. You had to be vaccinated to actually have a job or go into buildings in Los Angeles. And so I moved to DC to fight the war and fight it out here. And we're winning. We're winning.
I think we are.
But it's taken a toll on my health. And when I did the chlorine dioxide for 2 months last summer, I was running. At the end of 6 weeks, I was actually running. How's that even possible? So then I didn't do it again until after Christmas, and I started doing it. And I think it was just the brand that I got, or I took too much of it. It was so intense. I was going to the bathroom and throwing up at the same time for 10 days. And then I had to call you because I was desperate.
Yeah.
And then you
I'm
sent
glad you
me
did.
the right information. And so I'm just now getting the courage again to try it again because I can barely function in Washington, D.C. This
Yeah.
place is so toxic and it wears you out. And the chlorine dioxide, the C60, obviously, I've got to get that now, is the way to do it. But is it illegal? I mean, what are we doing here? Is this
The personal use of chlorine dioxide for health and wellness is not approved by the FDA. So worst case scenario is it would have the same warnings that a lot of supplements and network marketing companies have on their products. There would be a statement that said these statements are not intended to diagnose or cure any disease or condition, and these data have not been evaluated by the FDA.
so this is a personal choice that you actually have to have the courage to make
Oh,
and
absolutely.
test it out. Can you try it for like 10 days and decide how you feel?
Oh, I think once you try it, you know within the first couple days that it's doing something for you.
Because
Yeah.
it makes your whole body feel alive again?
Well, it depends on what you're initially treating. I have another lady who called me, um, who had a raging urinary tract infection that was she had 2 courses of antibiotics and nothing was touching it. And she was trying a year-old solution that she had in her, because with the brand that I recommend, you make a concentrate and you keep that in your fridge, and then you take a certain volume of that concentrate, dilute it further, and use that every day. And she was using old stuff, so she made a new concentrate solution and started at the bare minimum level, just very, very little amount of it. And when somebody gets this product, I share these protocols. I don't like to talk about them too much out in the open, but she felt better in 12 hours. And then 2 days later, she was planning a trip where she was thinking, how am I going to bring this on an airplane? By the time she was going on that trip, she's like, I don't even need it. I feel great. So my son plays high-level hockey. He's a college hockey player right now, an elite athlete. I mean, when he was playing junior hockey, he was the first on his team to test positive during the pandemic for COVID. And, he had some of this product with him where he was playing, and he called me and told me about his test. Within 24 hours, I had him symptom-free and non-detectable on the test. And then he systematically treated the rest of his hockey team. It's that simple. And he wasn't even in college yet. He's now in college. He's now finished his sophomore year in college, and he's never without it. It's that important. I mean, I got back from St. Thomas, and the first question out of everybody, we were there with 13 people, all family, and the first question is, did anybody bring the chlorine dioxide? I'm like, well, duh.
Because if you're traveling, then you can use that in your water to make sure that you don't get some crazy disease or bacteria or monozoonose revenge.
Yep. Have you ever heard of that the little brain eating amoeba that people get there's water that sits in lines that don't get a lot of flushing in distribution systems? We can kill that too.
Whoa. So how much do you take every day? Does it depend on your body weight?
No, it doesn't. It's a 1 liter concentrate would last somebody. Let's see. I would say if they're using it for an infection or a chronic condition, it would last them 100 days. So if they're using it for just prevention, prophylaxis, a liter would last one person almost a year.
Do you have to keep it in the refrigerator?
No, you don't have to, but it's a gas that's in a liquid. And when it gets warmer, that drives the gas out of the liquid. And if the bottle is not full, you get the gas in the open space. By keeping it in the fridge, it stays happy and in the liquid phase, and you lose less to off gassing.
That is so powerful.
And with chlorine dioxide, the thing about it, it's broken down by UV light. If you were to put an open bowl of your concentrate, which is a bright yellow color, out on your porch in the sun, it would be completely gone within 30 minutes.
Why?
Because UV light breaks it down chemically.
Whoa.
It's really nature's way of taking care of business.
So
I mean, it's not harsh like chlorine and the acid activator. It's, the methods that are talked about in the book to make your own use harsh acids, hydrochloric acid, acetic acid. This one is made up with sodium bisulfate, which is a very kinder and gentler acid, and the reaction is slower, and the reaction going slower than catches more of the gas in the liquid phase. The aqueous phase is the fancy science word for that. And then this particular brand has some buffering that just keeps it in the aqueous phase. So
this is amazing. Could someone's doctor try to veto you for any reason?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, it's the body is designed to heal. And if you move the roadblocks out of the way, the body is going to do that. I have somebody who is probably my most enthusiastic evangelist. And he is a gentleman from a little town in Texas outside of Austin who had stage 4 lung cancer. And his brother was a pastor in a church there and had heard me on a podcast, because I've done 100 of them in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. And they called me, and all he did was, he was still doing his chemo, but the doctors were telling him, his rope is running out of knots and he better get his things in order. And he got on chlorine dioxide, and he did the chronic condition protocol and did it religiously. And instead of just once a day, he had it in all the water that he drank. And 3 months later, the doctors were breaking their arms, patting themselves on the back with what a good job that they did, bringing this fine gentleman back from stage 4 lung cancer. And like he said to me, I don't know what the good Lord still has planned for me to be on this rock, but anybody that listens, I tell them about chlorine dioxide, and I tell them about Dr. Joe, and I tell them about my testimony. And does it work like that for everybody? No. But is it worth trying? Well, that's the question that everybody needs to answer for themselves. Because I don't make any claims. I give you the ebook by Brian Stone, which talks about all the theory behind why chlorine dioxide does what chlorine dioxide does. And I can provide all kinds of literature on the carbon 60 as an antioxidant too, and the lives that's changed. And the carbon 60 is a product that came out of the mountains of Colorado. The inventor in that product, he made it for his mother, who was beginning to suffer from dementia. And he read about carbon 60 and how it extended the lives of rats, I mean, significantly, and that they were able to perform in their mental tests. So he derived this product and he tested it on himself. And when he was happy with it, he gave it to his mother. And she got another 6 years of full mental capacities before other parts of her body started failing. But it helps those neurodegenerative diseases that are being attacked by today's toxins. I mean, it's the vaccine from the COVID vaccine, you know, the short-term stuff was 0 to 30 days, you know, your blood clots, your myocarditis, your strokes, your heart attacks, that kind of stuff. And then if you survive that, you know, your middle stuff was the vaccine-induced immunodeficiency, you know, your ADE, the antibody, was it antibody dependent enhancement? That means that your body grabbed what it shouldn't have grabbed and started churning out what it shouldn't churn out. And then you also have some long-term effects, which are just now starting to kick in. You know, your 1 to 10 to 15-year effects, which are, you know, that spike protein induced chromosomal damage. You change the instructions on how your body makes stuff, that turns into tumors. That's cancers. That turns into severe immunodeficiency. That turns into autoimmune disorders, which could easily kill people. And it also turns into things like infertility or reproductive disorders or stillbirth or spontaneous abortion. And if you've looked at those numbers are just through the roof. And they were lining up pregnant gals to get these vaccines like it was Tylenol or an Oreo cookie or something. And it's just, there's so many babies that never even got a chance because of these vaccines. And it's horrible. But the spike protein is still in a lot of people. The spike protein is still causing inflammation. The spike protein is still resulting in vascular damage. And with chlorine dioxide, especially when you counter it with carbon 60, C60 complete, those products can keep you on this rock. Those products can help your body get rid of what's ailing it.
Now, let me ask you a question, because this is really the most censored information. I did not take the vaccine, but everyone around me took the vaccine, including my own daughter, God bless her peace, my own mother. And of course, you know, everyone around you, especially in Washington, D.C. Now, Congress was not required to take the vaccine, but obviously I'm interfacing with people in Ubers, in chairs, just breathing the same air, going into U.S. federal court where 100% those people probably all took the vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
The bottom line is the White House did require the vaccine. I'm interfacing with a whole bunch of people, and then I'm noticing once I do that, I get exhausted.
Mhm.
And I feel shocking with brain fog. I don't feel like my normal self before COVID. Now, maybe my problem is that I did date a man who did die of the vaccine. And he died at the end of 2022, which is one of the reasons why I moved to Washington, D.C. I thought I was going to marry him.
Mhm.
Could my interactions with him, which were intimate because I thought I was going to marry him, and he died. He told me he was dying. 18 days later, he died. He had his 7th vaccine. This is such an intense story. I rarely talk about it. Could the fact that I had intimate sexual relationship with him, could the spike protein be in my body? Is vaccine shedding real or fake?
Those are two questions. The first one is absolutely 100% the spike protein is in your body. It is sexually transmitted. And shedding is absolutely 100% real. And it's just based on your genetics of how tight your body holds on to that spike protein once it's inside, and how easily that spike protein hijacks your cellular machinery to make more spike protein. That's why it's critical to consistently use the chlorine dioxide.
What is the sign that you're dying of the spike protein? What are the symptoms?
Well, it's chronic inflammation and everything that causes. So, your chronic inflammation can be, you can have trouble breathing, you can have persistent and even transient pain, you could have heart effects, you could have heart dysrhythmias, you could have strokes, you could have blood clots.
I'm feeling it in my knees. It's the strangest thing ever. My
Joint
knees
issues. Yep.
all of a sudden are getting weak. And my knee is the joint. You think it's a joint?
Joint issues. It's inflammation, and it's wherever that inflammation is. And that's why you need the oxidative therapy, which is chlorine dioxide is the absolute best one. Other things that you could do, you could inhale hydrogen peroxide out of like a nebulizer. You could do ozone injections. You could breathe ozone. You could do hyperbaric oxygen treatments. Those are all oxidative therapies, all good. Chlorine dioxide is the best because it is selective to pathogenic smaller species, whereas everything else on that list is a sledgehammer. So you're smacking everything with oxidation, or you're getting selective down to what you really want to get after with the chlorine dioxide solution. And that it gets the spike protein goes to every tissue and every fluid in the body, and I will guarantee you were inoculated each and every time you were with your man.
This is really intense because now, I have my daughter, and she just graduated from college and she was vaccinated. All of her friends were vaccinated, and I just spent 1 week, about 10 days with them, and I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Well, there's a tool that I haven't checked in a while. I don't know if it's still up, but if you know your manufacturer and your lot numbers of the vaccines that people in your immediate circle took, you can go to a website called howbad.info and type in that information, and it'll give you the number of events associated with that manufacturer and that lot, as far as debilitating conditions, fatalities, long-term disabilities, and everything. So you get a snapshot of how bad your lot of vaccine was, because they weren't all the same. If you remember, the vaccine was rolled out under the emergency approval plan by the FDA. And all that means is that the pharmaceutical companies did not have to make it the same way every time. So different things went to different places. And you will see, if you go on that list, and you will see that some of these lots are hideously more seriously damaging than others. And some of them might have been complete and utter placebos because they were running a clinical trial on humans. And it was ridiculous because the animal studies they did killed all the animals. It never should have gotten into humans that way. And in this day and age, today, if somebody were to put a gun to your head and said, you need to get a COVID vaccine or you're going to die, pick Novavax. Because that's a vaccine that's actually developed the proper way, as like polio vaccines and other vaccines, where there's a specific target that they target the vaccine to and amplify your own immune response. It's not a billion copies of genetic material to start producing spike protein, which is in and of itself a standalone pathogen. So it's really very tricky, and it's just, and I have a couple articles that I always point to that around the time that they were rolling this out, there was an article that came out of MIT that was actually called "Worse Than the Disease: Reviewing Some Possible Unintended Consequences of the mRNA Vaccines Against COVID-19." Everything that was predicted in that article has come true. And then I have another article that said that the COVID strain has a certain insert of base pairs that isn't in the wild type or native COVID strain. So that paper, which I am absolutely surprised they allowed to get published, is the smoking gun that it was manipulated in a laboratory, and that extra sequence in the part of that virus where it is helps it to be more resistant to degradation and helps it when it's transmitting from host to host. Imagine that.
I mean, this is just shocking.
And I'm happy to provide those references, and if I can, references or articles to people who want it. It's like I said, it's just you get in touch with me, and I'll give you the documentation. I'm not telling you anything that you need to believe because it's me.
No, you're a real
exist.
toxicologist.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
a
a real
professional toxicologist.
Yep.
You
And
know
I do
what's
a lot
up.
of expert witness stuff with attorneys, and you only exist in that arena until you say something stupid. Once you say something stupid, you're done.
So you're saying it's the chlorine dioxide and it's the C60.
Yes.
And then is there anything else that we need to add to the equation?
There's a whole bunch of other things that you can do. It's walking around the pond a different way. You get to the same point. In my opinion, those two are the best. And I have a link that I can also share. It's a one-page list. It's on a web page for Sarah Westall. I don't know if you've heard of her or know of her, but
Who's Sarah Westall?
she is a gal her podcast is called Business Game Changers.
Okay.
And she lives in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And she was one of the first people that helped put the Carbon 60 product on the map because she would talk to the innovator on a regular basis. And so I got dragged into that because the innovator doesn't like doing exactly what we're doing right here. And so I then became the face with Sarah, and I've been on her show about a dozen times. So over the course of our podcasts, we've put together just a checklist of things you can do to stay well and things you can do if you get sick. And we have that on a link on her website, and I'm happy to share that as well.
That's really huge. Okay. Do you think there's going to be another pandemic coming our direction?
Oh, absolutely. It's already out there. It's the bird flu.
Wow.
Yeah, because they're already sensitizing people by saying this chicken disease is passing to cows. And then you see a couple reports of, oh my gosh, it's rare, but there's a couple farm workers that have the avian flu. So I mean, they're walking people down the primrose path, and it doesn't scare me. Chlorine dioxide is going to protect you from whatever they can put together, whether it's Ebola virus, avian flu, or even Epstein-Barr virus. That's the kissing disease. That's mononucleosis.
That's where you get really exhausted, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most college kids gets it because they're get new on campus and they're exploring new friends, and they pass it around like a bunch of college kids.
And then you just get completely exhausted.
Yep, that's exactly right, and you got to fight through it.
Can you get anything from toilet seats? I've always wanted to ask this question, honestly. Is there anything you can actually get from a toilet seat? Is that real?
Well, it's dermal exposure is a route of exposure. So it depends on what is on there and the condition of your backside. If your skin is intact, you have very little chance. But if there is cuts, scrapes, abrasions, lacerations, or open sores, you have a lot greater chance of catching anything that's on there. And I have seen a lot of studies that show, toilet seats are a lot cleaner than things like doorknobs, drinking fountain handles, and cell phones.
Oh, cell phones.
It's wherever your grubby little hands go that you really got to watch out.
Wow. And then if you share a drink with someone.
Yep.
That's what kids do at college. They all share drinks.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And then if someone doesn't wash the dishes properly, what about the sponge where you wash the dishes?
Oh, you gotta wash the sponge. Sponges are nasty.
Wow.
And think about water purification systems again. You bring all the source water into a tank and you dump in whatever you're using to purify it with. Most of the time it's chlorine. It should be chlorine dioxide because no disinfection byproducts, no carcinogens in your water. But then they take that pure water and they send it out through all these pipes to all the various houses. And in those pipes is a biofilm where all of the bad stuff lives. And chlorine doesn't get into biofilm. Chlorine dioxide will, by the way. It takes that biofilm right out, the hard and the soft. And over time, it makes your pipes pristine again. If you've ever done plumbing and you cut into a pipe and there's slime on the inside, that's biofilm. Every system in America has biofilm. They purify the water at the plant and they send it back out through infected pipes out to everybody's house. That's why it's highly recommended to have some form of a water filter at your house, whether it's a whole house filter. If you got the resources, great. That's the best way to go. Reverse osmosis, top of the heap. Otherwise, like a carbon filter. What I use in my house is zero water. You can get it from Amazon. You can get it from your big box stores. It's a 5-stage water filter, which takes out chlorine and fluoride and heavy metals and total dissolved solids. So it takes all of the gook out of your water, and your water tastes like what water is supposed to taste like. So you drink more of it. And it also sends you a total dissolved solids meter with the zero water filter, and you test your water over time. And when it gets over the number that's written on the top flap of the little, the water reservoir, you change the filter. That's one of the most economic ways of ensuring you have a good water supply.
I mean,
But-
do you think you can even heal the water in Washington, D.C.?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can, yeah. All the water that's on this planet is already created. And every single time someone dumps a dump truck full of garbage into the ocean, you're polluting the water. And everything has to come back out of that water for somebody else to drink it. And one of the huge problems in the pharmaceutical industry right now is pharmaceuticals in the environment. You can measure any waterway, rivers, lakes, ponds, whatever, and you will most likely find common drugs in that water at very low levels.
What about birth control?
Yep, it's there. And the field of toxicology called hormesis is long-term exposure to subtherapeutic levels of drug products. It's brand new. The answer is we don't know what happens, but we're looking into it. So it's I chalk it up to just another toxin. You're
So
not exposed
chlorine-
to
but
one
chlorine-
thing. Yeah.
Chlorine dioxide's the key.
Right. You're not exposed to one thing in this world. You're exposed to all kinds of stuff at the same time. So if you use things like chlorine dioxide and carbon 60, a C60 complete, all it does is it gives your body a better chance to take care of everything else it's under assault from. It give yourself the best chance at staying on the rock.
That is so powerful. Okay, so right now, people could be suffering from any type of spike protein. Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
And that is the biggest issue. Is there a machine you can go to and actually measure how much spike protein's in your body?
Yes, there probably is. I haven't found the person who does that yet, but it would be a very expensive test.
Okay.
So if you're in
yeah.
tune to how your body feels normally, regularly, that's the best way to do it is, you use the tools at your disposal to make sure you can get in front of that spike protein production. And when you start feeling like your old self, your Malibu self,
Yes.
then you're ahead of the game.
Where did the spike protein come from? Is that part of the gain of function? I mean, bottom
Yes.
line, what is the spike protein? Did
The
these
spike protein-
professors know what they were doing when they created
Yes,
this?
they did. 100%.
They knew that they were going to poison us?
Mm-hmm.
So Professor Ralph Barrick, University of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, knew that he was going to poison us.
Absolutely.
Dr. Fauci knew what he was doing.
Yes.
I'm not going to say more
Absolutely.
names because I don't need to get sued, but I'm just saying, like, I've been investigating these people for years now. That's one of the reasons why I moved to Washington, D.C. It is unacceptable.
They did most of the dirty work over in China, but it's
Because
all
they
U.S.
couldn't do it here anymore. They had to move it to China. They started it here, though. They
That's
started
correct.
it here.
And if you read the propaganda and drink the Kool-Aid, The design of the mRNA vaccine was that they're going to give the body the instructions on how to make the spike protein, and it's not going to go anywhere from where they inject it in your arm, and it's only going to be local here, and that local exposure is going to give the immune system the exposure to spike, what it needs, and then it's going to be able to clobber it when it comes in. Well, the first mistake is that once they stuck that needle in your arm, that vaccine went everywhere. Every tissue in the body has been shown to have spike protein after a vaccine. That's why you get male infertility. That's why you get female infertility. That's why you get myocarditis. That's why you get lung issues, kidney issues, liver issues. Now think about it. These athletes, the guy on the Bills, Daimler, that had the heart attack, LeBron, I think it was LeBron James' kid that had the heart attack. There was an Air Force football player that dropped dead walking to class. These athletes, which are in top condition and were forced to have that vaccine, the spike protein attacks the weakest part of your body. So in those athletes, which are in prime shape, they go to the heart. That's why the myocarditis is so spiked in young, in shape people. Because if you think about it, if you're fat, then you're going to have diabetes or obesity related problems. If you have cirrhosis from enjoying a fifth of Jim Beam every night, you're going to have liver issues. If you have cystic fibrosis, you're going to have lung issues. If you got, let's say an unbalanced thyroid, you're going to have hormonal issues.
So you're saying the spike protein attacks you
The weakest
intentionally
point.
to your weakest point, and these university professors knew that would happen to us?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I haven't felt the same since COVID, and I am a very
That article right there.
Whoa.
That
So
it's in
why
black
aren't
and
we
white, tells you everything that's going to happen.
so just,
Stephanie Sinoff and Greg Nye out of Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
so the spike protein attacks your weakest link.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, that you said that so eloquently. No doctor has ever said that to me so precisely. And
Man,
so
I'm not a real doctor. I only have a PhD.
but you're a toxicologist. The way you
I
said
am.
that lit a fire under my butt that shouldn't have been lit, because I'm
No.
noticing that. Listen, I'm noticing that people who got the vaccine are having very bizarre
Specific effects. And
yeah,
it's
because it's going
different.
after their weakest. And then the spike protein, the vaccine shedding, is going after me with respect to,
Mhm.
my weakest situations, which
Yep.
are obviously my period, women, stuff like that,
Yep.
which is so easy to get me with because that's my weakest, is
Right.
my obviously
Yep.
period and hormonal system. So this was designed by whoever created COVID.
Absolutely, 100%. I every shred of my being believes that. I think it's a depopulation mechanism.
And you feel like the best way to handle this is to do the chlorine dioxide and
Yep.
the C60. Okay.
Yep.
I'm so
Absolutely.
grateful. I'm
And,
so
and
grateful.
anybody that texts you and asks to contact me, I'll give them that documentation.
I mean, they can go to you direct. We gave your information, but you guys can text me and I will get you to the doctor if I like you and I trust you, because this is very controversial.
It is very.
My
It
text is
very.
917-287-1314. I think that this is so important. You have to come back, because what you just told me, you know how many doctors I've interviewed? I interview everybody. How many people do I interview a week? Maybe 25, 100, just depends where I'm at, what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But what you just said is so profound. It's like, it's really sinking into me, because I am noticing that my mom who took the vaccine, it's attacking her weakest points. It's not the same with everyone. With my daughter who took the vaccine, it's attacking her weakest points.
Mm-hmm.
Which is that she gets a lot of, I don't want to talk about her private stuff, but no, it's just like, when you have a weak point, when you constantly get the same infection in
That's
your
where it goes.
whatever. Yeah, so it just attacks. So
Mhm.
whoever made this, okay, can you name the doctors who made this? Do you know their names?
I
Or
don't.
do I have to spend the rest of my life
I don't know them. I'll send you the articles I have, and maybe there's some clues in that.
Yes.
But,
But Dr. Fauci knew this would happen.
Oh, sure, absolutely, 100%.
That's just so disgusting and so upsetting. And you said that so well in like a couple sentences or less,
Mhm.
because I've been waiting for someone to really explain this, and now I get it. It attacks your weakest link, because I'm noticing that.
And I'm happy to come back. We can talk about whatever you like.
Yeah, let's continue this discussion, because this is probably the most important discussion on planet Earth at this time. And then as things evolve and we see what's about to happen,
Yep.
for the next pandemic, we need to prepare. We need to make sure that you have Starlink and that you can get to your internet.
That's right. Or have
Because
nobody you want to talk to.
you're giving me answers, like sell the wellness company. I mean, everybody gives me different products to sell. I'm not even selling a product for you. What I'm saying is that this is really serious.
It is. It is very, very serious.
This is the rest of your life.
Yeah, can be.
Is there any age where you can't do the chlorine dioxide? Is there a certain age? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Joe. You just changed my life.
You're welcome. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, I'm going to call you tomorrow and get on the program 100%.
Sounds
I'm
good.
ready.
Okay.
God bless you. God bless you. Peace. Have a beautiful evening.
God bless you.
If any of y'all out there want to reach Dr. Joe, I'm going to guard his number. I'm going to be very protective, but you can text me at 917-287-1314. What you just heard is so serious. I don't even know how to respond to that, except to say that, I sell very specific products like Dr. Sherwood's Kingdom Fuel, which I love. I take it every day. And you can buy that at sherwood.tv/Corinne USA. And then the G5 5G issue is so serious. The only way to handle it is to get a satellite phone. You want to get off the grid if you possibly can with G5 5G. You want to buy the satellite phone at sat123.com. Then you don't have to go through the G5 5G. You go directly to the satellite. So I'm going to bring on my next guest, which is really serious. I got to figure out how to pronounce your name, Mr. Downing.
And it's Tanaway Downing. Yes, ma'am.
Tanawa.
Yes, ma'am.
You're doing some of the most serious work of any activist in the United States of America, so I want you to be able to talk uncensored. Thank you for being in good lighting. We couldn't hear you last week, so what are you doing, Mr. Downing?
There comes a point in time when we have to choose to take action. The question I'm being asked by a lot of people is, why am I doing this? And we've got to recognize the fact that our country's in danger right now, and we're leading toward dissolution, and we're leading toward dissolution for one particular reason, and that is that the issue of criminality, as we see it today, and as we're trying to address it from the bottom up, it's never going to solve that issue, because if our country is being led by criminals, people are acting outside of the agreed upon code of conduct that's established by the majority, the very laws that create their office and grant them their authority, then that makes them a criminal, because a criminal is simply one that transgresses the law. So if our country is being led by criminals, then that means we're going to be led toward criminality that will produce an environment of crime, and thus produce a society of criminals. We don't want that. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to redirect and make the public officials understand that this is what the law states, and you guys are clearly acting outside of that. And as a result, they then can make a decision. Do they want to continue to act unlawfully and thus be criminals, or do they want to return to the established rule of law and work with me and the rest of the country to resolve these issues consistent with the parameters established by the law, particularly the Constitution of the United States? So today, right now, there are more than 700,000 people across the United States of America that are imprisoned illegally and unlawfully because the states are not following the proper procedures to put them into prison. And we need to take an honest look at this. We need to understand what the foundation is, because that's the most important thing. What is justice? Well, here in America, justice is a place that we send the weakest and most vulnerable in society into a for-profit industry for the direct benefit of the state that we call a sweatshop in China, but a prison here in America. That's not prison. It's slavery. And the 13th Amendment supports it. And we can see this is what's leading to mass incarceration, the 800% increase in prison population. That's the reason why we have 16 times more prisoners than the next closest industrialized nation. That's why we have 5% of the world's human population, but 26% of the world's prison population, is because these states have realized that they can make tens of billions of dollars off the forced involuntary servitude of our brothers and sisters, our mothers, our fathers, our children, our grandchildren. And it's time for us to acknowledge the fact that what we believe in is not real, but I believe it can be. And that's what I'm out here trying to do, is help the country understand that what we're doing today is wrong, and there's a much better way to do it. And so I'm in the middle of a 40 state tour. As you can see, I'm on site right now, and we've currently served 17 attorney generals across a number of different states with criminal affidavits from individuals that have been directly impacted by the crimes that I can explain here in one moment, that are committed by agents of their government within the judicial branch, within the executive branch. These are absolute per se crimes. They're enumerated within the Constitution, so there's no question as to the validity of them. And we're serving these attorney generals, giving them an opportunity to be able to self-reflect for a little bit and to determine which side of the law they want to be on. And so we've got an additional, I believe, 18 states to go. Tomorrow we're going to be in the next state, providing the next service. And this is a crazy step, but it's a necessary step, because under the rules of criminal conspiracy, for public officials in particular, it says that any person who, having knowledge of any of the wrongs conspire to be done, and who have the power to prevent or aid in the prevention of the commission of same, if they neglect or refuse to do so, may be joined as defendants in the action. So when we notify these attorney generals through an agent of their office, an assistant attorney general, when we notify them of crimes that are being committed by their agents, then they need to make a decision. And I hope and pray that they will make a decision consistent with what the law demands, and consistent with the obligations that they have, and the promises that they made to the particular people within the states that they reside.
Who did you serve today?
We didn't serve today. We had some transportation issues, so we're actually down 3 days. So we're behind schedule right now, 5 days total, and we hope to pick them up down through the southern states and up through the mid-Atlantic. A number of those states are very, very close, so we're not going to have to do an individual state one day. We can actually double up a number of them. So we're revising our schedule right now. Today we didn't serve. Tomorrow we'll be in Oklahoma and serving General Drummond, and that's where we're at. I mean, all that we can do right now, and I'll be honest with you, I don't expect the attorney generals to actually step up and do the right thing. I pray that they do, because that would mitigate their criminality and their culpability within the criminal conspiracy. But the reality is that I'm not targeting them. I'm targeting their leadership, because once again, our country has been led by a group of men that are refusing to recognize and enforce the body of laws governing the nation. They're refusing to respect the will of the people and the laws that we established, and they feel as though they are in a better position to determine our future and how our future should be fulfilled based upon their own rulings. So, what's important to note is that Justice Gorsuch with the United States Supreme Court last November, he came out with a judicial notice and went out to every single federal judge. You guys can read it. It's a SEC ruling. And so what he said was that most of the prisoners that are in prison here in America today are there illegally and unconstitutionally, because the states are choosing to proceed, the courts are choosing to proceed under administrative law, not common law. Then he went on to say that most of the children that are being taken from these families is being done illegally and unconstitutionally, because the courts are choosing to proceed under administrative law and not common law. And then he actually added a third element where he said that the property that's being taken from these from the people of the United States is being done illegally and unconstitutionally, because the courts are choosing to proceed under administrative law and not common law. Now, to understand what that means, what is administrative law? You have to look at the three branches of government to understand what that is. So the first branch of government is the legislative branch. So Clause 1 of Article 1 of the United States Constitution, it says all legislative power is vested in a Congress of the United States. That means that all power to create law is vested in the people of the United States through the legislative branch. So all power to make law is done by that branch of government. Then you have the executive branch. The executive branch is there to enforce the laws as created by the people. And so they don't create law, they simply enforce it. Now, the third branch of government is the judicial branch, and the judicial branch is known as the administrative branch. They administer the law. So when the judicial branch creates law in the form of judgment rulings, and they call it case law, well, that's law that is created by a branch of government that has no constitutional authority to be able to create law, and thus these states are choosing to proceed under judge-made rulings as opposed to the constitutional requirements that are actually codified there. And we need to know that judges, they swear an oath that they will fulfill a certain outcome. That's a promise they make. They will obey the Constitution of the United States. They will ensure that the people of the United States are given those rights that are guaranteed to them, because those are the protections that exist to ensure that innocence doesn't suffer. And so when they choose to not rely upon the object which their fidelity is bound, then of course they're acting unconstitutionally. And that means that the result that they're producing must also be unconstitutional, because wrong will always produce wrong, only right can produce right. So I'm challenging all of these judges and these public officials to recognize, first off, their criminality. And once they do, then I want them to decide, do they want to be known as a criminal, or do they want to change their actions to realign with their morals and lead our country in a lawful direction? Because we can do a lot better than this, and we can treat our people a lot better, and that will produce a society of good citizens. It's going to start with our leadership, and it has to. And so they need to decide, are they going to continue to act unlawfully? And if so, every single thing that they produce as a result will be unlawful as well.
Which attorney generals have you served already?
We started in Indiana. So we did Indiana, we did Ohio, we did Michigan, we did Wisconsin, we did Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Utah, Idaho, Oregon, California, Wyoming, Missouri, and now we're in Oklahoma. Seems like I missed one or two, but anyway, those are the states we've served so far. A lot of this video is out and it's available. You can go to TikTok. You can find it on my TikTok channel. You can also find it on our Rumble channel. And then we're streaming it, each one of these live through Facebook. So really what I'm doing is we're not getting the traction that we want from the media, and that's fine. You know, if they want to ignore this, that's just going to further illustrate their biased nature. But what we're doing is we're obtaining the video of me actually providing the service on the attorney generals. And when we do that, then we're going to the Capitol steps in each one of these capitals, and I'm producing a video where I'm actually challenging the attorney general to step up, discharge the duties of their office, fulfill the promise that they made, and protect the people of that particular state from criminals that are committing crimes. So it's a direct challenge on them to ask them to please, you know, we don't care who they are, what office they hold. A criminal is a criminal, and we are not going to allow criminals to continue to lead these states any longer, because we don't like the direction that we're going as a nation.
That is so powerful. What inspired you to do this?
Well, I feel compelled to do so. You know, I mean, when you have faith, and that faith is so deeply embedded in who you are and your integrity, you don't have a choice. And I didn't have a choice. This was something that when I realized what was going on, you know, I was on that side for many, many years. I was on government. I protected the government from people in this thing that we call national security. But I've come to understand that national security is simply code word for domestic terrorism. And so once I realized what I was doing in my ignorance, I had a duty and obligation to step up, do something about it, and actually start to work on the other side. Because, of course, I was wrapped up just as much as they are right now in this criminal conspiracy that's undermining the laws of the United States and destroying our nation and harming our people. And so I had an obligation. I'm fulfilling that obligation by reversing the duty, and now I have a duty to correct the things that I did in my ignorance, and that's by standing in opposition of those that I once stood beside.
And if
So
people want to donate to what you're doing, how do they do that?
So we have Cash App, we have Venmo, we have Chime, we have PayPal. They're all exactly the same. It is We Shall Be Free. We Shall Be Free. That's WESHALLBEFREE. And we don't need much, but we do need fuel. You know, everybody that my time as well, I give my time up. I don't get paid a cent. I don't want to be paid, because that's not what my focus needs to be on. I want to focus on service. And when I do that, then I can ensure that the people, if they appreciate the service, if they want to see more of it, that they will ensure that I have the things that I need to be able to be successful. And that's the approach that I want to take. I don't want to get paid, nor does anybody within my group. We're here to serve the people. We're here to fulfill this obligation that we feel compelled to fulfill. And I love my country, and I don't want to see destruction in my country. So a patriot is one that loves and defends his country. If you love something, you will never, ever, ever seek destruction of that's loved. I don't want to see this country destroyed. I want to see us be better than this. And that's going to start with dialogue between us and our leadership, and the criminality that they are currently in, and giving them an opportunity to decide, is that the person that you want to be? And I don't believe that it is. But that's an individual decision that each one of them need to make, just like I had to make.
And what paperwork are you actually serving? Like, where do you get the paperwork from? Is there a website? Did you create the paperwork? Where did you get the paperwork?
So I identified the specific criminal steps that's occurring. So when a state enacts its own alternative legislation for the provisions and guarantees of the United States Constitution, that would be what's known as a deprivation of rights under color of law. States cannot substitute their own alternative legislation for the provisions and guarantees of the Constitution. So when the Constitution of the United States guarantees under Clause 1 of Amendment 5 that no person can be held to answer for a capital or an infamous crime without an indictment by a grand jury, then that's clear. You must have an indictment before arresting them and holding them over. So when these states, such as Oklahoma, decides to substitute its own law that permits the prosecuting attorneys to charge by way of what's called information instead of indictment, well, that would be an inferior law doing something contrary to the Constitution. And when a government official relies upon that inferior law to deprive a person that's guaranteed of the right, that is Title 18, subsection 242, deprivation of rights under color of law, which states any person who, under the color of any state statute, ordinance, custom, or regulation, deprives any person of any right secured by the Constitution, commits that crime. When that prosecuting attorney then commits that crime, hands it to a judge and says, "Judge, please hold this person over for this offense," that judge has an obligation to ensure the power he exercises is consistent with his authority. And when he chooses to hold that person over without having the proper charging instrument in place, he has now established a conspiracy to deprive of rights, Title 18, subsection 241. This is a very serious offense because now you have a crime that, as prescribed by law, is punishable by death. We're not seeking that, but that's what the law states. And so, this is a very serious situation that's happening in every single state, in every single jurisdiction. Judges, prosecutors, they are all guilty of this. And I believe that they did it in their ignorance because they were directed to do so by the states enacting their law, or by the judicial branch itself, the Supreme Court, saying you don't have to do it. But we know that both of those are not valid, not lawful, not constitutional. The only way to change the Constitution in accordance with the special amending procedure of Article 5 is by an authentic act of the people. And until that's done, it's not changed.
That is what you're saying is so powerful because, I'm in Washington, D.C., and I'm in U.S. federal court pretty much every single week watching people getting persecuted and prosecuted for January 6th. But tomorrow it is pro-life activists getting charged with conspiracy.
Yeah. So, those January 6th individuals, they have a way to be able to not be prosecuted. This Constitution is codified. Mr. Trump, the former executive officer, the current trial that
Whoa, we just lost him. This is really powerful. Whoa, I've never seen that before. Whoa, he has to come back. Is this censorship? How could we just lose him when he's about to tell us something really powerful? I want you guys to all witness it because this could be the future of the internet. The internet just turns off, turns on whenever it wants. He was about to tell us something really powerful. I've got to get him back. Give me a moment here because this is really serious. I want to hear exactly what this man is saying. This is Mr. Downing, and every time I get him on, some wacky tech issue happens. But this man is really high level, and we all need to understand what he's doing. So Mr. Downing, I'm going to call him and ask him. I'm just going to say, can you come back on? Let's call him. I'm calling him on my iPhone because I haven't switched yet to the clear phone. Come back. Wow. He was going to tell us about J6 political prisoners, which we're about to have one on. Hank, I'm ready for you if you can hear me. Hank Munzer, I'm ready. Come on in. Come on down, they say. Come on in. I am ready. I mean, I don't have a producer right now to get my guests in and out, so I'm actually going to tell you something. Out of all the men on planet Earth, who really stands up for us? Mike Lindell. I only sell products to people that I really, really respect, and Mike Lindell is one of them. It's really important that you buy everything you possibly need at mypillow.com. Use my code Corinne, CORINNE USA. Do you know why you should use my code? Because I'm only taken seriously by how many followers on X I have and how much product I can sell. And obviously this is all tracked. So whatever I ask you to buy, you should buy, because this is really high level stuff. Mike Lindell is one of the greatest men alive, and he has risked his life, his liberty, his pursuit of happiness to expose election corruption. And I stand with Mike Lindell forever. Please go to mypillow.com/Corinne USA. Use my code. You get like what, 64% off if you use the discount code Corinne USA. He has incredible stuff. You guys know everything that Mike Lindell has. He's an incredible American patriot, and if you use my code Corinne USA, you know that you'll get the most incredible discounts. But this is one of my favorite things. He sells mattresses and mattress pads that are exceptional. And I want you all to just look at mypillow.com, because we have to start funding American patriots that stand up for us. It's the most important thing. Mypillow.com, Corinne USA. I'm trying to get Mr. Downing back in right now. How did his phone just turn off in the middle of talking? This is something I'm about to eat, the Kingdom Candy. This is Dr. Sherwood, Doctors Michelle and Mark Sherwood. The Kingdom Candy, I do one a day. So I wake up in the morning and I do the Kingdom Fuel. And I put it in my cup and I shake it up like this. And I drink it. Oh, are you back? Oh, Hank's in. Okay, good. We have Hank in. Hank is a J6 political prisoner. I'm going to bring him in a second. But I want you all to go to sherwood.tv/Corinne USA, CORINNE USA, because this is how we fund independent journalists like myself and all of the projects that we do. I hope Mr. Downing comes back in. But if he doesn't, I can call him on speakerphone. Really important to understand that you can put any water into this H2O machine. You turn it on and it hydrates your water. You drink one of these per hour, and this machine alone, about $200, will change your life. You go to sherwood.tv/Corinne, CORINNE USA. And this is one of the most life-changing experiences. I'm going to pour water in it right now and make the hydrogenated water. And of course, General Flynn is on our team. I really pray that President Donald Trump asked General Flynn to be his vice president. General Flynn's movie is playing everywhere in America. You go to his website, generalflynn.com, or you go to flynnfilm.com. You don't have to use my code, but you go to Watch Flynn, WATCHFLYNN.com. It's so easy. You go to watchflynn.com and figure out where he's playing his movie in your town, in your city or county. We're going to descend upon Detroit, Michigan on around June 5th to go to the Clay Clark show that's happening in and around Troy, Michigan on June 7th and 8th. I'm going to actually bring Hank Munzer back in. But I just want to say General Flynn is one of my favorite people on planet Earth. And all you have to do is go to Amazon, buy his books, try to understand everything he's saying. Because General Flynn, when you watch his movie, you realize he's been through so much and he stands up for us. I really want General Flynn to be vice president with President Trump. Let's bring Hank in. This is Hank Munzer. Hank, how are you? You're live from Montana. You know,
I'm doing
I love
fantastic.
I want your update, but if Mr. Downing gets connection again, we have to hear what he has to say, because he's serving attorney generals across America to stand up for people like you who have been illegally charged with crimes that they didn't commit.
Right. And the biggest thing we need to remember is we're all going through trying times right now, whether you're a January 6er or somebody else. You can't take it personal at this point. The whole goal at this moment is to expose the fraud these people are committing, so we can show an unjust judicial system, so that when the time comes and it's time to correct it, people aren't running back to the same system that we have now that's corrupt. Go back into the constitutional law.
That is so important. You are so calm. I wish I could get you in better lighting because we can barely see you. But if you have any better lighting, it would help. So you are facing 20 years in federal prison
Yeah, I got my
for,
PCS. I think I call it a
okay, what's
PCS or
a
something like that.
PCF? Explain.
Um, well, I think that's what they use. The judge goes off of for sentencing. Um, so what that means, I don't know yet. But they're talking. I mean, obviously, you got a 20-year sentence. You got other things that they can add to it. Most people are getting anywhere from 2 to 8 years. So I'm looking probably 2 to 3 years potential jail time based upon that assessment at this point. There's some errors in it, may have to be corrected, but usually that's what the judge goes off of as a general rule.
Um, so I've been covering your trial since the beginning because you were so kind to give me access, and it was used against you in the beginning, but I think that in the end, the judge that's presiding in your case, the female judge, her name is Judge Cobb, she needs to understand that America is watching all the decisions that she makes with your trial. And I think it's really important, if people care, that they write Judge Cobb and they tell her to free Hank Munzer, which is so important. You spell his name Muntzer. Judge Cobb, Cobb. Judge Cobb is at 333 Constitution Avenue, Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20007. I know these judges care about what their reputation is. I know that, Hank.
Well, I can't say they do, and I can't say they don't. Each individual makes your own decisions based upon that. But you got to understand this whole process that we're going through and the way they're setting up the trials. They didn't go after people that were willing to fight in the beginning. They kind of went after everyone that plea bargained and all that so they could establish what we call case law. And I told everyone in the very beginning, if everyone would have fought it from January 6th, one, we could have tied up the courts. Two, we could have exposed the fraud much earlier and show there was fraudulent. We could even got to the Supreme Court sooner, like to do with the 1512 count and other things. But because they've established it, because everyone plea bargained, and unfortunately the people that plea bargained, I'm not going to say there's anything good or bad about plea bargaining because everyone has a reason for doing it. But in one sense, they threw a lot of us under the bus by doing it, because they got a great deal, but they established the law, and now we're all paying the price for it, those who wish to fight. And this is kind of how our legal system works. We don't operate under constitutional law. People say, well, if you have this procedure or you have that procedure, you're going to have a better outcome. Nobody has a better outcome. That's not how it works. When you got a corrupt system, and that's the assumption people make. If we have a perfect way of rebutting things or a perfect way of going in there and saying, hey, I'm not a this kind of citizen or that kind of citizen, the whole movement that's out there right now, they're not going to be able to do anything to you. Well, that hasn't worked. I mean, it never has. And part of the reason why it hasn't is we got a corrupt system. It's not whether we have constitutional rights, it's whether the judges and stuff are actually operating under those laws, and they're not. They're operating under basically British rule. This is 1776 all over again. Rules for thee, but not for me. So if they want to use the law and weaponize it, which you often hear the word lawfare, that's exactly what's going on. They're going after Trump, and they're going after anyone else who would oppose the systems that's in place, or the powerhouse, or those that are in office. And obviously, I can't say all of our judges, but a lot of our judges, our attorneys, prosecutors are all playing the game. They're bought and paid for. It's a club, and I always tell people, this club that we're talking about, you're not in, and so you're not going to get a fair trial. You're not going to, get dismissed very easily. In most cases, if your name was Clinton or something, they wouldn't even hear it in the first place. So I always say it's like letting the fox guard the hen house. That's what we're dealing with. So when we go in there as a January 6er, or for that matter, even if you're not a January 6er and you've been wrongfully hurt by the judicial system, it's not always about winning your case. It's about exposing the fraud that's going on and telling your story. And if I could tell anyone the most important thing to do right now, which is General Flynn is a great example. We'd always say fight like a Flynn. He's one of my heroes because I even painted him on the side of my building a long time ago. I call him the people's general because he's leading by example. He went in there and fought. And he didn't even need the presidential pardon. If you listen to his video, it explains that he won his case, but he has it because they knew they'd throw him back into court after Trump was out of office. So that's why Trump had to do what he did to give him an innocent man's pardon. Now, all of us from January 6th are obviously going to get a pardon. I know some people may not believe that, but if you don't believe you're going to get a pardon, we're headed for one heck of a big mess at the end of the year, probably civil war. We don't want to go there, but that's where it would eventually lead to. So Trump will be coming back. There will be presidential pardons. Things will happen. All we need to do right now is hold the line, expose the fraud. So eventually, when the war tribunals start, which is going to happen, we can hold them all accountable. So as they use their power to try to prosecute us, this is going to be used against them. I mean, I can't wait to the day when I can stand before trials and and have these people brought up for war crimes, whether that comes to the point of execution or long sentences in jail. It depends on what they knew and when they knew it. Now, why is that important? That's exactly what they're doing in my case, what you knew and when you knew it. They're saying in my particular instance, the 1512, I interrupted Congress. So now what I'm going to do is put together a video. It's going to be a documentary. It's going to show the entire time I was in the Capitol. It's going to show how the judge ruled on things, how the prosecution brought information forward. I think once people see the entirety of what actually happened that day, it's going to paint a completely different picture of what a lot of people are assuming and presuming. I get people all the time, they go, well, if that's the case, and I tell my story, why are they prosecuted? It doesn't make any sense. You must have done something. And so that's why I think it's going to be important to show all the video footage, the whole time I was in the Capitol, exactly what happened, so there isn't anything left out, so that the American people can make their own decision as to what really occurred. And this is also going to put prosecutors on the hot seat. And I'm going to wait till after my sentencing. The reason why that's important is I wait till after sentencing to release the documentary, then we can hold them account. Because at this point, I don't know what the judge is going to do. And I was thinking about maybe releasing it just before I go to sentencing, but I don't think that's a good idea at this point, because we got to know the decision of the hearts of the individuals. That includes the judge in my case, how she's going to rule and what she's going to do. And then we can start exposing the fraud and, file an appeal, whatever we have to do after that. We'll see where that goes. But I think
were you allowed to have the evidence that you wanted to have in your court case, or did the judge?
No. So in my court case, so I kind of was approaching this from a different perspective than most people would go at it. What I wanted to bring in is potentially classified information, but with bringing classified information in, it comes with its ups and downs. First, one, they wouldn't let it. Second of all, I'd be in the same situation Julian Assange would be in, or anything else. So it was necessary to have a list of individuals that have access to that information. So I had a big list of individuals, not only in my situation, but see, this is more than just me. This goes back to actually putting Trump back in the White House as well, because it all is tied together, whether they want to recognize that or not. That's really the situation. This is about a stolen election. This is about the weaponization of the political system to keep certain people in power. So yes, it's directly relative to my situation as well. However, because I brought that up, the judge kind of narrowed the playing field in my particular situation, said unless people are directly involved with you, you can't bring this information into the courtroom, basically. So they couldn't put me into a giant conspiracy, which is what they would have tried to have done because of the evidence they were bringing forward and all that, even though there was no conspiracy. I didn't conspire with anything, but that's how they kind of handle things in most January 6 cases. So basically it was about me, and really it was basically mostly based upon my testimony. And that's what convicts you or doesn't convict you, is on your testimony. But I'm pretty outspoken, and I've said on my Facebook page, I never broke through any police lines, this and that. But there was a time when I did mention one time on Facebook, broke through a police line. But I talked to my phone. I do the standard thing, and then how when you talk to your phone and it translates it, sometimes it doesn't translate it the right way. So you have one or two times on Facebook where I posted something that I said I broke through a police line, but the video evidence shows I never did. So they try to use your words against you, even though the video evidence shows just the opposite. Were there people that broke through police lines that I've said that before? there were people. Did I see it when I was there? I probably hundreds of times I said, no, I didn't. I saw it in videotapes and stuff afterwards, recounting the events of January 6th that I've seen from other videos. But no, I didn't see any violence. I didn't see anything that seemed out of the ordinary where I was at that time, until after we left the Capitol. But what I did see
Well,
when I
wait,
was in
you
there,
got attacked by the police. The police physically attacked you.
well, that is correct. But I'm saying the breaking and the tearing up of stuff, I didn't see any of the damages, is what I'm referring to. Now, when I went into the Capitol building, because they let us in, I went into the rotunda, and then off the rotunda, there's a little corridor, goes around it, and there's a big flag that's there. I guess it goes to the
People need
Senate
to
chamber.
realize they let you in. The police allowed you into the Capitol.
Well, that's exactly what they did. No one ever told us to leave. And then when we were in there, then they pepper sprayed us. And then that's when people got upset and they started pushing against the guards, because that wasn't right on the guards' part. Nobody was doing anything wrong. Nobody was, causing any problems. And people started pushing. So then, in my case, even, the prosecution said I was pushing against them because I had my hat down. Well, they were pepper spraying me. I used the bill of my hat to put my head down because I was hanging onto my backpack that I had at the time, and trying to keep the pepper spray out of my face when they were spraying at me. And I couldn't get out of there because I was trapped behind other people. So then I go from there over to where I came into the building, and I was trying to get out of the building. We couldn't get out because the doorway was blocked where we came in from. And then they said once again I was pushing, and there's a lot of Brady law violations that's going on in my case, and I'm going to expose that. There's things that I said, to the guards, because people are pushing against the guards. I was telling them, don't push, you're going to push them down the stairs. None of that stuff was given to me, and there's video footage of it. I just have to get the rest of the information, and we're going to put that all in this context. When they started pushing us out of the building, we had no direction as to where to go. I didn't even know where the exit to the building was. There was an exit behind where I was facing. And then finally, once I recognized where that was, I told the guards, I said, we can't get out of here. I said, the doors are blocked. You got to get a guard over there somewhere. And I said, you got to get someone over there to open those doors up so we can get out of the building. And I'm right on the front line, right up against the guards. They're poking me with their batons and pushing me, and I have no place to go. I'm basically on the front line.
So you got stuck inside the U.S. Capitol.
Yes, I got stuck inside the U.S. Capitol, and then I had and through discovery, I knew one of the guys assaulted me, which was a police officer. I was looking for that in my discovery. They didn't provide it. I will find it. But then when I was leaving the building, I was struck over the head, and I didn't know who did this. And through discovery, we found out there was a second officer that assaulted me. And this is as I was leaving the building, struck me over the head. Yet that officer has not been charged. And at some point, we're going to have to really press the issue because, first of all, I didn't know the officer did. I didn't know until we went through discovery in the trial that this officer had done so. So, I mean, at some point, we're going to have to really put some pressure on people. If we have to go after the officers or whatever, maybe that's what we have to do. This should never happen to anyone. I mean, if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. I mean,
It's happened to me.
Right. It's not fair to anyone. I mean, all I want people to do is when I put the documentary together, put yourself in my shoes, what I went through. I mean, and the judge when I was on the stand, they asked if I would. I don't know if they asked or if I said. I'm gonna go back through my words specifically that I actually said on the stand. But I basically said I'd be happy to be there again. I have no reservations because I knew at the time I went in there for the right reason. I was allowed in. If I had known I was walking into a trap, would I have done it? Would I have known that if I was doing something illegal, would I have done it? Absolutely not. But would I have still been present, even if I knew the Capitol was off limits, which I didn't, and they let us in, so why would I think twice about it? And even if that was the case, I would still want to have been there that day. But knowing what I knew at the time, would I have done it again? Absolutely. And I really think as we get to the end of this, the other part of my thought is I believe it's the greatest time to be alive. I'm glad I'm going through it. Other people may not handle it as well as I can. I don't care if they lock me up for the rest of my life. I'm standing on principles, and that's what matters. But I think when history reflects back on January 6th and all of us that took a stand and stood up for what we thought were good principles and doing the right thing at the time, I think it's going to be a huge win for us later on. And unfortunately, just like our founding fathers that did things for our country, I mean, they were wanted by the British. They were considered criminals, everything else. And now we say the victors write the textbook. So I believe later on, when the full story is told, we're going to see that as our new 4th of July, the greatest time to be alive. It's when we finally broke free from the deep state to once again have our freedoms back, just like our founding fathers did, breaking away from Great Britain. And this is 1776 all over again. Rules for thee, but not for me. How else do you expose it but to go through it? How else do you show the world how unjust the system is without people like me or others, having been assaulted and gone through this whole process? And then we have people that are fighting for these other countries that are attacking the Capitol, everything else, and they're not being arrested. I mean, and then you got the LGBTQ community. They went in there and they took over offices for days and days on end, but they weren't arrested. They weren't charged. So I always say it's like the fox guarding the hen house. They'll only charge the people they want to go after, and the ones that are trying to create their agenda to keep them in power, they won't prosecute. So it's not even a fair system. It'd be different if we all had the same laws that we had to abide by and we were held to the same standards, but that's not what we're dealing with.
What is your court date for your sentencing?
So June 20th is my sentencing date. I think that's also, isn't that the first day of summer as well?
Probably. Do you think that your judge,
maybe it'll be dark to light. Maybe there'll be some exposure.
do you think that your Judge Cobb will actually give you prison time, or do you think she'll let you go on probation?
I don't know. I can't look into her heart. I just know that what I did, I have a clean conscience. It's not like I was premeditated or thinking that I was doing something wrong in any way, shape, or form. And really, that was the whole issue with the trial, was what you knew and when you knew it. And I didn't know those things. I would never interfere with the electoral count. I've said that many times. I said, why would you interfere with an enemy destroying themselves? You got to let them commit the crime. No different than the judge. If the judge is going to do horrible sentencing and not look at the facts correctly, she's got to commit the crime. And I always say, it's one thing to accuse me of something. It's the one thing to charge me. The day you throw me in jail is the day the real war begins, because that's when I hold you accountable. Because at that point, you've committed the crime. So will I go to jail freely? Absolutely. Will I hold them accountable afterwards? You better hope and pray I don't get out of jail, because you are going to pay an ultimate price. And I don't mean physical harm. I mean, they're going to be held accountable. And we're going to do it the right way through the system that we have. And I believe we're going to go back to constitutional law, and we're going to hold these people accountable for their actions. But we had to expose them first.
So you think Trump will win in November, and you think that he will pardon everyone?
Well, I only think there's two ways out of this mess, to be honest with you. First of all, there's no way we can have a 2024 election until we fix 2020. That is a given. So the only other way this can happen is if we go to November 5th and we actually have an election, the military is going to have to show up and do the vote count. I don't see any other way around it.
Okay, so you want the U.S. military to count the vote and make sure that there's no election corruption?
How else can we get it done? We can't use the present system until you fix 2020. How do you expect it's not going to be rigged again? Anyone who thinks for 1 second we don't fix 2020 or fix the vote count, how can we have the next election? So either Trump is going to show up before then expose the fraud, military is going to show up at the last minute to count the votes, and Trump will take office that day after the vote count is done, and all helps. That's my belief. That's my opinion.
You think we still have military that we can trust?
There's no question. There is more of us than them. They have no idea what's coming. I'm telling you, there's people that have left the military early because of the vaccines. There's people that were removed from the military because of it. I'm telling you what, when the call goes out, they'll do it for free.
I didn't believe you when you first told me this a couple months ago when I first met you in Washington, D.C. But now that I have been actually doing some investigative journalism, and I'm not going to say names or anything like that, but there are white hats that currently work for the military and are retired military. And it's mostly
Well,
retired.
Ivan's even said it. You know who I'm talking about. He's with
Ivan
General
Reichlin?
Flynn. Yes,
Yeah, of
and
course,
I
we
had
all
a
know
chance
Ivan.
to.
No, it's deeper than Ivan. It's way
Right.
deeper, and I'm not going to say names, but I've actually been inviting some white hats on my shows because they do exist, and they didn't take the vaccine, and they managed to get through the whole process and not get fired from the military, or they quit and then they went back to the military after the vaccine mandate was over. But the bottom line is that in the end, it's only because we have militias and because we have the right to the Second Amendment that anything could even happen. If we ever gave up our gun rights, we wouldn't survive this.
So what you need to know is there's something in the Q post, because see what they're going to do is try to create Anarchy 99. So what you need to understand is everyone that got the vaccines, those that got the mRNA vaccine, and all you have to do is go back to Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the biggest defense contractor for the military. So you do a little fishing there, and then he was asked a question about the mRNA vaccine. He said, oh, it's like synthetic DNA. With a little bit of programming, we can turn people into butterflies. So the first rule of engagement in war, and that's why Trump did not stop the vaccines from going. I believe he intercepted them to prevent a problem in some ways, and people probably got placebos. I believe they couldn't roll out all the necessary vaccines to poison the world because it take 13 years, but he couldn't interfere with it either because otherwise people wouldn't have a choice. But what happens in war? What's the first rule of war when you engage with your enemy? And that first engagement of war is always use your enemy's weapons against themselves. So now that we know the mRNA vaccine was a weaponization, what would happen if the White Hats had control of it? We could reprogram them, and we could turn those people onto the very people that created the problem in the first place.
That's really deep. So you have hope in a hopeless situation where you're facing what, 7, 10, 20 years in federal prison. Are they allowed to sentence you while the 1512 is still getting decided upon in the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court is still deciding how they want to handle the 1512 charge, which can give you up to 20 years as a felony for stopping an official proceeding, which is nothing that you even did or would even ever do.
Well, my case is even more. It's even bigger than that. So they got me on the 1512, which is interrupting Congress. The problem is, say for instance, there was a crime, and the crime took place at 2:30, and you show up at the scene at 2:45, and the person's already dead. Did you commit the crime? It's very obvious that the person didn't. In my case, I'm being charged with the 1512. Congress adjourned at 2:30. I got there at 2:45. How is it possible I interrupted Congress? Procedurally, it can't stick. But that's not how the law is. They said, well, because they adjourned because of all this other stuff, you're guilty of it because you were part of it. Well, if I'm a part of it, everybody that was at the Capitol that day is a part of it. They're going to have to arrest over 1 million people. And if that's the case, anyone who funded or anyone who went to the ellipse could be charged. So that means they're going to have to arrest 2 million people. That's where this eventually goes, because you can't have it both ways. If they can convict me of something like this and I didn't commit the crime, they're going to have to say everyone was a part of it. And that's a big push.
I mean, they've continued to arrest people. I just met a
Yes,
couple
it
in
is.
Virginia. I met a couple in Virginia who got arrested about a month ago. They won't come on and talk because their lawyers are telling them not to get any publicity. But you have experienced that publicity actually gives you a little more security, because this Judge Cobb needs to know that I'm going to be tracking this case. And no matter what happens, you can call me from the jail or prison and update us and tell us what's going on, because any ruling to put you into a prison is completely unjust. You have no criminal background. You didn't do anything that was illegal. And before they arrest you and before they charge you, they're supposed to give you the time to leave a restricted area. They're supposed to give you access to leave, and you got stuck inside the Capitol.
Well, they're in violation of their own law because the law basically reads in DC before they use any time of lethal force or tear gas of anything, they got to announce it from the front of the crowd to the back of the crowd. They got so much time in which to do it before they can deploy such measures. So everything they've done procedurally is incorrect. And I also now have information. There's a command and control center, which I asked for if there was at the Capitol. They denied that there was. Now I have the information to prove there was, and they have the ability to lock the doors, whether a fire alarm was going off or not. You wait till I unleash the videos that prove that. Yeah, they got a whole bunch of issues they're going to have to deal with. So
When are you
this was
unleashing the
intended.
video?
What's that?
When are you unleashing the video?
Right after sentencing, because I need to find out what this judge is going to do. Everything's relevant.
She has
And
the opportunity to just put you on probation, correct? She doesn't have to throw you in federal prison.
that is correct. Although the way the way they point everything, and that's usually how the judge rules. It looks like they're going to try to give me from, I think it's 27 to 33 months in jail, unless some of the numbers change on that. That's kind of how the judge tends to rule. Doesn't mean they will. They can be less, they can be more. It really is up to the judge. And the judge has got to kind of look at it from their perspective, whether they believe the person's credible, whether the person's lying. I think in my case, they considered me lying because they said that I think it was basically that I intended to push or create chaos in the situation. That wasn't the situation. I was the one actually trying to stop people from pushing, and doing all that kind of stuff. But when people like guards and stuff start pushing against, just like I got on the witness stand, I made it very clear to the judge. I said, I'm the type of person, I see 20, 30 people beating someone up in an alley. I don't care if it's a gang or not. I'll throw myself in there and I'll take care of the problem. I see an officer getting beaten up by a bunch of people. I'll jump in there and save the officer. But I said, if I see an officer beating the hell out of somebody, I'm going to jump in there and I'm going to take his ass out. And I basically said it that way because I want them to know this isn't going to happen. I mean, just because you have a badge and a gun does not mean you have authority. I had a situation one time with my wife, my ex. But anyhow, she was at a Safeway and the tail lights didn't work on a trailer. So she called me over and I went over and looked at it. I said, yeah, the wiring's bad. I said, I'll follow you. We had to go about 4 blocks. We go over to a store that has connectors so I could repair it. He knows I'm following behind her. The officer pulls around me, pulls her over. I hop out of the vehicle and he pulls a gun on me. And I called the whole department down there. I said, you got to come and do something about this. So I'm going to shove that gun right up his ass. I said, you got to get the whole department down here. This is uncalled for. And the guy comes to me and said, well, you can't be too careful with 9/11. I said, you knew exactly what's going on. You followed us the whole way. You knew exactly that her lights were out, and you were watching her. And even when I got there, I said, no, this is unfounded. So sometimes you give people a badge and a gun, and then they think they have authority.
I mean, this is going to get really interesting. Of course, I'll be there on June 20th. But the bottom line is that I do think it's important for people to write this judge. And this is something that I started several months ago where I'm telling people that you have the right to tell the judges in U.S. federal court what you believe in. And when you have people like Hank Munzer doing nothing, going to a rally and walking inside the US Capitol when there were thousands and thousands of other people in there, and then he gets attacked, violently attacked by police. They physically attack him, and then he gets stuck inside the Capitol and he can't even leave. The rules are, if you're in a restricted area, they have to give you the time to leave the restricted area. They can't just arrest you and charge you. And the over sentencing is really, really treasonous and really unacceptable. So Judge Cobb, COBB, That is Hank Munster's judge, and her address is 333 Constitution Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20007. It's time to really stand up for what you believe in. And it's a crime in itself that we're just watching 1,000+ people like Hank Munster suffer because he got arrested for going to a rally. It's unacceptable if you just sit on your couch and do nothing. It's time to stop eating the popcorn, Hank, and take action and write the judge and tell them how you feel. I know that part of the Q thing was to like sit back and watch the movie and eat the popcorn, but I don't believe in that. I take action. How do you feel about that?
I don't believe the Q Post made that statement at all. I think the Q Post was basically, so you gotta understand, when you're dealing with a military operation and there's an ongoing investigation, they obviously can't tell you who they're going after or what they're doing, but they can definitely point us to information that's already in print. So we have an idea what's truly going on and who the culprits are. But it was also necessary to have Trump, post certain things at certain times when Q posted within a 1 second delta. So people knew that Trump and Q were one and the same thing. Are they going to admit to it at this point? Of course not. After this is all done, I think it's going to be very apparent. But as long as there's this ongoing investigation until these criminals are behind bars, they can't allude to it or say anything about it, because unfortunately they're actually playing a very unique game. Do we have to play this game? Can we theoretically go in there and take them out without following the rule of law? Yes, we theoretically could. Would that be a great precedent to set? No, it wouldn't be. So unfortunately, we got to be above standard in how we operate. We got to operate within the laws that exist, even though they're corrupt, and beat them at their own game so that the world can see what's truly going on. And that's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow, because there's innocent people getting hurt, people literally getting killed because of it. But the other side of the coin is, if we operate too early and we take people out and people don't understand who the true enemy is, then we could have a civil war in our hands and more people die. So unfortunately, some of us are making huge sacrifices in order to bring the truth out, such as myself and other January 6ers. On the other side of the coin, I didn't pay nearly the price as many of our servicemen who went to war to fight for wars and stuff that weren't truly wars of the United States. This is all by bankers and stuff. And as the founding of our country, when you look back, every war we've ever fought by our U.S. military was set up by the bankers. They were not legitimate wars. And so we sent the best, the brightest into harm's way. And those people are very sour, especially our military veterans and everything else. They don't get the care they need. They don't get the help they need. And they serve their country unquestionably. And some of them paid the ultimate price. And yet we're throwing them under the bus right now. We're allowing illegals to come here. We're not taking care of our own. Everything is upside down and backwards. So when the time comes and these people are held accountable, I'm telling you, every serviceman out there is going to want to show up and deal with this problem. This is going to be a really bad situation. They won't be safe walking down the street. None of these people. I don't care if you're a judge. I don't care if you're an attorney. I don't care if you're a politician. If you're part of this fraud, God help you.
It is fraud to watch January 6th political prisoners, hostages like yourself, get over sentenced for going to a rally at the U.S. Capitol and getting stuck in this crowd. It's treasonous to watch U.S. federal court judges just throw the book at January 6th political prisoners. And there were tons of other people in the crowd who aren't Trump supporters, and they're not getting arrested. I can name over 10 Trump supporters right now. I won't name their names, but I have in the past, who were at the U.S. Capitol, inside the Capitol, and they haven't been arrested because they don't support Trump. So this is a witch hunt on those who support President Donald Trump. You only get arrested in January 6th issues if you support President Donald Trump. But there were tons of people there that day who didn't support President Donald Trump, and they're not arrested.
Well, it's way bigger than that. What you're going to find out is the feds were behind the pipe bombs that were set.
Okay, say that again. The feds were behind the pipe bombs. Let's hear this. Let's go. Go for it.
They planted it, so that information is going to be coming out pretty quick.
Okay, where's that coming from?
What's that?
I want to hear that again.
The video footage is out there. I mean, and then it's a matter of identifying. They don't want to identify the people because they know their agents involved in this. So that was distraction, pulled people away from the Capitol. The Capitol was unprotected. Trump obviously sent information to Nancy Pelosi and the staff there that this was going on. He had the National Guard sitting 2 miles away to put the fences up, and I can attest to that that was the case because literally Bowser locked down everything. So that's part of one of the charges I got is 231 count, which is the combination entry, remaining restricted building as well as interfering with commercial activity, which we did interfere with commercial activity. Bowser shut down the whole place, and that's where those charges come in for everyone from January 6th. They tried to charge him with is interrupting, commerce, and we had no part of that, but that's what Bowser did, and so that's what we were accused of. So anyhow, Trump had the military sitting, 2 miles away, and I can attest to it because we had lockdown. We could not leave that night, and I was supposed to get on an airplane flight, so we had to cancel our flight and stay there a couple more days. I went back there in the morning. I don't know, it was between 8 and 10, somewhere in there. They already had fencing up all around the building. I talked to all the guards and what was going on, and because we saw the videos after people died. We didn't even know what was going on because I didn't see any of that. The whole thing was a shock because it was like when we get back to our apartment, we're watching the video. It looks like the Capitol's on fire. Things are happening. Things are blowing up. Windows are all broken out. I didn't see any of that when I was there, and I was like, "What did we miss?" I thought it happened after we left, and no. And then there were some sections of the Capitol there was a little bit of violence, and obviously Ashley Babbitt was shot, and that's going to be a huge one because I got information on Ashley Babbitt in the command and control center that's in place. Which wait till we show that, it's going to be good. That they had the ability to lock everything even though the alarms were going off. So I got proof of that now. So once we put this all together, we're going to show that they're withholding information from the prosecution. And we know there's command and control. All you have to do is watch the CCTV TVs on the Capitol that day. They were moving the cameras around. Someone's in command and control. It's very obvious. You don't have to be rock science to figure it. They're moving the cameras. They weren't stationary. They were panning around, looking at violence in the crowd down below as they were shooting tear gas and shooting rubber bullets at people. So now, I have to say, and I want to make it very clear when I was talking about we have the right to self-defense. As I reviewed a lot of these tapes, and especially being around Tommy Tatum and stuff, he was there when I forgot her name was beaten to death. And
Boylan.
Roseanne Boylan, yes. So she was beaten, is laying on the ground, and this lady officer just kept clubbing her until she died. So the narrative that day told
Lila
us that
Morris is the Washington, D.C. police officer who took a wood stick and beat Roseanne Boylan
to death. She did not die of any other causes. They're lying about it. Same thing they said, there was 3 officers died that day. That was all a lie. That did not happen. But there were 3 January 6ers that died. See, the problem is they project onto the public the very thing that they did. They're saying that we did that to the officers, and actually they did that to us. So even if people were to break through police lines after having a look at all the evidence of what they did to people, I believe that some of them had the right to do so. And the reason why I say they had the right to do so, if someone were to attack me, and in my case, I was attacked by 2 officers. The second officer, the first one kept hitting me with his stick, and I told him to knock it off. And there was a short black lady, a tall black guy, and I told him to knock it off, and he finally stopped. And I apologized to the small black lady because I actually wanted to say, if you keep it up, I'm going to throw your ass through the wall. I didn't say that, but I felt like saying it, because it wasn't right to pummel on me, and I wasn't there. I had no place to go. They were pushing against me with the shields. And when they were pushing against people, a lot of the people started pushing back, and they have the right to self-defense. I mean, we were being basically tortured at that point. We had no way to get out of the building. We were being pushed into a mosh pit, and people fought back. Now, down below in the lower part of the crowd, obviously that one lady was bludgeoned to death. There was people that jumped in there and attacked the police officers after they saw her get killed. They had the right to do that. I'm the same type of person. If I see an officer beating someone up like that, I jump in there and take him out. People getting shot that were in the crowd that weren't even near a police line, nothing, get shot in the crowd, tear gas being thrown at people. you see some guy up on the top up there indiscriminately shooting at people, and there's rubber bullets stuck in the side of their cheeks and people bleeding. Oh yeah, run up there, take that guy out too. I mean, and it probably doesn't sound good for me, you know, being someone on trial, because I'll say, oh, well, Hank is not sympathetic to the police. I'm very sympathetic to the police. And I don't believe any officer should be assaulted, but I believe it's the other way around too. I don't think the officer should be assaulting these individuals that weren't causing any problems either. So, you know, it has to go both ways. And I'm not afraid to speak up and say something, even if it costs me more time in jail. And I don't think if the judge looks at it and says, Hank, you don't sound very repentful. And repentful for what? If I did something wrong and hurt someone, I'd be first to come to you and say, I'm sorry, make whatever restitution, take care of whatever problem happened. But I was the one damaged in this particular case, you know. And it was a horrible deal for me, but look at how many other people lost their lives as well. So everything needs to be judged based upon the situation, what the person went through, and who was the guilty party. You can't just blame it on January 6th. So when people actually find out that there were hundreds, I think there's almost close to 1,000 federal agents or federal informants that were there that day, that were already in the Capitol before we got there. I think this is going to be a totally different story. And this is a typical thing the feds, the CIA have done. I mean, this has gone back for a long time. I mean, they did the same thing to Gaddafi. I mean, they've done it to other people throughout history. I mean, our CIA goes in there and creates these wars, take out political leaders, all for their own agendas. And it's a horrible thing. We should never have weaponized these agencies the way they've been. Kennedy tried to stop the CIA, tried to break up into a million pieces, and they put a bullet in his head. Reagan tried to do a similar thing, and they put a bullet in Reagan's head. I believe we had just a few people that were good patriots. I mean, we obviously had Kennedy, we had Reagan, we had Trump. I believe all these other people were deep state players. We've been enslaved the whole time. The old saying is, you know, we're voting for the lesser of the two evils, but they're all on the same team. It doesn't matter if you vote Republican or Democrat, like Trump's saying right now. You know, we need to bring in the third party, you know, because they have really great belief, you know, as the Libertarian Party and stuff versus the Republicans. Most of the Republicans don't stand up, and it's not that we all have to have perfect alignment in our beliefs. We have the ability to disagree, but there's nothing left of the Democratic Party. I mean, it is gone. There's no one left in there that's going to stand up for the truth. You know what I call the DNC? I call it the Demonic National Committee. That's what it is.
I mean, the
No more
Republican
than
Party
that.
is pretty much as bad because we're finding out, especially in Virginia, that the GOP is the problem with the election corruption. The GOP has been allowing it to happen for decades and decades. So we're finding out that the GOP is the problem too.
It
We have
is.
to
And
get
here's
back
the
to
thing,
we the
even though,
people.
yes, and even though and there used to be good Democrats, I believe there's a lot of good Democrats out there. I believe there's good liberals out there, even though they've hijacked the liberal movement. And I mean, I just can't believe how stupid people are. They still want to go along with it. It's funny because if you tell them Trump's beliefs and you tell them it's for a Republican Party, you know, they'll disagree. If you say, well, this is what Biden believes, they'll agree with all Trump's policies every time because we've been brainwashed to vote for parties rather than principles. And I don't care if you're voting for a Democrat. I don't care if you're voting for a Republican. I don't care if you're voting for a Libertarian or a non-party person. It doesn't matter. You vote for the best person for the job, you know. And I believe Trump probably would have run a different party other than the Republican Party, but there was no way he could gather the votes to win, even though he had a big following, because we're a two-party system. Anytime you throw a third party in there, it just sways the election, allows the other to win. So I think he had no choice but to run in the Republican Party. But I think we're starting to see that parties don't matter anymore, and only principles matter and people matter. And those people that stand for principles, no matter the cost, are the people we want in office. And I get a lot of people that are running for different seats, whether it's here in Montana or whatever. And I just look at people's character and I said, you know what? I said, are you willing to put your credibility on the line, defend our constitutional rights, even if that means they threaten your family and threaten your kids? Are you willing to stand up for those things, even if it costs you everything you own? Because our founding fathers did that. They were wanted by the British. They lost everything, their wealth. They pledged their sacred honor and their wealth to make the country that we are today. how many people are truly willing to stand up at all costs to do that, run for office? Most of them will play it safe, get into a bad situation. Well, no, I can't do that because I'll get myself in trouble. I get my family in trouble, whatever it is. In January 6th, you're faced with the same thing. Do I plea bargain, and admit to fault, get, 30, 60 days in jail and get a slap on the hand? Or you're like me that want to fight it. Now they're throwing felony charges at us. All of us that had misdemeanors, eventually got felonies because they went after everyone who fought it. That's how the justice system works.
It is so corrupt. I
But
don't know how they
people,
can sentence you.
go ahead.
I don't know how they can sentence you when the 1512 is still being decided upon by the Supreme Court. How can they sentence you?
They can set, so there's a lot of ways that can happen. So say, for instance, I have a sentence of 3 years, let's just say. And 2 of those years are based upon the 1512, and there's a year on the other. They can sentence you, and then obviously once that is overruled by the by the Supreme Court, then obviously the amount of time you spend in jail is less, is how they would look at it. So the way I look at it completely different. It doesn't matter if I got misdemeanors. It doesn't matter if I got 1 felony versus 2 felonies. The bottom line, I have a presidential pardon before this is said and done. It wouldn't matter if I got a long sentence or a short sentence. And God help us if we get to the year 2025 and this whole thing doesn't change. I mean, this country is in one hell of a mess. And all those people that don't believe there's a plan, I always say I'm the guy holding the Patriots back. I'm the guy preventing civil war because I believe that we need to handle it the right way. But God help us if the plan doesn't work out and Trump doesn't get back into office. This country is going to be a real mess. I mean, it is going to get bad. And God help all of them.
I mean, is there anything else you want to say uncensored?
I think really what we need to do is depend on God. It doesn't mean we don't need to call to action. God is not going to do anything unless we stand up. So I feel no different than Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. God is able to rescue us. But even if he does not, I will not bow the knee to Baal. We are dealing with a satanic system, a satanic organization, the stuff that they have done from, how they, what they do with children and stuff. I mean, you just have to go down the rabbit hole, see the adrenochrome and stuff. People don't believe some of this stuff is happening. It's pretty apparent that it is. And these people are fostering it, hiding it, and keeping it from the public. It's a horrendous thing. And I don't care what side of the political aisle you're on. Once you find out what they're doing to our children and how they use the political system to weaponize it to keep these people in power so people don't find out the truth, that's truly why they hate us, is because we're about to expose the ball. And that's something that they don't want.
Okay, Hank. Well, I am ready anytime you have new information to come back on and tell us whatever you want to tell us. I think it's so important that people write the judge, Judge Cobb, C-O-B-B, Judge Cobb, 333 Constitution Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20007. She does care about her reputation. And if she over-sentences a man like Hank Munzer, who's in Montana, you're the sweetest guy ever, and you've done nothing wrong, then that's treasonous.
The one thing I can say, it's one of the things that they asked me. I said, I feel like I'm David versus Goliath. That's one of the things I put on my Facebook page before I showed up in DC. Did not know that I was even going to go to the Capitol building. All I knew, I was going to be there to support Trump because he asked us to come. And I didn't even know he was going to speak at the time. So I offered to pay for as many people that could go to DC. And we were able to get 9 people there. I feel very proud to have done that. And so then Trump told us to go to the Capitol afterwards. But because I said that I was David versus Goliath, they said I had intent to create problems. Second thing I said on Facebook, I said, nobody's scared if 1 bee shows up. But when 1 million bees show up, even the bravest run. And they felt really threatened by that. But what's important about that, and this is what's very important, you think Congress has the purse strings that control government? We the people do. If we all stand up in unison, we shut this thing down. If we all show up in masses because, we don't like the way things are going and we surround these courthouses, millions of people like January 6th, they lose. That's what they're terrified of. And what they tried to do is beat us all down so something like January 6th would never, ever happen again. That's the very thing they're fearful of. And remember, there was enough people there on January 6th. There was over 2 million of us. We could have literally removed the Capitol from its foundation that day. So if someone was there to create harm, which we weren't there, we had no idea we were going there, that Capitol building wouldn't exist. That's the level of fear they actually had. Whether people recognize or not, we the people can instill that fear once again. Stand up. We will not capitulate. We will not comply. We're not going to wear your face mask. We're not going to get your shots. We're not going to get your boosters. We are no longer going to capitulate. We are no longer going to comply. We all stand up in unison like that, we win this game. And then God shows up. But he won't show up until we do.
Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the unity anymore. I'm not seeing people stand up. I'm seeing American patriots exhausted, but also full of fear. No one even wants to come to Washington, D.C. anymore.
Well, what I see is just the opposite. What I see is people, they don't want to show up. You know why they don't want to show up? Because they would have strung them up that day, January 6th. There's enough patriots so mad. I mean, I talk to people all the time. And they got cancer, they got whatever's wrong with them. They go, I have nothing to lose. I'm going to go take them out. So don't do that. Don't do that. That's how mad the American patriot is right now. I mean, patriotism is running high, but when these people snap that have been quiet, oh my gosh, it's going to be a bad deal. I feel sorry for these people.
Okay, well,
And I know that hits a big note with people that are listening because most people aren't willing to go on the air and say something like this. But I think you're going to find a lot of comments. They all feel the same way. We are tired of this. We're about ready to take our country back. They just didn't want to step out and be the one doing it. But I think everyone's feeling the same way.
I mean, I think that everyone should be on your side. When you look at your case, when you look at the footage, when you see what happened, you did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong. So this is shocking.
I know. But the whole truth will come out. Once the documentary comes out, people will be more shocked. It's one thing for me to tell it. It's another thing for them to see what actually happened. And there's a video out right now Tommy Tatum did. It was really good. It shows you an officer assaulting me over the head. I'm trying to leave the building. He just strikes me over the head. It's very shocking when you see it. And we even had one of the, I would say it's a Capitol Police. I can't remember his name. We asked him if there's any time that an officer should ever strike someone over the head with a baton. He said never, on the witness stand. And yet I was. But yet the judge didn't do anything about it. And at this point, if the judge isn't going to do something about it, we may have to. So we're going to see where this goes. If we have to put pressure on people to make them squeal, that's what we'll do. We got to fight this the right way, but we got to bring the truth forward. And like I say, and I've said this over and over again, I do not care about outcomes, what happens to me or anything. All I care about is the truth coming out. And if you think I've done something wrong, fine. All I can do is tell you the truth, show you the truth, and you can make up your own mind. If you don't think what I did was right showing up that day, that's fine. But you're going to see the full evidence and see what happened. And I think you'll find that, if you're in my shoes, you'll see that nothing truly was bad about what I did, nor did I have any intent, because you'll actually see the entire footage. And I think that's what's most fun. I think every January 6er should be telling their story, what happened. There's people that did stupid things, but I'd say most of the people, I'd say probably 96 to 98% of them probably didn't do anything wrong. They were just in a bad situation at the wrong time.
Thank you, Hank, so much. God bless you. Peace. On June 20th, we're all going to be at your sentencing, and I'm going to be reporting on everything that happens to you forever, because this has been a saga that shouldn't happen in American history.
And we all need to speak up. I just tell January 6ers, they can't do anything to you by speaking up. I mean, they can say they use this against me, that against me. But to be honest with you, they would have found me guilty. They would have done it anyways, despite all that. The only thing that good press does is it holds them accountable, tells a story. So we, the people, go, this can never happen again. We got to do something about it.
Thank you, Hank. Please come back.
Thank you.
God bless you. Peace. God bless you. one of my favorite people, that is J6 political prisoner. You can call him a hostage, Hank Munzer from Montana. I have breaking news, which I find actually very interesting. The International Criminal Court is seeking arrest warrants for Hamas leader in Gaza, Sinwar, Sinwar, and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity over the October 7th attacks on Israel and the subsequent war in Gaza. The court's prosecutor, Karim Khan, told CNN's Christine Amanpour. Now listen, exclusive interviews like that on CNN are really hard to actually get for people like me, obviously, because I'm a very, very independent journalist. So when news like that comes out, it's very powerful and very relevant. We are on the verge of World War III. Some people, like General Flynn, would call it potentially World War IV. I want everyone to go see the Flynn movie. It's one of the greatest movies. It's a documentary. It's really incredible. You go to flynnmovie.com. Is that right? Yeah, flynnfilm.com. You go to generalflynn.com, watchflynn.com. That's how you do it. You go to watchflynn.com and then go on his website. Go on General Flynn's website and really see when he's going to be hosting the next movie in your area, because he's still traveling. He's still debuting the movie. I wish that General Flynn would actually be the vice president under Donald Trump. I want to know what the chat thinks about that. In the meantime, I think it's really important to buy all of the prep gear that you need. This is KoreanUSABeef.com. This beef lasts for 20 years, and you can actually buy it, and it gets shipped to you, and it tastes incredible. It comes vacuum packed, but this is the most pure, the most incredible beef. Totally real, totally authentic. I interviewed the founder tonight. And then, of course, you guys know I love the apricot seeds. The apricot seeds are some of my favorite things. It's the RNC store /Corinne, CORINNE, I love the apricot seeds. And then, of course, you cannot live without the satellite phone. If everything else falls apart, honestly, there really aren't very many cell towers around the world. So anywhere you travel in the world, you can use the sat phone, and this phone works in remote locations. So sat123.com, sat123.com. This phone is so important, and they're actually running out of the satellite phones. So you need to get your sat phone, satphone123.com. This is the only thing that will work when a really serious emergency happens. But more than that, when you travel and you get into areas where there's no cell towers, this phone works. Sat123.com. It's one of my favorite products in the world. Sat123.com. And then, of course, you guys know that I love, love, love everything that's Kingdom. Kingdom Fuel, Kingdom Candy, Kingdom Cup Coffee, and of course, the Kingdom H2 machine, which I put the water in. I turn it on. You can put any water you want and makes your water taste incredible. You turn it on, and it actually puts hydrogen enrichment into your water, and it tastes incredible. Children love this better than any soda. If you drink one of these per hour, it will change your life, because the quality of your life, honestly, is based on your health. So this whole show has been about showing you, ways to really stay healthy. I love this. I want to bring on someone who has a very serious message right now. His name is Everett Triplett. He's one of my favorite people to bring on. Oh, I just want to say one more thing. Curativa Bay. I love this stuff. My skin is incredible because of Curativa Bay. Curativa Bay has a whole line of products of skincare that men need too. Everett, you need it too. Hank, you need it too. You have to have skincare because there's so many toxins in the air. We have no idea what to do, but this is very pure skincare. Curativa Bay. Curativabay.com. I guess use my code CorinneUSA. But Curativa Bay is an incredible line of products. I have this here. Anywhere you go, you use this after you've been in large crowds, and this cures, gets rid of germs and pretty much most diseases. So Curativabay.com. I really want you to hear what Everett Triplett has to say, so I'm going to bring him in. Hi, Everett. Can you hear us?
Hey, Corinne. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay?
So good. Testing, testing. Yeah, I can hear you now. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us?
Awesome. I can.
Can you hear us? Okay.
I
So
can.
Everett,
I hear
we're
you
on-
just fine.
Okay. We're on the verge of World War III, and you have a very important message for people. You've said this repeatedly, and we've made a documentary about it, and we've made clips about it. It's very important to prepare for the first week of June 2024, according to Everett Triplett. So I'm going to give you the floor, and you can just talk uncensored, Everett.
Okay. Well, I would like to state that it's really according to the Word of God. God's the boss. He knows what's coming. I've been listening very closely to scriptures like Ezekiel 7:5. It starts out with, "Thus saith the Lord God Almighty." Really? What does he say? He says, "Behold, a disaster, a unique disaster. It is coming." That an end is coming. An end is coming. Really? Ezekiel's talking about an end is coming. I realized the book of Ezekiel is prophetic. It's not just like a history account of what happened to people back in the days of Ezekiel. In fact, the prophecies in Ezekiel are connected all throughout the other scriptures because Ezekiel says, "Behold, the day, it has arrived." And it's talking about the day of the Lord, which is also mentioned in the book of Joel like 6 times. And it says in Joel chapter 1, verse 6, "A nation has invaded my land, powerful, without number." See, I began to realize these scriptures are describing where we are right now. This is a right now information. The prophecies have been talking about an end is coming, and we are at that time of the end right now. But I asked myself, why does the Word of God even say that an end is coming? Why would God be telling us this? And straight out, it's because He loves us. It says that the day is coming called the day of the Lord. That's mentioned in 2 Peter 3, where it says the day of the Lord is coming. It's for the destruction of the ungodly men. So your previous guest, Corinne, was talking about how there's some Americans out there that are like maybe they're terminal or something. They say, we're going to go take them out. Well, we got to do something about this. Well, I would like to put their mind at ease and let them, give them this very clear understanding that I have. There is a God, and He's of the same opinion. It's time to stop this stuff. But He has a plan to come and stop the wickedness. In fact, that is exactly what it says in Ezekiel 5:9. And again, it starts out with, "This is what the sovereign Lord God says." It says, "I'm coming to inflict punishment because of all of the abominations," in one translation, because of the detestable idols in another translation. God is coming to stop the wickedness, and it needs to be stopped. It's out of control. And so we have a God who loves us. And it even says in 2 Peter 3 that we are to look forward to this coming day of the Lord, understanding it's how He will fulfill His promise of bringing about the new heaven and the new earth, the home of the righteous. But we want to talk about what's happening right now. I'm hearing that NATO is announcing they're going to make Ukraine a member in July. This is straight out World War III. This is the time of the end that scriptures talk about. And because God's word is full of information and you want to pay a lot of attention to it, although it does mention in Jeremiah 6 that I appointed watchmen to warn them, but it says, but they're not listening. It says, so I'm bringing disaster on these people because I thought the word because is always the answer to why. Why is this disaster coming? Because people are not listening. People need to listen. What's coming is the four horsemen, because the four horsemen come on a fourth of the earth. And I'm reading the scriptures about the day of the Lord coming, being in Joel, a large and mighty army comes. It's going to be an army from the north, and Jeremiah 6 says they're planning to attack at noon. But they'll last. The daylight fades, the shadows grow long. So they're going to make it a night attack. Well, if it's going to be a night attack, that can only pertain to half of the earth at a time. Now, I just happen to have a globe. See in my backyard, see that planet right there? Well, I have another one. The planet is only got night on half of it at a time. And then in Matthew 24, it's describing again where we are right now. Matthew 24 says, the disciples came to Jesus privately. They said, tell us when. When will be the sign of your return and the end of the age? And, so Jesus answers. And he says there'll be wars, rumors of wars, nations rise against nations. These are the beginning of the birth pains. Well, in case people are not aware of it, near the end of February, NATO commander announced, we today announce Steadfast Defender 2024, NATO's largest exercise in decades. Says we will be demonstrating our power, our strength, our unity, and we will be simulating an emerging conflict scenario against a near peer adversary, which that would be Russia. So the near peer adversary being Russia says there's 90,000 troops involved, 31 member nations. If that is not what Matthew 24 is telling us will happen when the end is coming, nations rise against nations. So factor in that 90,000 troops have been exercising all of March, all of April, and most of May, or more than half of May now, but they continue through May. Meaning at the end of May, when they're finished, that Matthew 24, Jesus says, when summer's near, it's at the door. No one knows the day or the hour. Well, if we don't know the day or the hour, but we were just told when summer's near, it's at the door, that's the month, because there's 12 months in a year and you have 4 seasons, and every season's 3 months each. So you really want to listen to what Jesus is saying, because he's answering the question, tell us when. And then he says, no one knows the day or the hour. But if you're being told the year, which is here, you're being told the month, which is coming up, and then we're told the week. Simple. It says the moon will not give light. Well, the sun will be darkened. The moon will not give light. There's 4 phases to the moon. Each phase of the moon lasts for 7 days. 7 days is a week. And so I'm onto this, and I'm understanding, looking for a calendar. I had a calendar here. I have it all outlined and marked up. I actually have pages and pages of my Bible, Bible pages, all kinds of scriptures outlining what's happening. This is where it says they're told to listen to what God says, but they won't listen. I appointed watchmen over you and said, listen, but you said, we will not listen. That look, an army's coming from the land of the north. This is all end time prophecy. It says, who can I speak and give warning to? Who will listen to me? Their ears are closed. The word of God is offensive to them. They find no pleasure in it. It says, disasters coming out of the north, terrible destruction. They're preparing to attack at noon, but the daylight fades. They're going to make it a night attack because it's talking about us. They became rich and powerful, have grown fat and sleek. Are we not the richest, most powerful? Were we not the world's largest economy, the world's largest military power? We have become everything we have become because God blessed us. Because we were one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. We have become a nation out from under God. We have become a nation divided. We have become a nation with very little liberty and justice. But God's coming to fix the problem. The day of the Lord is coming for the purpose of returning this nation to him. It says, return to the Lord with weeping, fasting, and praying. It says the Lord will respond. It says, blow the trumpet, gather the people, consecrate the assembly, bring in the elders, the mothers, the nursing, and the children. Because it says the Lord will drive the army back out. An army's coming into this land. It's already here, larger than anything the world's ever seen. Oh, like maybe it's talking about 22 million military age illegal aliens have entered into our country. Could it be that we need to listen to God telling us what's going to happen and tells us to stock up on food? Says food and water is going to be scarce. Even the five virgins that were wise had vessels of oil. The five virgins that were foolish, they didn't. Stocking up on fuel is a good thing to do. Diesel oil, gasoline, propane, stocking up on food, all of the essentials, because it's going to be an EMP. EMP is being described in Isaiah 33, where it says, woe to the destroyer who's never been destroyed. Who would that be talking about? This, yours truly. And then it says, when you stop destroying, you will be destroyed. That means this country has stopped because Trump announced the war on terror is over after 19 years. 19 years of war on terror. Trump said, stop, bring the troops home. I started imagining stopping, and I realized, like when you're in a vehicle going down the road 60 miles an hour, you're in drive. You're doing 60 miles an hour. You can't just throw that vehicle in reverse. You try to go from drive into reverse doing 60 miles an hour, you're going to have big problems. But what you do is you stop. It takes a little while, you bring it to a stop. Then you can shift into reverse, back up. Biden did that in Afghanistan. He comes to a stop, tells all the men to drop the weapons and back out, leave Afghanistan. These prophecies refer to right now where we are. And then Isaiah 33 says the highways will be deserted. There'll be no travelers on the road. So it's talking about EMP, where all the computers and all the vehicles quit running. And there's no delivery of any supplies. It's also being referred to in a lot of songs I listen to. When I recognize and know what's coming, these songs started making sense to me, like Bye Bye American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, levee's dry. 10 million degree balls of fire do lick up all the water. Why would they be singing whiskey, drinking whiskey and rice, singing this will be the day that we die? They know they've already been exposed to deadly amounts of radiation, and passing is going to be painful. The best strategy is to become as inebriated as possible and reduce the pain of your passing. It says to my friend who was just on here with the J6, it says the courtroom was adjourned, no verdict was returned. I'm seeing Putin going off after the Steadfast Defender 2024. You want to look that up, do a little research. Largest NATO exercise in decades happening right now. And this is there, it's an exercise. I thought of a man in a gym, working, lifting weights, gets on a treadmill, run. At the end of a man exercising in a gym, he's leaving the gym. You know what? He is in a state of exhaustion. What if Putin's watching their demonstration all of March, all of April, all of May? They get finished at the end of May. I can see Putin saying, are you finished? Really? Is that all you got? Let me show you what I got. And he will respond. And that fits the prophecies because the new moon is in the first week of June. And that period of time is when Steadfast Defender says they're going to finish exercising, meaning they'll be out of all their supplies and they will be exhausted and they will have been demonstrating for over 3 months. And that is the timing of what the scriptures describe, meaning there may not be a court hearing in June 20th, meaning the song, Bye Bye American Pie says, oh, the courtroom was adjourned. No verdict was returned. Do you realize what an EMP does? It shuts down the internet. It shuts down the power grid. It shuts down the banking, the court systems. Everything is shut down except you. Every day you'll wake up and you'll have an empty stomach. and you just want to have something to put in it. And that's why it says in Isaiah 3:10, tell the righteous, it'll be well with them. They will enjoy the fruit of their deeds. That just means that the righteous are stocked up, and they will have plenty to be satisfied with in a time when there's not much available. Okay, so thanks for watching. And Corinne, are you there?
I am so here. I'm just listening. I'm giving you uncensored time, which I think is really important because what you're saying is really serious. Clay Clark is still having his show in Detroit, Michigan, June 7th
Yes.
and 9th. And I'm going. I'm going to be in
Not,
Detroit, Michigan.
well, you're going. And so when you go, it says right here, can you read that? Can you
I
read
can
that,
barely
Corinne?
read it. Well, it's backwards. It's backwards. Just read it
Oh,
to us because it's
really?
backwards.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
it's backwards.
That
Yeah.
sucks. What God says. And God says, I appointed watchmen and over you, but you said you will not listen. And it says, therefore, hear, O nations, and observe, O witnesses, what will happen to them. I'm bringing disaster on these people because always the answer why. Why did the disaster come in? Because they won't listen. Corinne, you're not listening. Jesus said, when summer's near, there'll be no light from the moon. When nations rise against nations, the word of God is telling us when. I'm listening very good. And I think listening is very important. And I started analyzing all the good people that Clay Clark's events have because I've been to 19 of them. I'm thinking, God, are you going to allow all these people? They're not listening. It really is. And then I think the new moon is actually on the 6th. The Clay Clark thing, I think, is on the 7th and the 8th. So,
No, it's the 6th, 7th, 8th. It's the 6th. It starts the night of the 6th. 6, 7, 8.
okay. Well, the day of the Lord, the sudden disaster where the city is leveled completely and where the scriptures tell us what's going to happen, there are a few days before the Clay Clark event that actually could be also the fulfillment of what has been described prophetically for thousands of years. And so maybe God will have mercy on all of the people that I love that go to all the Clay Clark events. And maybe God will have the grid go down, the nuclear attack that's coming. What if it happens before the event? Then nobody is at the event at all. There isn't going to be an event, right?
That would be better because Dr. Fauci is testifying in Congress on June 4th, and I have to be there for that. It's either June 3rd or 4th. I'm looking at the calendar now. I think it's June 4th. Dr. Fauci is testifying in US Congress. So I'm going to be at the epicenter and I'm ready to go. I made peace with myself. Washington,
No, Corinne,
D.C. is my repentance.
you can be, Corinne, if you're listening carefully, it will happen. It is coming like a thief in the night. And so like a thief in the night means you can go to any court hearings, Fauci hearings, reportings in DC. You can spend all day, but every day when the sun does start to go down, it's becoming dusk, and all of the hearings are over, and you could travel out of the DC area for an hour and get a room in some rural area and spend the night out away from the city because this
Oh,
church
that's a
meeting.
valid point. Okay.
And so by listening carefully to what, because God loves us, He's telling us to be sober,
Okay.
be vigilant, be sober, do what you got to do. But it does about there's scripture the city's leveled completely, 2 Peter 2, so were condemned and burned to ashes, and God made them an example of what is going to happen to the ungodly. So I would suggest that you do take a little drive out into the country at the end of each day while you're in Washington, D.C., being so faithful and committed that you are, but being also wise and caring for your life and honoring and taking heed and listening to what the Word of God does describe, because I'm seeing it being it. See, nowhere does it. No man knows the week or the month or the year. It does say no day or the hour, and I day or the hour. But if you're told destruction's coming in the middle of the night, there's a difference between night and day. If the difference is between night and day, that's a lot of difference. Night is only on half at a time. And then Jesus said, when summer, and by the way, when summer's on half of the earth only, winter is starting to take place on the other half of the earth. Speaking about summer being near can only pertain to half of the earth horizontally. Night and day happens at night. That can only pertain to half of the earth vertically. And there's where you get 1/4 of the earth. That does say in Revelation 6, the 4 horsemen only have power to kill on 1/4 of the earth. And just guess what I figured out? The 1/4 of the
Okay,
earth
this is good.
is North America, and I actually turned the globe around. I looked and I saw the north. I saying it probably looks all backwards to you. And then you can see that. Anyway, I've already done the analyzing of it. And you can hold, if you and I held this globe between us, the half you see would be the opposite half that I'm seeing. But I could turn it to the half you're watching until you see North America and Canada, United States on your left, Atlantic Ocean, all of the NATO alliance on the right. And so it just so happens that the 4 horsemen that are coming to take peace from the earth, second horse, third horse, the day's wages for a quarter week, because war interrupts your economy. And so all I can tell you is the fourth of the earth affected by the 4 horsemen are the NATO alliance, which completes their steadfast defender agenda at the end of May, and immediately following, when summer's near and there's no light from the moon, is in the first part of June. So I think I'm reading Putin's mind. They're saying NATO's going to make Ukraine a member in July. Putin has said straight out for several years, before he ever went into Ukraine, he says Russia is not going to let Ukraine become a member of NATO. And NATO's response is, well, who does Putin think he is, saying who could belong to NATO and who cannot? I'll tell you who he is. He's a man with hypersonic missiles called zircons that go 20 times the speed of sound. And I have a Pentagon general interview where he's saying, with a very stone cold face look, he says, we have no defense against those types of weapons, but we're working on it. But we don't have any defense. I go, really? So we're 100% vulnerable. Putin's going to show you who he is. The bear's told, rise up, go forth, devour much flesh. See, Putin is the armies from the north in Ezekiel 38. They're the northern army described in Joel chapter 2, verse 20. And it's the armies of the north coming out of the north. And Jeremiah begins the book, first chapter of Jeremiah, talks about the Lord will summon the people of the northern kingdoms. It says, they'll fight against you, but they'll not overcome you. I'll come and rescue you. See, God uses this day of the Lord military devastation to turn our country back to Him, because the disaster has the effect you saw on 9/11 when the World Trade Centers came down. The very next day in New York, 9/12, the churches were packed and all the people were praying and sobbing and crying, "Oh God, help us. Oh my God." And they were all crying and praying because it was mind blowing watching what happened. But what's coming is 1,000 times more on a scale of 1,000 to 1 to 9/11. But God has got a purpose, and we are all going to turn to the Lord. It's in the book of Joel. It says, "Return to me with all your heart, with weeping, fasting, and praying." In fact, Joel says, "The Lord thunders at the head of his army. Mighty are the forces who obey his commands." This is the Lord's army. He's commanding this. And then it's for the purpose of turning our nation back to God. It says he's going to respond. He's going to give us enough wine and oil and grain to satisfy us completely or fully. You'll be fully satisfied. It says, "Never again will you endure this type of shame." And the Lord will drive the northern army back out. So it basically, chapter 2 of Joel does describe the day of the Lord, of the large and mighty army comes. They obey the Lord's command. Then the Lord says, return to me with all your heart. And then it says the people gather, make an assembly, and they're consecrated. It's like a big revival. And then it says the Lord does respond. And the Lord over the great things that he does, because what does he do? Our rescue. And he does deliver us from our enemies after we turn back to him. And that's his whole purpose. And it's going to be a great thing to be part of. So stop talking about how you just want to die and not going to be here, because we want you to be here, Corinne. It's going to be amazing things we see.
I'm ready. I'm so ready. I'm ready. Okay, listen to this. I have a new idea for you. So I have a lot of whistleblowers who called me, and I bring them on the shows, obviously, because I do 5 to 10 shows a week, and I bring them on the different shows I do. So recently, I've
I
been
know.
getting a lot
Yeah,
of
me.
really
When I know,
listen.
I lost.
How? Okay. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes,
Testing, testing. Can you hear?
I got
Okay.
you.
So, how many people can you feed for how many months?
That's an unknown. It depends on how. I don't know. I could. It tells a story about Joseph that he stockpiled for 7 years, preparing for the 7 lean years that were coming. And it actually tells you in the Bible track of how much he had accumulated. I'm there. I don't really know how much I have.
Okay.
I've lost track of it.
Okay, so I'm getting phone calls from whistleblowers across America, and I'm checking them out. So I haven't told you this yet, but I think that you have a higher purpose, obviously, which is to protect whistleblowers. So I'm sending all the whistleblowers that I check out your direction, because these are really good people, and they've been persecuted and prosecuted and tortured by the US federal government, and they're good people. So when I check them out, I'm sending them your direction. But I want you to give your email address out right now, because people need to get the booklet that you so carefully created. You've created a whole 52-page booklet, correct?
I did. Yes, I did. A Bible page, not even my own content, except it is the Word of God that I have highlighted and made notes on, saying, like, where it says, "A nation's invaded my land, powerful without number." Well, that's 2,500-year-old verse in the book of Joel. But I might have, this is happening right now. So there is some of my input along with what the Word of God has been saying. But it does put
Okay,
information.
so
Oh, my email is
the
Everett MT at gmail.com.
Everett mt@gmail.com.
Yeah, the letter M like Michael,
Okay.
T like Thomas. Those are my middle and last initials. So, and then I also have I have biblically.com. End time. Another email is endtime@biblicom. I have a website that and other people have been working on it for me because I don't know what to do there. But it's called www.biblically.com. And it's, I don't even know how much traffic it gets because I don't even know how to look it up. But anyway, I've had this website for a long time with a lot of some of the videos I have. And oh, and I'm on TikTok as the Bible Prepper with 7,000 followers. And I'm on TikTok as Mr. Seymour. That's MRE, like C, more. And I have 4,000 subscribers there or something. And I'm on
No
Everett
matter
Triplet.
what, I will.
Yeah. So how
No matter
many?
what, I love interviewing you. You're so much fun. If something does happen, God bless you. If something doesn't happen, you have a higher calling to protect whistleblowers. God told me to tell you that.
We are watching everything happening just like the Word of God said it would happen. We're watching the nations rising. We're watching birth pains moving forward, which as they increase in intensity, the women know an event occurs called is a sealed sac of amniotic fluid, and the pressure ruptures the seal. And in Revelation 6, the four horsemen come out, the lamb, that's Jesus, the lamb broke the seal. The seal broke, the white horse comes out with the voice of thunder. Thunder is an explosion sound. Boom. Like the bombing, nuclear bomb going off. Second horse, the lamb broke the seal again. Red horse comes out with the sword. Peace from the earth. Oh, the peace has been taken away. That is clear that war has broke out because a bombing starts a war. Third horse carries the scale. Black horse carries the scale. Day's wages for 1 quart of wheat. Food is going to be the money. I saw a program in Argentina. They were at the dock of Rio de Janeiro or Brazil, and they said they garden the beans at night because during the day they're shipping a lot of beans out, but at night they got to guard the beans because in their country beans are the same as cash, and that's why their nickname of an accountant is a bean counter. But they count the money. We have government food distribution organizations called the food bank. The word bank is where the money's at. So the money, spend your money, buy a lot of food, and the food will be the money. The people will be working for the food. They'll do anything you want. Today, you hold up a bunch of $100 bills. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What do you want me to do? They want that money. That being completely changed, and all you have to hold up a 5-pound sack of beans. You got those beans? Oh, we want to do it. We're coming because if people are going to be starving, that is in the prophecies. I'm not making any of it up. I'm just analyzing it and understanding it. And so,
Okay.
you want to be rich, go buy 10,000 pounds of beans.
New York City is turning into a 15-minute city. It's time to leave the cities and be in the country, preferably by the mountains, which is what you say the Bible says,
Yep.
correct?
It does say it. It says in Ezekiel 7:16, all who survive and escape will be in the mountains. And it says in Matthew 24, the same chapter about nations rise against nation, it says, when you see the abominable desolation, flee to the mountains. So when you see a nation being bombed, which I perceive to be what the abomination is, it's the bombing of, and I've been shown that by God that is what's coming. That causes desolation is the bombing of a nation. When you see that, we are told to flee to the mountains. You can hang around Washington D.C., do all your job, but when in fact the hits the fan, head for the hills and don't be going slow.
Okay, look
You
what
want
I
to
have.
skedaddle fast.
Look, I have a backpack that you can get. I have a go bag on beready.com.
Nice.
Beready123.com. Beready123.com. And this is a backpack. It has a knife. It has food. It has everything you need in case of an emergency. It has first aid. This is one of the greatest things because it's all put together for you. So these
Nice.
backpacks are so important for you to buy for everyone you love. Put it in your RV, put it in your car, put it in your office, put it for everyone you love, because if something happens, I have a plan. I put the backpack on, I steal a bike, and I bicycle 30 miles to my girlfriend's house in deep Virginia, and I sit there and wait until I can hitchhike or get transport to Franklin, Missouri. And I want to be with the Mikulskis on their farm. And then if it keeps on going, I'm going to Sun Valley, Idaho to go to a ranch, and I might just come to your place, Everett. We just don't know. It's up to God.
Wherever but I like it,
Yes.
Corinne. Just make sure you
Yes.
don't sleep in downtown DC. Head out, drive an hour on the nights, the first part of June. And
Okay.
that could be
Don't
huge.
be in DC.
So,
Okay. Okay.
all
I
right.
love that. Okay. All right.
The time to be on your program. You do an awesome job.
Always. Yes, I hope that we get all of this footage, because in case something doesn't happen, you still have a huge purpose. I think your purpose is to watch over whistleblowers.
Well, my job is to be a watchman. I'm to warn the people about what's coming, and I've been doing it for quite a while. And
Thank you.
I have been wrong in that I've expected it to happen. We got by, and I go, well, but it's like birth pains. The birth pains are not going to stop. The baby is going to eventually be delivered. So things are continuing to move forward. So this is the year. I have never felt it more strongly.
In all your life, this is the
Thank
year.
you.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me come on. And I pray for all the people who are hearing that they make a plan, and God will did, because it's going to, the things that the scriptures describe are pretty ugly. Things happen, but not. It says it's woe to the wicked, tell the righteous it'll be well with them. So yes, you got your bag, like you got your go bag, and you don't want to steal a bicycle though, but maybe borrow one.
I'll borrow one. I'm going to
Let me
borrow a
borrow it.
bicycle.
I'm just borrowing.
Exactly.
I'm not stealing it.
I'm going to bicycle 30 miles.
You don't want
Yeah,
to steal
I'm
them.
going to borrow a
We don't
bicycle.
steal things. We don't steal things. Okay, Corinne.
Okay, well,
You're
you're going to come
awesome.
back, Everett. God bless you. God bless
Okay.
you. Peace. I will borrow. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Please come back.
Okay. I will. Thank you
God
very
bless
much.
you. Peace. I love Everett Triplet. He just warms my heart. I think it's so important that we at least know. At least he's trying to warn us. I think that's so important. and so credible. I want everyone to understand that these phones are key to everything. This is the Clear phone. You get $100 off if you use my code Corinne USA. You buy the Clear phone. This is the future of decentralization. This is the future of your privacy. And then you turn on phone123.com. No matter what you do, it's time to convert all of your phones to phone123.com. We want to boycott the iPhone. The iPhone spies on you, and we want to start using phone123.com. But if you're really smart, Everett, you should be getting the satellite phone. The satellite phone is the key to everything. Okay, you go to sat123.com. Sat123.com. This satellite phone is running out. And this is the key to real communication in any emergency. But also note that there's not cell towers all over. There's maybe like 10% cell towers. So wherever you are in the world, wherever you are in nature, the sat phone works because it goes directly to the satellite. So sat123.com. Key to life is the sat phone. Our lives are dependent on our phones, so that's why it's time. It's time to take action and turn it around and make choices that actually support your freedom. That's why it's time to buy the beef. Everett should buy this, as much beef as you can buy at Corinne, Corinne USA, beef.com. Corinne USA beef. You can buy what? This lasts for 20 years. This is one serving, so you need to buy as many servings as you need for your family because this beef is incredible. All you have to do is get it wet, and you can put whatever seasonings you want, but if it really shit hits the fan, you want to have food you actually want to eat. That's why you really have to stock up on the Kingdom candy bars that I love so much. They come in 2 flavors. I love the peanut butter chocolate chip, and you go to sherwood.tv /Corinne, CORINNE, Corinne USA. This is like my favorite product line now. And then of course you have to do the Kingdom Fuel because the Kingdom Fuel is key to everything. This is the Kingdom Fuel. This is just as good as any prep food. The Kingdom Fuel lasts forever. You just throw water in it. You just throw water. You can shake it up and you can live off the Kingdom Fuel until you can get to safety. Of course, we all have to support Mike Lindell. He's one of the greatest men alive. And if you want to go and use my code, Corinne USA, he gives you what, 30%, 60% off on products. Buy everything you need at mypillow.com and use my code Corinne, CORINNE, Corinne USA. I love their mattresses. I love their sheets. I love their moccasins. There's incredible stuff at mypillow.com, Corinne USA. And I really care about certain products like the apricot seed. Okay, so this is actually the apricot seed cap, but I like to actually eat the apricot seeds. I already ate 3 tonight. You can have like up to 7 if you're a woman, up to 10 if you're a man. These are incredible. You go to RNC store /Corinne, CORINNE USA, and these apricot seeds are delicious and they take your craving for sugar away, which I think is so important. But then you have to be ready. Be ready123.com. So you go to Be Ready and you get all of the battery packs you need. You get the generators. You get, oh, this is a portable generator that I absolutely love. Look, you put this in the sun if anything happens, and then you hook it up to your phones, and this can actually make your phones work. This is so important to have. See, there's hookups in the back. You need to have a solar generator. This is really important in case something happens. You go to beready123.com. So important. I am going to a U.S. federal court tomorrow. There are very serious sentencings for January 6 political prisoners, but also the pro-life activists have been sentenced for conspiracy. 57 months, 27 months, 34 months. Lauren Handy, Jonathan Darnell, 5 last week, and tomorrow is Heather Idoni. Very important. Go to my X and I'll show you specific footage on this topic. But pro-life activists who've been charged with conspiracy are getting sentenced in Washington, D.C. And then, of course, I've had Cal Zistro on. He is getting charged, facing 11 years in federal prison in the state of Michigan and in the state of Tennessee. So across America, Christians are being persecuted and prosecuted in record numbers under the Biden regime. So important to track this stuff. I do love this water. I just have to talk about this again because basically this gives you the best tasting water ever. You just turn the little button on and it hydrates the water. If you drink one of these per hour, can you imagine? You'll be glowing like I am. I'm glowing with all of the healthy stuff I eat now, and then I drink the water. The water is incredible. The best tasting water ever. This is a $200 purchase, but the bottom line is that you throw this in your purse, your briefcase, your backpack, and you can use any water you need, and you turn it on and it hydrates the water. This is so unique. This is a system from Kingdom H2. So you would go to sherwood.tv/Corinne, Corinne USA, and try this out. You get 30% off if you use my code. And this is an incredible water system that hydrates your water and makes your water taste incredible. There's so many incredible things going on in the world, and I just want to keep you updated. I want to give you all the news that's banned and censored. I'm actually very concerned about Mr. Downing. Where is Mr. Downing? I need to have him back on Friday. He just disappeared in the middle of our interview. So prepare because the internet could get dicey. Probably time to get Starlink, get the best internet you can get. This water is phenomenal. I feel so much better already. I could go for what, 5 more hours? I mean, I am like Energizer Bunny with the water and everything I'm doing. And then, listen, I really love this product line. It's called Curativa. Curativa, Curativa, Curativa Bay. And these products are incredible, and that's why my skin is glowing, because of Curativa Bay. So go to Curativa Bay, use my code Corinne USA, Corinne USA, shop on. This is how you support my independent journalism, and please follow me on X, because in my career, you're only as good as how many subscribers you have on X, which is pretty ridiculous, but it's true. So go to Curativa Bay, use my code Corinne USA. The products from Curativa are incredible, and their acne product is the best in the world. It takes all your acne away. I'm going to conclude this episode of the America Happens News. I will come back on Friday with all the news that's banned and censored in the United States of America and in the world at this time. Allegedly, Benjamin Netanyahu and the leader in Gaza potentially may get charged with war crimes. We all know that Benjamin Netanyahu actually did fund the Hamas terrorist group and did help to start it. So we're watching globalists who make money on war, create war, keep it going, and we're the refugees, we're the victims. There should not be genocide, but of course, I believe in the state of Israel. And I do believe, though, that Benjamin Netanyahu needs to resign. He has not handled Israel properly. We need a new leader in Israel, but Israel should exist. And I just want to make that really clear, because people have said to me, oh, Corinne, the Zionists are the problem. That's not even the point, okay? That's not the point. The point here is that we all need to exist. We all need to get along, and there are incredible technologies that could make humanity just incredible with Nasara and Jasara and all of the patents and all of the inventions that could happen that could really lead to real peace on earth. So if you want to donate to the America Happens Network, you know exactly how to do it. Go to americahappens.com, make a donation. If you want to donate to my journalism, you can text me 24/7, 917-287-1314. I'm so easy to talk to. I'm so easy to donate to. I'm so easy to communicate with. I think it's really important because it's going to be journalists like me on the front line who are going to have the courage to expose the election corruption that's about to happen in November. Nothing's changed, nothing's improved. We're about to face some serious election corruption if we don't vote on the same day now. If you vote on the same day, that may cure the problem at this point. If we can do same day voting, but in the end, it may not. We don't know yet, and I'll keep you updated, obviously. Election corruption is my main focus now. I'm also going to start focusing on political candidates who actually make it to the ballot. And so when we have candidates that are actually going to be on the ballot in November 2024, I will start bringing them in and interviewing them. I'm looking at 3 of them right now. In the meantime, this beef is so important that you stock up on this, because if the shit does hit the fan the first week of June, like Everett Triplett is saying it will, I'm not saying that. Everett Triplett is. If something happens, you want to have the food that you enjoy eating, at least to be able to survive it. And if it doesn't happen, at least this lasts for 20 years and you can use it whenever you need it. It tastes incredible, especially when you season it properly. This is pure red meat with no hormones, no vaccines. This is pure meat made by our beloved friends in Texas. He came on the show tonight, Jason Nelson. He's incredible. So go to CorinneUSABeef.com. Corinne USA Beef. Oh, and while you're at it, try my gold. I actually sell gold. It's Genesis Gold, and you go to CorinneUSAGold.com. Go to Genesis and get some gold, because we really don't know the way things are going to happen at this point. It's just important to protect yourself on all sides, because as Everett says, the first week of June could potentially be the time when very serious emergencies and crises happen. So I want you to be ready. Once again, be ready. Go to Be Ready and buy whatever you can afford on the website. This is the backpack that they sell. It's the most incredible thing. It has everything you need to survive an emergency. You put it on your back. It's so comfortable. It's so safe. It's on BeReady123.com. The most important thing is to be ready, 123.com. And then, of course, my satellite phone. Oh my gosh, let's find it one more time. I love to promote the satellite phone, because no matter what happens, you need the satellite phone, because the satellite phone can be used anywhere in the world. So let's say you go overseas, you go anywhere you want. This phone can be used at any time, any place. This is sat123.com. It's so easy. You go to sat123.com, 24/7, it's open. It's the satellite phone company. It's 877-943-6383. 877-943-6383. This is an incredible phone. So important. Go to sat123.com. And of course, it's time to change all of your phones to phone123.com. You need phone service that you can trust to make sure that you don't get spied on as we approach the 2024 election cycle. Thank you so much for watching. Please join me on Friday. I will start around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I will give you the most banned and censored news in the United States of America, in Washington, D.C., and honestly, in the world. What I've said today, what we've talked about on this episode of the America Happens News, you know, we're not the best, because I don't have a producer and because I don't have all the assets going, but the news that I'm giving you right now is the highest level of the news. So watch this episode as many times as you possibly can. Buy the products, change your life, because everything I'm telling you, I do myself. And then actually, I don't care if you like this, but I want you to share it with the people you care about, because you can listen to this while you're on the treadmill. You can listen to this any time of day you want. This information is so important. We're at the highest level of the news at the America Happens Network. I just want to thank you for watching this episode. May the goodness bless your life. I am going to play the ending theme song. I really care about everything that happens, and I want you all to watch Blood Money. Blood Money is our main show, and it's an incredible show, and Vem Miller, our founder, really does a great job of exposing corruption on every level. Woohoo! I'll give you one more.
Not free. If the corrupt corporations run the media, then all we get is a pile of lies. So please support truth in the media by donating to americahappens.com by simply going to americahappens.com, clicking on the support tab, and entering a generous donation. Thank you so much.